Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The Mick Get Reborn is all for one with every single quirk from MHA. Quirk are superpowers. MC is able to hand out quirks as well. The quirk, all for one. The quirk itself is a powerful ability that allows the user to steal quirks by making physical contact with others. The user can permanently take their quirks. Grant quirks. The user can bestow these stolen abilities upon others. Combine powers. The user can use multiple stolen quirks simultaneously, creating devastating compound attacks. Limitations. While extremely versatile, recent 2026 updates confirm that the user's body faces significant strain when handling complex modern quirks. And stolen quirk factors carry the vestiges consciousness of their original owners, which can haunt or resist the user.
The boys, reborn as all for one. I have all quirks from MHA. Chapter 1, The Offer in the Woods. The last thing I remembered was the horn. A blinding light, a rush of panic, then impact metal meeting bone, the shattering finality of it. I didn't feel pain, it was too fast for that. One heartbeat later, I was gone. Then came air. Cold, thick, sharp with chemicals and metal. I opened my eyes. The room around me was dim, industrial steel walls, humming machines, the low buzz of electrical currents running like veins through the floor. I sat in a high-backed chair, my gloved hands resting on my knees. My breathing echoed in the silence, deep and mechanical. It took a moment to realize it wasn't my breathing. It was filtered through a mask. I looked down, a black suit, polished gloves, perfect posture. My reflection glimmered faintly in the glass wall to my right. The shape of the mask was unmistakable, smooth, ridged, an image of dominance. All for one. The recognition hit me like another impact. The world around me felt different, denser, charged. I stood slowly, each motion deliberate. The power in this body wasn't just physical. It was endless. The moment I tried to focus, I felt it quirks, hundreds, thousands, maybe more. Some were familiar. Others had no name, no origin in any anime, just raw potential. Each one thrummed faintly in my consciousness, waiting for me to choose it. Even one for all was buried among them, dormant but present. I took a breath, testing the voice that came with this body. So this is the world that replaced death. The sound was calm, measured, resonant, the same chilling tone that could make heroes tremble. It didn't feel unnatural. It felt right. A television screen in the corner flickered on its own. The news anchor spoke rapidly, tension in her voice. Behind her, a bloody scene filled the image, twisted metal, fragments of a train car, and a man kneeling in shock, his face blank with horror. The caption read, "A train kills civilian at high speed." The camera zoomed in on the man's face. Huey Campbell. I knew that face. The guilt, the disbelief, the beginning of everything that would come. So this wasn't Japan. Not a world of quirks and heroes. This was America, a different kind of corruption. The boys. The timeline was clear. Vought ruled the world with its false gods. Butcher hadn't yet formed his team. Huey's grief was fresh. It was the perfect point of entry. I turned off the television and stepped outside. The air of the city was colder here, polluted and indifferent. My instincts, perhaps all for one's instincts, pulled me toward a bar on the east side. I found him there. William Butcher. He leaned against the wall outside the pub, cigarette in one hand, cheap beer in the other. His expression was that of a man who'd seen too much and trusted no one. His eyes carried rage, not yet sharpened into purpose. I approached. The sound of my boots on the pavement caught his attention. He looked up, squinting. "Oi," he muttered, straightening. "Who the fuck were you supposed to be?" I didn't answer. I simply stopped 3 feet away, watching him. The air between us grew heavy. Butcher frowned. You deaf, mate? I said. He stopped speaking when I raised my hand. His body lifted from the ground effortlessly, as if gravity had decided to ignore him. His beer fell, the bottle shattering against the pavement. What the fuck, he gasped, thrashing. Calm yourself, I said evenly. My voice was smooth, deliberate, the same tone I had heard 100 times from behind a screen. I mean you no harm, William Butcher. The hell are you? Let me down, you freak. I did. Gently. His boots hit the ground, and he stumbled backward, hands on his knees, breathing hard. Before he could recover, I snapped my fingers. The air rippled. The city vanished. He dropped to his knees in a forest clearing, the sudden disorientation making him gag. He looked around wildly. Trees, moonlight, silence. No roads. No buildings. Just nature. The fuck did you just? Teleportation, I said. One of my simpler abilities. He staggered to his feet, glaring at me. You one of them? One of those bloody soups? Yes. He spat to the side. Right. Thought so. You drag me out here to what? Show off? No, I took a slow step closer. To offer you something. Offer me? He laughed harshly. You're talking the piss. I can give you power. That made him pause. His grin faded. What, you making jokes now? No jokes. True power. The kind that cannot be bought, synthesized, or stolen. He squinted at me. You lot already think you're gods. What's this supposed to be? A recruitment speech. I do not recruit, I said. I invest. He tilted his head slightly. Invest. Yes. I choose those who can reshape the world alongside me. Right, he muttered, half to himself. So, what's in it for me? I reached out my hand. Power gathered, faint but visible, swirling at my fingertips. Prove. He eyed it cautiously. What's the catch? None, I said. But I will ask something small of you later. For now, you will see what I am capable of. He exhaled sharply. Fine. Show me. In one motion, I placed my palm over his chest. He tensed. A shock ran through him, not pain, but force, like something alive burrowing into his nerves. He stumbled back, clutching at himself. What the fuck did you do? Focus, I said. Look at that tree. He turned his head toward a thick oak. Think of destroying it. He gave me a baffled glare, but the moment his focus narrowed, his eyes burned red. Two beams of searing light erupted forward, cutting clean through the trunk. The tree collapsed instantly, the sound echoing through the woods. He stared, breathing hard, stunned. Bloody hell! The ability to emit energy from your eyes, I explained. It will obey your will. You can refine it in time. He rubbed his face, still dazed. How the fuck how'd you do that? Consider it a gift. He looked back at me with caution, curiosity slowly overtaking disbelief. Why give me something like this? Because I see potential in you, William Butcher. You despise the false gods of this world, yet you have no means to challenge them. I can change that. He folded his arms, feigning indifference. So you just hand out powers to blokes who hate soups? Sounds like bollocks to me. I require nothing now, I said. But tomorrow, you will bring me the man whose grief was displayed on the television tonight, Huey Campbell. He frowned. The kid whose bird got smeared across the street. Yes. Bring him to me. Then, and only then, will I explain more? He stared at me in silence for a long moment, then gave a short, humorless laugh. You're a proper nutter, you know that. Perhaps, I replied. But even madness has a method. I turned, looking toward the sky. Tomorrow night. This place. He didn't move, still processing what had happened. His expression was unreadable. Confusion. Fear. Maybe the faintest glimmer of awe. Before he could speak again, I vanished. The forest faded from my view, replaced by the rooftop of a distant skyscraper overlooking the sleeping city. From here, I could see everything: the glow of the lights, the invisible rot beneath the glamour. A world ruled by arrogance and greed. I placed my hands behind my back and let the wind pass over me. A new world. New rules. And this time, no one to stop me. Chapter 2, A Mutual Understanding. The following night arrived without sound or ceremony. The forest was quiet, the air cold enough to form a faint mist that drifted low between the trees. I waited, standing in the same clearing where I had first met William Butcher. The moonlight cut across the ground in narrow lines. Every sense around me reached outward, listening for the movement of leaves, for the rhythm of two approaching heartbeats. They came late. Butcher was walking first, cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth, hands in his coat pockets. The man behind him, thinner, uncertain, was Huey Campbell. His steps were hesitant, almost clumsy on the uneven ground. His eyes kept darting to the trees, like a cornered animal searching for escape routes. Butcher's voice broke the still air first. "All right, we're here, you masked bastard." His tone was sharp but restrained. He was cautious now. That was good. I turned slowly to face them. My voice, when it came, carried evenly through the quiet. "Good evening, William. And you must be Huey." Huey stopped walking. Yeah," he said quietly. Who are you?" Butcher stepped slightly in front of him, still watching me carefully. "You're looking at some kind of freak, mate. Floats people around, teleports 'em halfway across the bloody country. Thought you'd want to see this." Huey looked between us, confused. "You said he could help." "I said he's got power," Butcher replied. "Didn't say he's friendly." I walked closer. Butcher tensed, but he didn't step back. Huey's breath quickened. I stopped a few feet away, letting the silence linger just long enough for both men to feel it. "I am not your enemy," I said. Butcher snorted. "Yeah, that's what they all say." "I understand your hatred," I continued calmly. "You despise Vought. You despise the soups they create. I have no allegiance to them. My purpose aligns with yours. I want Vought removed from power." That made him pause. He frowned. "You're tellin' me you're not one of them corporate bastards?" "I am not bound to them," I said. "I stand alone. Their control is an obstacle to my plans, as it is to yours. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He stared for a moment, cigarette smoke rising from his lips. "That's a nice line," he muttered, "but I've heard worse from blokes tryin' to sell me lies." "I deal in results, not promises," I said. "You have already witnessed one." He grinned faintly, remembering. "Yet. The tree. Still not used to that one." I looked at Huey, who still hadn't spoken much. "You've lost someone," I said. He blinked and looked away. "You saw the news." "I did," I said. "A cruel world took her from you. You wish for justice." Huey hesitated, his voice shaking slightly. "Yet. I want them to pay. But I'm not like him," he said, motioning toward Butcher. "I'm not built for this stuff." Butcher gave a dry laugh. "You'll toughen up," sunshine. We all do. I stepped forward. You will need strength to face those responsible. And I can grant you that. Huey looked at me, uncertain. You mean, like what you did to him? Yes, I said. I can bestow abilities. Carefully. Permanently. Butcher raised an eyebrow. You sure about handin' that out, mate? Don't look like the kid can handle much. Huey shot him a glare. I didn't ask for your opinion. You're about to get yourself blasted to dust, you'll want my opinion, Butcher said. I ignored their exchange. This ability once belonged to a man who commanded fire. It is called Blue Flame. The one who wielded it was proud, and though his path ended, his power remains. Do not dishonor it. Huey stared at my hand. You're serious? Entirely, I said. He swallowed hard. And what do I have to do? Nothing, I said. Only accept. I raised my hand. The blue glow pulsed faintly between my fingers. Huey stood still, his expression tightening with fear and anticipation. The energy passed into him with a single gesture. His body shuddered as the heat coursed through him, veins flickering faintly with color before settling. He gasped and stumbled forward, his palms against his knees. Smoke rose slightly from the ground beneath him. Butcher stepped back. Christ, you roastin' him alive. I shook my head. He is adjusting. Huey looked down. The grass near his boots was scorched, not burning but marked. He lifted one hand slowly, eyes widening when faint blue embers glowed around his fingers. Holy shit, he whispered. Butcher whistled low. Well, I'll be damned. Guess he's not dead. Control it, I said calmly. You will find it answers to emotion first. You must learn discipline. Huey nodded quickly. I can feel it. It's hot, but not burning me. Like it knows what I'm thinking. That is the nature of that power, I said. Remember what I told you. The man who bore it was strong, but his pride consumed him. You will do better. Huey looked at me with a strange mix of awe and uncertainty. Why give me this? You don't even know me. Because, I said, I require results. Butcher understands the war we are entering. You will learn it soon enough. Butcher exhaled, dropping his cigarette and crushing it under his heel. All right, you've got our attention. But you're talkin' big for someone wearin' a bloody gas mask in the woods. What do you actually want from us? I met his gaze. I already told you. I want Vought cut from power. Permanently. You want them dead. I want them dismantled. Our goals align. He tilted his head slightly, expression cautious. And what's your endgame, mate? I have no need to explain my endgame, I said. For now, we share an objective. That is enough. Butcher smirked faintly. You sound like one of them politicians. Fancy words, no bloody trust. I do not require your trust, I said. Only your competence. He chuckled quietly. You're a real piece of work. I have chosen you because you hate the right people, I said. That is enough for now. Butcher looked back at Huey, then to me again. And what's next? You hand out powers like candy, or you plannin' on keepin' it selective? For now, I said, selective. You will gather others. Build a team. When the time comes, we will cross paths again. If your progress impresses me, I will grant you both a second ability. The same for those who follow you. I reward success. Huey's eyes widened slightly. You mean you could just give more? Yes, I said. Power is not a scarce resource. But it is not free. Butcher rubbed the back of his neck, thinking. You're serious about this? Entirely. He gave a dry laugh. All right, then. Say we play along. We build this team. We go after Vought. What happens if we disappoint you? Then you will have proven unworthy of my time, I said plainly. He grinned faintly, not out of amusement, but challenge. Right. No pressure, then. Huey still looked uncertain. I don't even know what I'm doing. You will learn, I said. Butcher will show you the way. Rage gives direction when guided properly. Butcher looked at Huey, then back at me. You got any idea what kind of mess you're lettin' loose, pal? I have full awareness, I said. I have seen worse. This world needs correction, and you will be part of it. I have faith you won't disappoint my expectations. He huffed, scratching his jaw. Well, that's a first. Someone havin' faith in me. Huey adjusted his jacket, still staring at his hand as faint wisps of blue light flickered in and out. I can't believe this, he said quietly. You can believe it, I said. Or you can waste it. The choice is yours. Butcher turned to Huey. You heard the man. We've got work to do. Wait, that's it? Huey asked. That's it, Butcher said. We start small, get our feet wet. Find more soups worth knockin' down. Might even have a bit of fun while we're at it. He looked back at me. And you? You just gonna hang about waitin' for us? I will observe, I said. When the time is right, I will find you. Butcher smirked faintly. Creepy as hell, but fine. We'll be around. I nodded once. Do not waste this opportunity. Butcher gave a small nod in return. Wouldn't dream of it. He motioned for Huey to follow. The younger man hesitated a second longer, glancing back at me before turning away. They walked off together through the trees, the faint sound of Butcher's boots crunching leaves underfoot, Huey still practicing with faint sparks flickering from his fingers. I stood alone in the clearing once more. The forest was silent again. The faint scent of burnt grass lingered in the air, evidence of what had just begun. Chapter 3, The First Demonstration. Night covered the city again. The lights of Vought Tower were still burning, a tall reminder of power that pretended to be divine. The people below went about their lives unaware that the world above them shifted inch by inch. After Butcher and Huey had left the forest, I moved quietly through the city's edge, keeping my steps soundless as I crossed an empty industrial zone. Every step carried purpose. The factory I sought was old, long forgotten, its walls cracked and blackened. The smell of rust filled the air. I pushed open the metal doors and stepped inside. The building was wide, shadows filling every corner. At its center stood a row of large cylindrical containers filled with faintly glowing fluid. Inside each one, shapes moved slowly. Bodies. Muscles tightened under pressure. Jars of flesh and power waiting for command. Nomu. They were all motionless, eyes closed, still in their stasis. The hum of the equipment around them vibrated faintly in the air. I walked to the control console and placed a hand on it. The machine stirred instantly at my touch. My quirks connected to the old systems. I had already copied everything they once contained. The quirks inside these subjects were archived within me, safe and replicable. 3 of the tanks hissed as the seals released. The fluid drained away, steam rising as the heavy lids opened. One by one, the Nomu stepped out. The first stood tall with long black hair hanging past its shoulders. It breathed out, frost and fire mixing in the same breath. The second crouched slightly, muscles tightening across its arms, small explosions sparking from its palms. The third was broader than both, the scars on its body deeper, its eyes faintly glowing with dull power. All 3 faced me, waiting. I spoke clearly. You will serve a single purpose tonight. You will attack the headquarters of VOT International. Do not aim to destroy. Only to disrupt. None of them spoke. They had no words left in their creation, only obedience. I stepped closer to the first. My hand rested briefly on its shoulder. You carry a copied power of fire and ice. Its original strength belonged to a boy who balanced both sides of himself. You will not reach his precision, but you will burn and freeze as needed. The Nomu's eyes flickered blue for a second. Frost gathered on one arm. The other lit faintly red. It exhaled steam and waited. I moved to the second. You hold a power of explosions. It is volatile. It demands control you do not have, but you will cause enough destruction to draw attention. You will make them react. The second Nomu's hands crackled, sparks snapping in rhythm. The smell of burned air spread across the room. Then I stood before the third. Its frame was heavy, shoulders broad, breathing steady. You carry a version of strength beyond limit. The ability once called One for All. This copy lacks its full potential, but it is enough to show the world that VOT's false gods can bleed. The third raised its head slightly, the faint light behind its eyes brightening. I could feel the limited echo of that familiar energy. It was weaker, rougher, but still held power worth notice. I stepped back. When you reach VOT, strike with precision. Focus your damage on visibility. The world must see fear in their symbols. You are not to survive this night. You will draw their gaze. That is your purpose. The Nomu did not move until I raised my hand. With a quiet pulse of energy, a black portal opened beside them. Through it, the interior of VOT Tower shimmered hallways bright, sterile, empty for now. The three creatures turned toward the opening. Go, I said. They stepped forward one by one, vanishing into the darkness. The portal closed behind them with a single motion of my fingers. The building fell silent again. I remained still, listening to the faint echo of their presence as they reached their destination. I already knew they would die. That was their design. They would test the waters. Their destruction would carry a message. VOT needed pressure, not annihilation. Fear worked slower but deeper. It exposed weaknesses. I walked across the room again, stopping beside another tank. The fluid inside shifted slightly when I brushed my fingers against the glass. I had no intention of releasing more. Not yet. The plan had already begun. Butcher would gather his allies. Huey would learn to use his flames. The world's heroes would feel an unfamiliar tremor under their feet. VOT would call emergency meetings. They would guess at terrorists, rogue soups, enemies of profit. I left the building quietly, closing the doors behind me. When I returned to the city's edge, I could already hear distant alarms faintly echoing. My work was underway. I made my way through the alleys and stopped at the top of an abandoned parking structure. From there, the skyline stretched in front of me. The upper floors of VOT Tower glowed faintly red. Small explosions shimmered from distant windows. The Nomu were fulfilling their purpose. Down below, police cars swarmed, sirens flashing, men shouting into radios. The distant sound of something breaking echoed through the air. It was enough. I folded my hands behind my back, watching quietly. The quirks I had given them were weaker than the originals but sufficient for this demonstration. Fire and ice mixed in violent bursts on the side of the building. Explosions cracked through the windows. A figure slammed through one of the walls, crashing into the street below. Each impact created a stronger panic. This world thrived on control, and control broke fastest under public fear. Inside the tower, I could sense movement soups reacting. A train running faster than sight, the deep fumbling for orders he didn't understand, Starlight's energy building with instinctive defense. Queen Maeve moving first, calm but irritated, a veteran already tired of saving those she barely respected. They all gathered as the three Nomu attacked. The fight would not last long. They were strong, but not built for endurance. I needed only noise and spectacle. The first Nomu froze the side of the building in a wave of ice before melting it down again with fire. The second blasted open a section of the upper floors, sending glass and concrete falling to the street. The third punched through the ground floor, sending shockwaves through the entrance lobby. The people screamed. Cameras caught everything. Within minutes, emergency broadcasts began. I watched. The Nomu lasted longer than I expected. Maeve crushed the fire and ice one with 2 strikes, her expression unchanged. Starlight blasted the explosive one from behind, the body hitting the street in flames. The strongest one lasted the longest. It fought Homelander when he finally arrived, his smug calm briefly replaced by irritation as he realized the blows actually hurt. But that too ended. Homelander destroyed it with visible anger. The mission was complete. The demonstration had been seen. From where I stood, I could see Vought Tower still burning faintly. I could already imagine the meeting rooms inside filling with executives, scrambling to find explanations that would calm shareholders. Their leaders would talk of new enemies, of unknown soups. They would blame a failed experiment. Fear would grow quietly behind their confident smiles. I turned away and left the rooftop. The cold wind passed through my coat as I walked down the stairwell. On the ground, a few people stood staring at the distant smoke, phones in hand, talking fast. They had no idea what any of it meant yet. They would soon. By the time I reached the lower streets, news vans were already moving toward the tower. Reporters shouted through microphones. Police cordoned off the area. I passed through unnoticed, suppressing my presence with a simple adjustment of my quirks. Back in the abandoned factory, the machines were still humming quietly. I looked once more at the empty tanks where the three had stood. Their remains would not return. They had served their role. The process would repeat. More could be made when necessary. I would give them different abilities, test different responses. Pressure must be maintained carefully, not in excess. For now, I only needed to wait. Somewhere else in the city, Soldier Boy existed quietly in the background, still hidden from the public. Queen Maeve drank alone, wondering if she should care about another attack. Starlight would soon question her role. The Deep would talk to anyone who would listen about redemption that never came. Every move in this world followed patterns I already knew. I could plan around them. Each piece would fall when pushed at the right moment. I stood in silence for a while before leaving again. The night outside remained calm despite the chaos only a few miles away. A siren's faint cry reached my ears but faded quickly. There was still much to be done. Chapter 4, The Night of the Attack. The first Nomu stepped out of the portal into Vought Square at 10:47 p.m. The night guards at the lobby doors didn't notice the distortion at first. It looked like heat rising from pavement until the ripple split open and released 3 figures that walked directly out of the air. Security lights caught them instantly. The first was tall, skin gray, a faint cloud of frost forming every time it breathed. The second was shorter and moved with a twitch in every muscle, sparks flickering from its palms. The third was huge, thick across the shoulders, veins rising under the skin. The guards reacted first, startled but trained. One raised a rifle. "Stop right there! Hands where I can see them!" The command meant nothing to them. The first Nomu looked up at the glass tower, its breath fogging against the cold air. A patch of frost spread under its feet. Flames rolled up one side of its arm. The guard repeated the order louder, voice shaking. The Nomu raised its left hand and released a wide burst of flame. The guard barely had time to move before the air caught fire. Heat swallowed the front doors, glass cracking, alarms screaming. The men at the desks inside scrambled for cover. The other two Nomua followed. The second jumped forward, landing on the steps with a sharp crack of concrete. The explosions from its palms went off in short bursts, blasting open the marble floor. The third walked slowly behind them, each step heavy enough to make the ground vibrate. Inside, the emergency systems activated. Red lights spun across the lobby. Automated messages ordered everyone to evacuate. 2 of the company's assigned heroes reached the lobby within minutes. They weren't from the 7 just mid-level soups used for security demonstrations and media work. One was a man called Shockwave, whose Quirk-style ability produced concussive blasts through his arms. The other, Jetstream, could manipulate small bursts of air for mobility. Both were used to easy assignments. Neither had ever seen anything like what was now tearing through the building entrance. Shockwave pointed at the intruders. "What the hell are those things?" Jetstream lifted off the ground, hovering just above the floor. "They look like soups, but Jesus, look at their eyes." The Nomu didn't respond. The Frost and Flame one stepped forward again, breathing unevenly. Its fire had already burned half the reception desk. Shockwave raised his arms. "All right, freaks, you picked the wrong damn place." He released a blast from both hands. The sound cracked through the lobby. The wave hit the Nomua full in the chest, sending it sliding backward a few meters. For a second, it looked like it might have worked. Then steam rose again from its body, frost forming across its shoulders. It opened its mouth and exhaled ice that spread across the floor toward Shockwave's feet. He jumped back, startled. "What the?" Before he could finish, the Nomua switched sides and sent a burst of fire. The 2 temperatures met and exploded into thick steam. Shockwave covered his face, coughing. Jetstream circled above them. "Get out of there," he shouted. The second Nomua moved before he finished. It lifted both hands, small sparks clicking. The noise built until light burst between its palms. Jetstream barely dodged as the first explosion hit the ceiling. Concrete fell. Shockwave shouted over the noise. "We need backup. Now." His radio crackled. "Units are on the way. Hold your ground." He cursed and fired another blast. The air pressure pushed the explosive Nomua backward, but it recovered instantly, using its own explosions to counter. The 2 shockwaves collided in the middle of the lobby, tearing through the walls. The third Nomua hadn't moved much. It stood near the broken doors, head turning slowly. Then, without warning, it punched the floor. The tiles shattered. Shockwave felt the vibration through his boots. Jetstream dove down again, focusing a gust of air to push the debris away from the civilians still inside. "Get them out," he yelled to the guards behind the desk. One of the men grabbed a fallen co-worker and dragged him toward the emergency exit. The Nomu ignored them. Outside, cars screeched to a halt as the first explosion burst through the front windows. Flames climbed the glass facade. People on the street screamed and ran for cover. Cell phones came out immediately, hands shaking as they filmed. Inside, Shockwave was still trying to hold the line. He fired another double blast. The sound rang across the entire block. The Frost and Fire Nomua stumbled back, parts of its body freezing and cracking before reforming again. "Come on, you ugly bastard!" Shockwave shouted. Jetstream rose higher. "Keep it distracted." He circled, then dove, releasing a compressed burst of air at the explosive Nomu. The hit pushed it into a column. The concrete broke on impact. But as soon as he tried to fly back up, a hand grabbed his ankle. The Nomua pulled him down with a single yank and slammed him against the ground hard enough to leave a dent in the tile. Jetstream groaned and tried to roll away. The Nomua's palm sparked again. Shockwave saw it and shouted, "Move!" He fired another blast at its side. The explosion still went off but missed Jetstream, catching part of the wall instead. Chunks of stone and glass fell around them. Jetstream pushed himself up, gasping. These things don't stop. They're not human. Shockwave yelled back. The big one started walking forward again. Its steps were slow but heavy. Shockwave turned toward it, sweat dripping down his face. You want some too? He gathered energy for another double blast, but the Nomo reached him before he could release it. Its fist caught his shoulder and sent him flying into a column. The sound of bone cracking followed. Jetstream called his name, but Shockwave didn't answer. The Nomo moved its head slightly, watching Jetstream's reaction. He raised himself off the ground, air swirling beneath his feet. He moved higher, circling above the three. Tower control, this is Jetstream, we need real backup now. These things aren't normal soups. The voice in his earpiece came through heavy static. Hold position. The 7 are being contacted. Jetstream looked down again. The first Nomu turned its head toward him, half of its face covered in frost, the other half burning. Its eyes were empty. It raised both hands, releasing another combined blast of ice and flame. Jetstream barely avoided it, the heat washing against his face as he flew to the far side of the room. Below him, the explosive Nomu jumped using its own power, closing the distance faster than expected. It reached him mid-air, grabbed his arm, and swung him downward into the ground. He hit with a loud thud, gasping as the air was forced from his lungs. Outside, sirens grew louder. Police cars formed a perimeter around the tower. The street was covered in debris. Civilians filmed from behind barricades. The news helicopters were already circling overhead. Inside, the fight spread upward. The fire and ice Nomu turned its attention toward the elevator shafts and began blasting them open, moving higher through the building. The large one followed, tearing through metal doors as if they were paper. Jetstream pushed himself up again. He coughed blood and looked at the damage. We're losing control down here, he muttered into his radio. A voice came through, calmer this time. Hold on. Reinforcements are arriving. Homelander is on his way. Maeve too. Starlight's mobilizing. Jetstream nodded weakly. Tell them to hurry. The explosive Nomu turned back toward him. Its hands started sparking again. He tried to fly, but his left leg gave out. The explosion hit close enough to send him across the lobby. The flames licked up the wall, spreading to the second floor. Shockwave groaned where he lay. He forced himself up on one arm, his other shoulder hanging uselessly. He looked toward the big one. You're not getting through me, he said through gritted teeth. He raised one hand and fired another blast straight at its head. The Nomu tilted slightly. The energy hit, but it only staggered back a few steps before stepping forward again. Shockwave fired again, the recoil forcing him back. The Nomu kept advancing. Jetstream tried to help, gathering air pressure, but another burst from the explosive Nomu caught him in the side. He fell again, rolling across the floor. The fire alarm systems triggered fully now. Sprinklers turned on, sending water pouring from the ceiling. The mix of steam, smoke, and broken wiring filled the air with the smell of burned metal. The frost and fire Nomu looked up at the falling water and responded with another blast of heat, evaporating it instantly. The sudden fog made visibility impossible. Shockwave heard movement behind him. He turned but couldn't see clearly. The next moment, a large hand grabbed him by the chest and lifted him into the air. The big Nomu's grip tightened. Shockwave screamed, the sound echoing through the wet smoke. Jetstream crawled forward, coughing. He raised his hand weakly, trying to send another gust of air to push them apart. The air moved, but the strength behind it was gone. The Nomu threw Shockwave aside like a broken doll. He hit the ground hard and didn't move. Jetstream forced himself up again, pain spreading through his ribs. The only thing he could do now was stall. He took off, hovering near the ceiling. "You want me?" he shouted. "Come on then." The explosive Nomua jumped again, following him up. Their collisions cracked the glass panels across the ceiling. Jetstream dodged once, then twice, his movements shaky but determined. He managed to land a small burst of compressed air directly at the Nomua's head. It stumbled, more from surprise than damage. He looked down quickly and saw that the Fire and Ice one was already climbing the elevator shaft, heading for higher floors. He pressed his radio again. "They're moving up. Someone tell the 7 to intercept at floor 20. "Copy that," came the reply. "Homelander's ETA is 2 minutes. He landed briefly to catch his breath, boots touching wet tile. The explosive Nomua landed a few feet away, smoke rising from its hands. It looked straight at him, ready to attack again. Jetstream set his stance, legs shaking. "All right," he said quietly, "come on." The Nomua lunged. Outside, the tower's upper windows shattered as heat burst outward. Fire alarms across the district activated. Police began pulling civilians farther back. A sound cut through the chaos, loud enough to silence the sirens for a second, the distant sonic crack of Homelander breaking the sound barrier. The rescue team was closing in. The Nomua continued their assault. The lobby was barely recognizable. Shockwave still lay unconscious. Jetstream struggled to stay upright, blood covering one side of his face. The Frost and Fire Nomua had reached the second floor, ice spreading across offices while flames followed behind. The large one moved slower, clearing debris for the others. Every sensor in the building recorded it. The live feeds spread to news networks. The world was watching. Chapter 5, The 7 Respond. The sonic boom cracked through the night sky, loud enough to rattle windows across Midtown. Homelander was already descending when he spotted the damage from above. Vought Tower's upper levels were burning, smoke curling into the air, glass scattered across the streets below. He slowed as he reached the building's midsection, hovering just outside the shattered windows. Flames licked up the walls. The heat brushed against his suit, but it didn't bother him. His eyes glowed faintly as he scanned through the smoke. His jaw tightened when he saw the movement inside 3 figures, one larger than the others, tearing through walls like paper. Below, Queen Maeve landed hard, boots crunching against debris. She looked up at him, hair sticking slightly to her face from the wind. "What the hell happened here?" she shouted over the noise. "Don't know," Homelander called down. Security feed said something about monsters. Maeve looked toward the lobby entrance. "You sure they're not just soups on Compound V benders again?" He smirked faintly. "If they are, they're gonna wish they weren't." Starlight arrived seconds later, sliding to a stop on the pavement, her eyes flickering with bright light. "Are we going in?" she asked quickly, glancing between them. "Yeah," Homelander said, his tone clipped. "Follow my lead. We clear the building, get the civvies out, and put down whatever's left in there. Cameras are rolling, so smile if you can." Maeve sighed. "Right. Cameras." They moved in together. Homelander burst through the shattered glass of the upper lobby. Maeve and Starlight entered through the side corridor. Inside, the air was thick with smoke. The sprinkler system still poured water, hissing when it met the fires spreading across the walls. Parts of the ceiling had collapsed. Jetstream's body lay near a column, blood smeared across his jaw. His chest rose weakly. Maeve knelt beside him, checking his pulse. "He's alive," she said. "Shockwave." "Over there," Starlight answered, pointing to a shape half buried under debris. She ran to him, pulling rubble away with both hands. He's breathing. Homelander's voice echoed from the higher floor. Move fast, we've got more up here. Maeve stood and looked at Starlight. Get these two out. I'll back him up. I can help, Starlight said quickly. Then stay behind me, Maeve replied. They ran for the stairs. Each step up brought louder noises, the sound of glass breaking, the roar of fire, something heavy crashing through metal. When they reached the next floor, the heat hit like a wave. The first Nomu turned toward them. One side of its body was covered in frost, the other burning bright orange. The temperature around it shifted wildly, the air itself distorting from the heat. It swung one arm, sending a stream of ice across the floor that instantly froze everything it touched. Starlight reacted first, raising her hands. Light surged outward, blasting through the incoming frost. The heat from her energy melted a path forward. Maeve moved fast, stepping through the opening. She slammed her fist into the Nomu's chest, the sound of impact cracking through the air. It barely moved. It swung back, hitting her across the side of the head. She stumbled but didn't fall. Starlight fired another blast, this one hitting the creature's shoulder. The fire dimmed slightly before reigniting. Maeve wiped blood from her mouth and glared at it. All right, ugly, let's go. She stepped in again, dodging the next swing and slamming her knee into its torso. The thing groaned but didn't fall. Homelander appeared through the wall, tearing it apart just to make an entrance. Looks like you're having fun, he said, eyes flicking between them. Less talk, more help, Maeve snapped. He smiled faintly, raised one hand, and sent a burst of heat vision across the creature's chest. The beam cut through the flames, slicing into its shoulder. The Nomu stumbled backward, the ice side of its body cracking. It opened its mouth and exhaled another wave of fire. Homelander stepped through it unharmed and grabbed it by the neck. He squeezed once. The sound of bone snapping filled the room. The body dropped limp. He brushed off his hands. One down. Maeve looked around. There were three. As if in answer, an explosion ripped through the far wall. The second Nomu appeared through the smoke, smaller but faster, sparks flashing from its palms. It threw itself forward, explosions trailing in its wake. Starlight raised her arms, light forming around her. Get down, she shouted. The first blast hit before anyone could move. Homelander barely flinched as the shockwave rolled past him. Maeve shielded her face. Starlight slid back several feet. Homelander's expression shifted from mild irritation to annoyance. He disappeared in a blur of movement and reappeared behind the creature, grabbing it by the arms. Stop making a mess, he said, and slammed it headfirst into the floor. The Nomu twisted, hands still crackling. It fired another explosion at close range. The flash filled the entire room. Homelander flew backward, crashing through a support beam, though he was unhurt. He looked at the scorch mark on his suit, face tightening. Maeve charged again. She caught the Nomu mid-turn, striking it across the jaw. The sound was sharp, echoing through the broken hall. It staggered, then turned, and fired again. The explosion hit her square in the chest. She hit the wall hard, breath leaving her lungs. Starlight stepped forward, light surging again. Back off! She blasted it straight in the torso, her energy bursting through the smoke. The Nomu hit the wall, its hands still twitching, then started to rise again. Homelander reappeared, his patience gone. He grabbed the creature by the head, lifted it off the ground, and fired heat vision straight through its skull. The body dropped limp. The smell of burned flesh filled the hallway. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Second one down. Maeve pushed herself up, brushing dust from her suit. Still missing one. The building shook. A deeper sound followed a heavy impact from somewhere below. The three of them looked toward the floor, the vibrations strong enough to send cracks through the walls. Bottom level, Starlight said quickly. Homelander nodded once. You two handle evacuations. I'll finish this. He shot downward, the air around him breaking with the force of his movement. Maeve looked at Starlight. Go check the next floor down. Make sure no one's trapped. Starlight hesitated. He doesn't need help. Maeve gave a tired half-smile. He doesn't like help. They separated. Maeve moved toward the stairwell. Starlight turned to the office section, pulling open doors to make sure the civilians had cleared out. Down below, Homelander landed hard enough to break the floor tiles. The large Nomo was there, standing in the center of the destroyed lobby. Smoke and steam swirled around its frame. Shockwave's body was still nearby, unmoving. Homelander's boots crunched glass as he stepped forward. You're a big one, he said, voice calm. The Nomu didn't respond. Its breathing was heavy, each exhale loud enough to echo off the walls. It crouched slightly, then charged. Homelander met it head-on. Their collision shattered the remaining glass panels. The ground cracked under the force. He grabbed the creature by the shoulder, driving it back into a wall. It pushed against him, its strength surprising even him. The muscles across its chest bulged, the sound of concrete grinding beneath its feet. Homelander narrowed his eyes. You're stronger than you look. He lifted off the ground, carrying the Nomu upward through the ceiling, straight into the next floor. Debris fell in heavy chunks. He released it mid-air, sending it crashing into the ground. It stood again within seconds. Homelander frowned slightly, annoyed. He fired his heat vision, twin beams cutting through the air. The Nomo raised its arms to block, the skin charring but not breaking completely. It lunged again, swinging wildly. Homelander caught one punch, then another. The impact still forced him back a step. He twisted its arm sharply, snapping it with a loud crack, then drove his fist into its gut. The Nomo bent slightly but countered with its other hand, catching him across the face. The hit actually turned his head. His expression changed immediately, calm confidence shifting to controlled anger. He floated a few inches off the ground. Okay, he said quietly. That one hurt. He hit it 3 times in rapid succession: stomach, chest, jaw. Each hit shook the floor. The Nomu stumbled but didn't fall. It grabbed him again, trying to slam him into the wall. He resisted, holding its wrists in place. Their struggle sent cracks through the surrounding structure. Alarms blared again as parts of the upper levels started to collapse. Maeve reappeared at the edge of the lobby, hair damp, dirt streaking her face. You still playing with it? She called. Homelander didn't look at her. It's persistent. She walked closer, scanning the damage. You sure it's not one of ours gone wrong? Doesn't smell like Vatek, he said flatly. She picked up a bent piece of metal from the ground, looking at the melted edge. Whatever it is, it's tough. Homelander grinned faintly. Not tough enough. He drove both hands forward, grabbing the Nomu's chest and lifting it into the air. He rose with it, pushing through another layer of the building until they were outside again, high above the street. The Nomu swung one last time, hitting him in the side. Homelander didn't react. He stared straight ahead, then fired another long burst of heat vision directly through its torso. The energy tore a hole clean through. The body fell limp in his hands. He dropped it, letting it hit the street below. The sound was like concrete breaking under a wrecking ball. He hovered for a moment, scanning the city for any other movement. The smoke from the building rose higher, lights flashing across the skyline. He could already hear the helicopters closing in, cameras pointed upward. Maeve leaned against the broken window frame, watching him. You done showing off? She asked tiredly. He looked down at her. Just doing my job. She didn't reply. She turned back inside, where Starlight had rejoined them. Civilians are clear, Starlight reported, voice quick but steady. Maeve nodded. Good work. Homelander landed lightly beside them, adjusting his cape. That's all of them, he said. 3 freaks, no survivors. Starlight looked at the damage. What were they? They didn't talk, didn't stop. They just kept going. Maeve answered quietly, doesn't matter right now. PR will find a name for them. Homelander's expression softened slightly, though his tone stayed sharp. We'll get answers. Edgar will want reports. Cameras caught everything. So smile when you walk out. People need to see heroes. Maeve rolled her eyes but said nothing. Starlight exhaled slowly, her glow dimming. The building burned quietly behind them as the first responders finally reached the entrance. Homelander gave the crowd outside a short wave before walking past the barricades. The media surged forward, shouting questions. Maeve followed, her steps slower. Starlight stayed behind a few moments longer, looking at the destruction before she turned to go. Inside, smoke continued to rise through the broken floors. The fire alarms finally began to fade. The fight was over, but the damage was everywhere. Chapter 6, Gathering the Pieces. Morning sunlight hit the thin curtains inside Butcher's rented flat. The television across the room played at low volume, the anchor's voice steady as she repeated the same news since dawn. 3 unidentified superhumans attacked Vought Tower late last night. Sources confirm multiple casualties and significant damage. Homelander and Queen Maeve led the response. The footage replayed again, flashes of fire, shattered windows, and a half-second of Homelander's smirk under the city lights. Butcher sat on the couch, elbows on his knees, cigarette half-burned between his fingers. He stared at the screen, not moving. A plate with cold toast sat untouched on the table. Huey paced behind him, rubbing his hands together. His face looked pale, his eyes still tired from not sleeping. That's gotta be him, he said quietly. It's him, right? The guy in the mask. Butcher didn't answer immediately. He took another drag, exhaled slowly, then pointed at the television. 3 freaks out of nowhere, no record, no bloody warning. Then they just show up, tear through the place, and croak? Yeah, sunshine, I'd bet me last quid it's him. Huey stopped pacing. You think he sent them? I don't think, Butcher said. I know. That bloke's playing his own game. And we're pieces in it. Huey frowned, crossing his arms. He said we'd cross paths again. That he'd be watching. You think this was some kind of test? Butcher finally looked up at him. Test, message, whatever you wanna call it. It's his way of saying he's still around. We're supposed to see it and know what comes next. Huey walked closer, glancing at the screen again. The news says the soups handled it fast. No survivors. Butcher snorted. Yeah, right. That's what they'll tell the public. You think Vought's gonna admit they just got their arses handed to 'em? They'll clean it up, spin it, maybe blame some rogue lab or foreign nutcase. Same as always. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, leaned back, and ran a hand over his face. The world doesn't need to know how scared they really are. Huey sat on the other end of the couch. He watched the broadcast repeat again, now showing a press conference outside the tower. Reporters shouted questions. Ashley Barrett stood behind a podium, her voice strained but upbeat. Vought condemns last night's attack. Our heroes acted swiftly and prevented further tragedy. Huey sighed. They always make themselves the victims. Butcher grinned faintly. That's their trick, ain't it? Play the hero, hide the bodies. He stood and grabbed his coat from the back of the chair. All right, come on. Huey blinked. Where are we going? Butcher slipped his arms into the sleeves and adjusted the collar. You'll see. We need to make a few calls. Can't take on the bloody gods without mates who know where to find the lightning. Huey frowned. I don't understand half the stuff you say. Butcher smirked. You will, lad. You will. They left the flat, stepping into the morning air. The city was already buzzing, people gathering near the cordoned streets for a glimpse of the damage. Helicopters circled above Vought Tower, still surrounded by emergency workers. Butcher walked fast. Huey followed, trying to keep up. His steps felt heavier than usual, his thoughts circling around the events of the night before. The flames, the man's voice, the feeling when that blue heat first ran through his veins. It was still there, faint but constant, like a pulse under his skin. After a few blocks, Butcher stopped at a small diner wedged between two office buildings. The windows were greasy, the smell of bacon and coffee spilling out. Inside, the noise of clattering plates drowned out the news chatter. They took a booth near the back. Butcher flagged the waitress for 2 coffees, then leaned across the table. You remember the blokes I told you about? Huey nodded slowly. The ones you used to work with? Yeah, Butcher said. Frenchie and good lads, bit mad, but reliable. Frenchie's got a knack for making things go boom. Keeps us from killing each other. We'll need both. Huey frowned. You think they'll even talk to you after what happened last time? Butcher smiled without humor. They will when they hear what's common. The world's changin', sunshine. Vought's got more on their plate than they can chew, and our mystery friend just made sure they start choking. The waitress returned, setting the cups down. Butcher thanked her and took a long sip before continuing. First things first, we find Frenchie. He moves around, but I know 1 or 2 people who can point us in the right direction. Huey stirred his coffee without drinking. And what about the guy who gave us these powers? We just wait for him to show up again. Butcher shook his head. Nah. Let him come to us when he's ready. Till then, we build something solid. He said he'd give us more if we impress him, right? So, we impress him. We do what we do best. Huey leaned back. And what's that? Butcher grinned. Smash Vought to bits, one bloody soup at a time. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The noise of the diner filled the gap, the sizzle from the kitchen, the hum of conversation, the clink of plates. Outside, a news van passed by, its screen still showing footage of Homelander flying through the smoke. Huey finally said, I don't know if I can do that. Butcher looked at him. You've already started. That blue flame trick of yours? That's a weapon, mate. You learn to use it, and you'll do just fine. I almost burned my hand off last time, Huey muttered. Practice makes perfect. Later that afternoon, they found an empty construction yard on the city's edge. Butcher drove them there in an old pickup, the kind that rattled even at idle. Dust and gravel crunched under the tires as he stopped near a half-built warehouse. This'll do, he said, stepping out. Huey climbed out, looking around. Do for what? Training, Butcher said simply. You gotta learn to handle what's inside you before it handles you. Huey stared at his hands. The faint blue heat flickered just under his skin when he focused. It still scared him every time it appeared. I don't even know how to control it, he admitted. Butcher shrugged. Start by not thinking too hard. It's like driving drunk, you keep your eyes straight and hope you don't hit the wrong bastard. That's not comforting, Huey said. Didn't say it was. They spent the next hour in the lot. Huey practiced summoning the flames, small at first, just flickers between his fingers. Each time, the fire burned brighter, the air around his hands shimmering. But every few minutes, he'd lose control, the heat would flare too strong, and he'd have to shake it off. Butcher watched from a few feet away, arms crossed, a mix of impatience and curiosity in his eyes. Not bad, kid. You've got potential. Huey tried again, this time managing to release a thin stream of blue fire toward an old concrete block. The surface cracked under the heat. He stared at it, surprised. Butcher grinned. See? Told ya. Keep at it, and maybe you'll scare someone besides yourself. Huey wiped sweat from his forehead. You really think this will help us take them down? Butcher nodded. Every little edge counts. We're up against gods in spandex. We take whatever help we can get. Huey looked down at his hands again. Feels weird, having something like this. It doesn't feel right. Butcher tilted his head. You think them soups worry about what feels right? They kill without blinkin'. You've seen it. Huey's jaw tightened. The memory of Robin's death flashed in his mind, the sound, the shock, the blood. His voice came out quieter. Yet. I saw it. Butcher's tone softened just a little. Then use that. Every time you start doubting yourself, remember what they took from you. That's your reason. They stayed until evening. Huey's control improved slightly, enough to hold the flame steady for several seconds at a time. The heat burned through his shirt sleeves in patches, but he didn't stop. When they finally packed up, Butcher lit another cigarette and looked toward the city skyline. The lights of Vought Tower still glowed faintly even with the upper floors scorched. Tomorrow we start findin' the others, he said. Once we're all back together, we'll plan the next step. Huey climbed into the truck. You really think they'll join us? Butcher smirked. They've all got their reasons. Same as us. The drive back was quiet. Huey stared out the window, watching the lights pass by, while Butcher focused on the road, the cigarette tip glowing faintly in the dark. When they reached the flat, the television was still playing. New footage had surfaced, Homelander giving a short statement outside Vought Tower, his voice smooth and rehearsed. We handled the threat. The people are safe. Vaught's heroes stand ready as always. Huey turned the sound off. He's lying. Butcher nodded. Course he is. It's what he's best at. He sat back on the couch, pulling out his phone. All right, let's see if Frenchie's still breathin' these days. He dialed a number from memory. The call rang 3 times before a familiar voice answered, thick with accent and irritation. Who is this? Butcher smiled. Miss me, ya mad bastard. There was a pause. William. I told you never to call me again. Yeah, well, I'm making an exception, Butcher said. We've got work. Another pause. Then Frenchie sighed. Of course you do. Where? I'll send the address, Butcher said. Bring toys. He hung up, satisfied. Huey raised an eyebrow. That was fast. Man's addicted to chaos, Butcher said with a shrug. Couldn't resist if he tried. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Get some sleep, lad. Tomorrow we start proper. Huey nodded, heading toward the spare room. Butcher stayed where he was, eyes on the muted television. The image of Vought Tower filled the screen again, fire, smoke, heroes smiling. He took a long drag and exhaled slowly. The war had started, even if no one else knew it yet. Chapter 7, An Offer in the Dark. When I closed my eyes, I could still see the blue glow of the burning tower in my memory. The sound of the alarms, the crowd screaming, the panicked voices of the reporters, all of it served its purpose. Vought was shaken. Their public image would hold, but their confidence had taken its first real hit. The seven would feel it soon. I wanted them uneasy. Pressure always revealed character. I opened my eyes again, sitting in complete silence. The room around me was dark except for a single lamp in the corner. I had chosen my next step carefully. Timing was always a matter of control, and she was alone now, shaken, uncertain, but still pretending she wasn't. With a breath, I shifted the air around me. The teleportation was soundless, the space bending in a faint pulse before reforming. I appeared in her apartment. The room was modest for a member of the seven, clean, quiet, a small couch against one wall, framed posters of Starlight's old hometown performances still hanging near the window. She had kept them even after joining Vought's pantheon. It said something about her that she hadn't redecorated everything to match the image they wanted her to project. I sat down on the couch, folding one leg over the other. I leaned back, resting an arm casually along the top edge, and waited. It didn't take long. The door clicked. Starlight stepped in, still wearing her uniform, her hair slightly messy, eyes heavy with exhaustion. She muttered something under her breath about interviews, then froze mid-step when she saw me. Her body stiffened instantly. Who the hell are you? I didn't move. You may call me whatever you wish. Names are unnecessary right now. She blinked, staring, her expression shifting from confusion to alarm. You can't be in here. This is my room. She stepped backward toward the door, ready to call for help. Security's 2 floors down. I'll scream, and they'll be here in seconds. I turned my head slightly, looking at her. Do you truly think they'll reach you before I decide otherwise? Her hand froze on the doorknob. The tone of my voice made her hesitate. I could see her thoughts forming: a super fan, maybe, or some unstable intruder who got past the guards. She was afraid but trying not to show it. You need to leave, she said firmly, forcing confidence. I ignored her demand. When are you planning to tell the public about the Deep? Her expression changed instantly. The name alone stopped her. She froze, eyes narrowing. What did you just say? You heard me, I said evenly. When will you tell the public what he did to you? She stared for several seconds, the air between us tense and quiet. Who told you about that? She asked finally, her voice low and sharp. I don't need to be told, I said. I know things. I know he used you. I know you said nothing because Vought controls everything you are. I also know that right now, the company is desperate to rebuild its reputation after the attack. She crossed her arms tightly, her voice rising slightly. You don't know anything about me. You need to leave right now before I interrupted her calmly. Before you what? Blind me? Blast me through the wall? Would you like to try? Her hands lit faintly, golden energy gathering in her palms. Her breathing was uneven, but she didn't fire. She was trying to think, trying to decide if I was a threat or just insane. I'm not here to harm you, I said. If I were, you wouldn't be speaking. I'm here because timing matters. You have one opportunity to choose the right moment to speak the truth. That time is now. She frowned, her light dimming slightly. What are you talking about? Vought is vulnerable, I said. Their tower still smolders. The city questions their control. The people are afraid. If you expose the Deep now, they'll have no choice but to distance themselves from him. They'll drop him from the team to protect their image. You'll be free of him, and no one will be able to silence you. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed again. You're telling me to go public with that? Right now? Yes, I said. If you wait until everything returns to normal, they will dismiss it. They'll call it confusion, bitterness, exaggeration. They'll defend him and remind the public how much he's done for them. You'll lose everything again. She shook her head slowly. You don't know how this works. They'd destroy me. You can't just accuse someone like that. They have lawyers, they have PR. They have fear, I said, cutting her off. And right now, that fear belongs to you if you choose to use it. She looked down, silent for several moments. I watched her hands tremble slightly. I don't even know who you are, she said finally, her tone quieter now. You break into my room, you talk like you know everything about me, and you tell me how to live my life? Why should I listen to you? I leaned forward slightly. Because you already know I'm right. Her head snapped up, anger flashing in her eyes. Don't tell me what I know. You're angry because the truth hurts, I said. But anger is useful. You've been silenced once. Don't let them do it again. Her jaw clenched. You sound like you're enjoying this. I smiled faintly under the mask. I enjoy results, Miss January. Not suffering. You can turn what happened into power, or you can hide while they rewrite your story. Choose whichever helps you sleep. She turned away, pacing toward the window, her arms crossed tightly again. The glow from the city lights reflected off the glass. You don't understand how they work. They'll bury it before it even gets out. They can't bury what the public already sees, I said. The people still trust you. You're their hope. They believe you're different. If you tell them now, they'll believe you, not him. She looked over her shoulder, uncertain. You make it sound simple. It isn't, I said. But simple or not, it's necessary. Vought will crumble slowly, piece by piece. The Deep's removal will be the first fracture. Make it happen. Her breathing slowed. The anger had faded into something else now, thought, calculation, fear mixing with a quiet kind of resolve she didn't yet understand. What do you get out of this? She asked suddenly. I met her eyes. What I want has nothing to do with you. But I prefer when justice serves purpose. That doesn't answer the question. It doesn't need to, I said. I'm not asking for gratitude. Only that you act. She turned fully toward me. And if I don't? Then you remain what they made you, I said simply. Her expression shifted. That hit something deep in her. She didn't speak again for a long time. I could hear her heart rate rise slightly, the steady rhythm of her thoughts running faster. After several seconds, she said quietly, if I do this, they'll turn on me. Homelander, the others, the company, everyone. They'll do that anyway, I said. At least this way, you choose the reason. She looked down at the floor, voice low. Why are you doing this? I stood slowly, straightening my coat. Because Vought needs to bleed, I said. You're the knife they won't see coming. Her eyes widened slightly. You're insane. Perhaps, I said. But even madness can speak the truth. I stepped closer. She tensed but didn't move away. Tell them what he did, I said. Not for pity. For power. Every word you say will corner them further. Every headline will cut deeper. You want freedom? Then take it while it's still there to take. She looked at me in silence, the air between us heavy with tension. Her jaw worked as she tried to find the right words, but none came. I turned toward the door. You won't see me again tonight. But you'll think about what I said. You'll realize it's the only option that leaves you standing. As I reached for the handle, she finally spoke. If I tell them, and they come after me, what then? I stopped but didn't turn around. Then you'll see that fear makes even gods stumble. She swallowed hard. You talk like you've done this before. I opened the door. I have. Then, without another word, I vanished. The air rippled faintly, and I was gone. When I reappeared, I stood atop one of the towers across the street. Through the large window of her room, I could still see her standing by the couch, one hand on her forehead, the other gripping the edge of the table. She looked lost, conflicted, angry. Good. Conflict led to motion. Motion led to change. She sat down, still staring at the spot where I had been sitting moments earlier. Her expression hardened slowly, the first traces of resolve forming under the confusion. I knew she would act. It was only a matter of time. The night wind blew across the rooftop. The city below continued on, unaware that one conversation had just rewritten its next move. I turned my gaze toward Vought Tower in the distance. The top floors were still scorched, but the lights were back on. Homelander's symbol still shone at the center, bright and polished. It wouldn't last. I closed my eyes for a moment, the faint noise of the city fading beneath the sound of my own measured breathing. The game continued, piece by piece. Chapter 8, The Broadcast. The morning air over the city was heavy, slow, and quiet in that brief space between rush hour and noise. I stood atop the adjacent building, the faint wind brushing against the long coat I wore. From this height, I could see the Vought Tower standing proud and repaired, though the upper floors were still being patched by construction drones. The night's chaos was forgotten in public memory faster than it should have been. They were efficient that way. But not efficient enough. Today was different. Today, the noise would be theirs. I reached into the small device I had borrowed from one of Vaught's auxiliary security hubs, an untraceable transmitter for internal monitoring. It hummed faintly in my hand, connected through dozens of data channels. All it needed was the right broadcast frequency. I adjusted the controls until I found what I was looking for. Vought News Network. Starlight was scheduled for a morning interview, one of those scripted segments to reassure the public that everything was under control, that the heroes were fine, and that the world was safe under their care. The irony was almost pleasant. Inside the tower, I could sense her faint presence. She had slept little, her energy restless. Her heart had been unsteady hours earlier, her breathing uneven. She was fighting the decision. But I knew she wouldn't run from it. When she stepped into the studio, she looked calm on the surface. The golden suit shimmered under the bright lights. The makeup team finished their last adjustments, and the host smiled, practiced, and warm, the way all of Vaught's trained faces did. "All right, we're live in 30, the producer called. The crew moved quickly, adjusting cameras and mics. I watched the entire thing from my position on the neighboring rooftop, the feed mirrored through the small transmitter. Every angle of the studio was mine to see. Starlight sat across from the host, legs crossed neatly, hands folded in her lap. Her expression was polite, her posture perfect, everything Vought trained her to be. The host, a tall woman with practiced confidence, smiled for the camera. "Good morning, America. I'm Veronica Mills, and today we're honored to have with us Starlight, one of the shining heroes of the Seven. Thank you for joining us today." Starlight smiled lightly. "Thank you for having me." "You've had quite the week," the host said, tone warm but scripted. "The city's still talking about last night's attack. How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," Starlight said. "It's been a long night, but I'm okay." The host nodded sympathetically. "Vought has praised your quick response during the incident. Many are calling it one of the most coordinated hero efforts we've seen. What was that like for you, being in the middle of it?" "It was intense," Starlight said carefully. "But we did what we had to do. I'm just grateful we managed to keep everyone safe." The first few minutes went as expected: light talk, public reassurance, polished answers. But her tone had a subtle shift each time the host mentioned VOT. Her voice tightened just slightly. Her smile faded quicker after each reply. The producer behind the camera didn't notice at first. I did. She was preparing herself. Now, the host continued, with so many eyes on the 7 after this event, I think the question on everyone's mind is how you're adapting. You're still one of the newer members. Do you feel you've been welcomed? For a moment, Starlight didn't answer. The pause lasted just long enough for the host's smile to twitch. Starlight. She exhaled slowly. I was. The studio went quiet for half a second too long. The host tilted her head. Was. Starlight looked up at her, and this time, her voice carried a steadier weight. When I first joined the 7, I was so excited. I'd spent my whole life dreaming of that chance to be part of something I believed in. But the first day I arrived, one of my teammates assaulted me. The silence that followed was sharp. The host blinked, confused. I'm sorry, what did you say? He assaulted me, Starlight repeated clearly. The crew froze. Every camera operator hesitated. Someone off-screen gestured wildly, cutting their throat motion to signal the feed to stop. But the producer, the one who controlled the broadcast line, wasn't responding. Because I had already overridden it. My fingers moved across the small control pad in my hand. The internal communication feed was jammed. The cut button did nothing. Every viewer watching across the country saw everything. Starlight's hands were clasped together tightly on her lap now, her shoulders stiff, but she continued. He told me that if I didn't do what he wanted, he'd ruin my career. That no one would believe me. And he was right. I was scared. I didn't say anything. I let them all pretend nothing happened. The host's practiced smile was gone. Her eyes darted toward the camera operator, then the producer's booth. We can stop if you want. No, Starlight said firmly. I'm not stopping. The director's voice crackled faintly over the speaker in the studio, panicked. Kill the feed. Now. The technician replied, it's not responding, sir. I kept them frozen there, every signal routed through my device. Starlight looked straight into the camera now. Her tone was calm, but her jaw was tight. I know how this company works. They'll deny it, they'll twist my words, and they'll tell you I'm making it up. But I'm telling the truth. And if you've ever looked up to me, you deserve to know who these people really are. The host's face was pale. Starlight, Starlight ignored her. VOT's been lying to everyone. You see their heroes smiling on billboards, in commercials, saving cats from trees, but you don't see what happens when the cameras turn off. I did. And I'm done being quiet. The crew was panicking now. One of the assistants rushed toward the main switchboard, pulling plugs. The screen behind them flickered for a moment, then stabilized. I kept it alive, feeding the signal directly through every connected satellite. The broadcast continued. Her words spread like fire. The phones in the background started ringing non-stop. Social media exploded in real time. In the studio, Starlight's breathing had quickened. I could tell the rush of adrenaline had hit her. But she didn't back down. I know what this means, she said softly. I know what they'll do to me. But if even one person out there sees this and realizes they don't have to stay quiet, then it's worth it. She stopped there, hands trembling slightly, her eyes glistening but dry. The host opened her mouth to speak but nothing came out. The teleprompter had long stopped scrolling. Then, finally, the screen went black. The emergency cutoff had been reconnected manually, but it was too late. I shut off my transmitter, closing the feed. Across the city, people were still talking. Phones buzzed, computers pinged, the internet already flooded with clips of her speech. Within 15 minutes, every news network had picked it up. Vought's PR team scrambled to issue statements. They hadn't planned for this. They would deny, deflect, and redirect blame. But the story had already reached too many ears to control. I stayed where I was, the wind cutting softly across the rooftop. The faint hum of the city below mixed with the noise of helicopters heading toward the tower. Inside, chaos reigned. Ashley Barrett was the first to break the silence in the meeting room. "Oh my God, she just did that, Liv. She actually said it." Across the table, Homelander stood by the window, expression unreadable. He didn't like being surprised. How'd she get that through broadcast control? "I don't know," Ashley stammered. "The feed wasn't supposed to, maybe a glitch or a hack or..." "Fix it," he said simply. His voice was calm, but the tone made everyone in the room go still. Stan Edgar wasn't there yet. When he arrived, he walked in with his usual deliberate pace, adjusting his tie as if the building wasn't on fire. "What's the status?" Ashley handed him a tablet, her fingers trembling. "It's everywhere. Social media, news channels, private blogs, people are reposting it faster than we can strike it down." Edgar looked at the screen briefly, then set it on the table. "Then we don't strike it down. We pivot." Ashley blinked. "What?" "We express concern. We support her courage. We issue a statement that we're launching an internal investigation and that the Deep has been placed on indefinite leave pending review." Homelander turned from the window, eyes narrowing. "You're just going to drop him?" Edgar looked up at him. "If we don't, this becomes a corporate scandal. If we do, it becomes a human interest story. One is survivable. The other isn't." Homelander didn't like the answer, but he didn't argue. Ashley nodded quickly, already pulling up the pre-drafted statement. "I'll make sure every outlet has it within the hour." Edgar adjusted his cufflinks. "Good. Make it clean. Make it sympathetic. She's the face of redemption now, and that means she's still ours." Inside her dressing room, Starlight sat on the edge of a chair, head in her hands. Her phone wouldn't stop vibrating, calls from unknown numbers, messages from everyone she knew. The studio guards had been told to escort her upstairs to PR, but she refused to move. Her hands still shook slightly, the adrenaline fading. A soft vibration passed through the room, faint, invisible. She looked up, thinking it was her phone again, but it wasn't. I stepped out of the shadowed corner, watching her quietly. She didn't scream this time. She just looked at me, exhausted but defiant. "You were watching?" "Yes," I said calmly. Her eyes were wet, though she blinked it away. "They're going to ruin me." "They'll try," I said. "But they'll fail. They can't silence what millions have already seen." She laughed quietly, bitterly. "You sound so sure." "I am." She leaned back, crossing her arms. "You did something, didn't you? That feed, it wasn't supposed to go live." I said nothing. She frowned. "You did, didn't you?" "You wanted to be heard," I said evenly. "I made sure you were." Her jaw tightened, but she didn't argue. "What happens now?" "Now," I said, "you let them struggle. They'll turn on each other before they turn on you. Stay quiet for a few days. Let the noise work for you." She exhaled, her shoulders finally dropping slightly. "You think this will actually change something?" "Yes," I said. "It already has." Outside the room, the sound of footsteps echoed, PR handlers coming closer. She looked toward the door, then back at me. "Are you going to disappear again?" I turned slightly toward the wall. Yes. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Then why do I feel like this isn't over? I met her gaze. Because it isn't. Then I vanished. The space folded, and the sound of her handlers entering the room was the last thing I heard before reappearing on the rooftop once more. The sunlight had grown brighter. Down below, the world was moving quickly, headlines already spinning. But I didn't need to read them to know how it was unfolding. The first crack had been made. Chapter 9, The Fall and the Rebrand. The day after Starlight's broadcast, Vought Tower became a nest of chaos. Every office light was on, every department in motion. The main hallway filled with people carrying stacks of reports, phones pressed to ears, faces tense. The PR floor looked more like an emergency control room than a corporate office. Ashley Barrett hadn't slept. Her hair was tied back loosely, and her voice was hoarse from back-to-back meetings. Every 5 minutes, she called someone new: lawyers, network partners, marketing heads. Each conversation had the same tone, panic disguised as control. The big monitors on the wall looped news coverage from different stations. Every one of them ran the same story: Starlight's statement against the deep. Some networks sided with her, others questioned the timing. But no one ignored it. On the top floor, Stan Edgar watched quietly from his office window. His phone vibrated non-stop, but he ignored it. When Ashley entered without knocking, he didn't turn to face her. "They're eating us alive out there," she said quickly. "I've got 10 different sponsors threatening to pull out unless we say something stronger than we're investigating. We need a firm statement, or this turns into a public trial." Edgar turned then, calm as always. "Have we issued the suspension notice?" "Yes," she said. "We've already pulled the Deep's page from the Seven's site, all social posts archived, merchandise taken down. But people want a face. They want to see him apologize." Edgar nodded slightly. "Then arrange a press conference. Put him in front of a camera. Make him human again." Ashley blinked. "You think that'll work?" "It always works," Edgar said. "America forgives tears faster than truth." She didn't argue. She scribbled something down and hurried out. In another part of the city, the Deep sat alone in his luxury apartment. His phone buzzed constantly on the table beside him, calls from unknown numbers, messages piling up, all unread. He looked at the television, his own face staring back from the screen as a panel of reporters dissected his downfall. He had been trying to reach Homelander for hours. No response. Maeve hadn't answered either. Ashley's assistant told him she was in meetings. His hands shook slightly as he poured himself another drink. "Bunch of ungrateful," he stopped mid-sentence when his phone buzzed again. He grabbed it quickly. "Ashley," he said before she could speak. "You've gotta tell them this is a mistake. You've known me for years. You know I'm not." Her voice was sharp, rushed. "We're setting up a press conference, okay? You're gonna go out there, you're gonna apologize, and you're gonna make this right. Don't say a word to anyone else until then. Not Homelander, not the press, not even your reflection. Got it?" He stared at the drink in his hand. "You're cutting me loose, aren't you?" "No one's cutting anyone loose," she said quickly. "This is just a temporary PR strategy. Say the right words, look remorseful, and maybe we can." He cut her off. "Maybe? Are you kidding me? I'm one of the 7. Was," Ashley said before she could stop herself. She winced immediately. "I mean. You said was," he said slowly. "You actually said it." She didn't reply. He hung up, tossing the phone onto the couch. It hit the cushion and bounced to the floor. He sank into the seat, staring at nothing. His reflection in the television showed a tired man with a forced smile and panic in his eyes. Hours later, he stood backstage at the press room Vought had set up. The podium in front of him was surrounded by cameras. Reporters filled the seats, murmuring quietly. Ashley paced near the wall, phone in hand, whispering instructions to the PR team. "Remember the points," she said, looking at him. "Apologize. Say you're getting help. Don't blame anyone. Don't say her name." He gave her a small nod, his jaw tight. The lights turned on. Cameras pointed forward. A producer gave the signal. The Deep stepped up to the microphone. The flash of cameras hit him from every direction. He cleared his throat. "I want to start by saying I'm sorry," he said slowly. "There have been allegations made about my behavior, and I want to take responsibility. What I did was wrong. I misused my position, and I hurt someone I cared about." He looked down for a second, then back up, forcing his voice to stay even. "I've been part of Vought's family for years, and I let them down. I let you all down. I'm taking time to reflect, to heal, and to become a better person." The room was silent except for the clicking of cameras. Ashley stood to the side, arms folded tightly. She hated every second of it, but the optics were working. A reporter shouted from the back, "Are you saying Starlight's telling the truth?" The Deep froze. I'm saying I made mistakes." "So she's telling the truth," the reporter repeated. He opened his mouth, but Ashley cut in quickly, stepping up beside him. "We're not here to discuss private details. This is about accountability, and that's what he's doing. Thank you for your time." She led him off the stage before anyone could ask another question. Back in the hallway, he turned on her. "You didn't even let me defend myself." "You didn't need to," she snapped. "Every word out of your mouth could have buried us deeper. Just do what you're told, and maybe we can spin this back in a few months." "Spin," he repeated, his voice rising. "You're talking like this is just another story. This is my life." Ashley didn't flinch. "You should have thought about that before you dropped your pants in front of your coworker." His face went red. That was she wanted. "Don't finish that sentence," she said coldly. "Just don't." He stared at her, then looked away. "Homelander wouldn't let this happen." "Homelander doesn't care about you," she said, walking away. He stood there, breathing hard. Later that afternoon, the news broadcasted the full conference. The networks played it over and over. Some commentators praised his apology, others called it empty. But the message was clear: the Deep was done. Starlight's popularity skyrocketed overnight. Vought's social media accounts shifted instantly, posting carefully crafted messages of support for courageous survivors and transparency within the Seven. Inside the marketing department, new posters were already being designed. "Starlight, true power comes from within." The tagline was plastered across the mock UPS before anyone had even eaten lunch. By evening, Stan Edgar met with the PR heads in the glass conference room overlooking the city. Ashley sat at the end of the table, looking drained. He glanced at the reports in front of him. "Public opinion has shifted in our favor," he said. "Engagement on Starlight's pages has increased by 40%. Sponsors are stabilizing. The Deep's merchandise sales dropped by 95%, but that was expected." Ashley nodded. "She's trending as one of the most searched names in the country." Edgar leaned back. "Then we move forward. Reinforce the message. Book her on every talk show that will have her. Reframe her as a symbol of empowerment. If we own her narrative, we control the fallout." Ashley took notes quickly. "Got it." Homelander was sitting near the window, looking out over the skyline. He hadn't spoken since the meeting began. His hands were clasped, jaw tight. Edgar looked at him. Something on your mind? Homelander didn't turn. You're turning her into the face of the company now. She's good for business, Edgar said plainly. Public sympathy always is. Homelander finally turned his head. And where does that leave me? Edgar met his gaze. Exactly where you've always been. The face of strength. Starlight represents empathy. You represent power. Both are necessary. Homelander smiled faintly, but his eyes didn't match the smile. Right. Necessary. Ashley shifted in her seat, uncomfortable with the tension in the room. We're already drafting new team material, she said quickly. Homelander and Starlight side by side, strength and compassion. Edgar nodded. Good. That will keep the press occupied. Homelander stood up. I'll handle my own image, thanks. He walked out without waiting for permission. Ashley let out a quiet breath when the door shut. Edgar didn't react. Keep an eye on him, he said finally. He doesn't like sharing the spotlight. Ashley nodded. Understood. Down in the lower offices, the Deep packed his things. A single security guard stood by the door as he shoved items into a duffel bag: photos, small trophies, a Vought commendation plaque. He looked around the room one last time. The walls were covered with posters of smiling heroes. His own image had already been taken down. The guard cleared his throat. You about done, sir? The Deep gave a tight smile. Yeah. Guess so. As he walked out, reporters crowded the front steps. He kept his head down, moving quickly to the car waiting outside. The flash of cameras followed him until the doors closed. He leaned back, eyes closed. The silence inside the car felt heavier than anything else that day. Ashley called him once more before the car drove off. Where am I supposed to go? He asked quietly. Take some time off, she said. Lay low. There's a place in Sandusky. We'll set you up there until this blows over. He didn't argue. You'll call when it's safe. Sure, she said, though her voice made it sound like she wouldn't. The line went dead. At the same time, Starlight sat alone in her apartment again. Her phone was still buzzing with messages: producers, news anchors, fans. She hadn't replied to any of them. The silence between each vibration felt longer than it should have. Her publicist had told her she'd done the right thing, that she'd changed lives, that she was stronger for it. But the cost of it still sat in her chest. A notification flashed on the screen: Homelander wants to see you. She stared at it for a moment before typing a simple reply. When? The answer came quickly. Now. She set the phone down, exhaling through her nose. She stood slowly, straightening her uniform. Vought's branding department was already working late into the night. They had printed drafts of the new posters, slogans finalized, and press kits sent to every media outlet. The company had moved on. I watched from the same rooftop as before, the lights of the city bright below. My attention moved between three signals: the Deep's phone, Starlight's interview notifications, and the private server hosting Vought's PR drafts. Every move they made, I watched. Every adjustment to their message, I noted. They were adapting, as expected. But they had done exactly what I wanted. They had turned her into their own weapon, and in doing so, they had made her untouchable. The Deep was gone. Starlight was rising. Vought was bleeding internally, even as they smiled for the cameras. It was perfect. Chapter 10, The New Weapons. Time had moved quickly since the fall of the Deep. Vought's empire shifted its attention elsewhere, drowning the media in shiny distractions and new slogans. They were too busy saving their image to notice what was forming beneath them. I had spent those weeks watching from a distance the rooftops, the empty alleys, the abandoned warehouses where plans began to take shape. Billy Butcher had done what I expected. He'd moved fast once he understood the gift I'd given him wasn't a trick. His network was small but efficient. He was angry, determined, and reckless, which made him useful. When I sent 4 of my lesser Nomu to locate him, it took them less than 2 days. I kept them disguised under ragged coats, their appearances masked enough not to draw too much attention unless provoked. They didn't need to fight, they only needed to watch. They found him in a warehouse near the docks far enough from the main city to keep noise unnoticed but close enough for access to information and transport. Huey was there, training again, still learning to control the flames that flickered faintly around his arms. The smell of smoke lingered, burned against the cracked concrete floor. Frenchie was seated at a table, surrounded by parts of weapons and small improvised devices. His hands moved quickly, his mind clearly absorbed in the rhythm of assembly. Mother's Milk, the group's quiet center, leaned against a crate nearby, arms crossed, watching them all with the calm of someone used to chaos. Butcher stood in the middle, directing everything. His voice carried across the space easily. "We're not here to play soldiers. We're here to burn bastards like Vought to the ground. Frenchie, you finished that detonator yet?" Frenchie didn't look up. "Almost. You rush me again, it blows up, and then we are both dust." Huey laughed awkwardly, wiping sweat from his forehead. "You sound like you've done that before." "I have," Frenchie said dryly. Mother's Milk shook his head. "You two keep talkin', he's gonna make you test it next." Butcher grinned faintly, lighting a cigarette. "Wouldn't be the worst lesson for him." I appeared behind them before any of them could sense the shift. The air grew still for half a second, not loud, just different. Butcher turned first. His cigarette froze between his fingers. "Well, look who decided to visit." Huey spun around, startled, the blue light on his palms sparking before he realized who it was. You're here." Frenchie dropped the screwdriver in his hand, his brow furrowing. "Who is this masked man?" Butcher gestured casually with the cigarette. "The one who gave us the party tricks, mate." Frenchie looked at me closely. "You mean this is the one responsible for the blue fire you shoot out your hands?" Huey nodded. "Yeah. That's him." Mother's Milk stood straighter, his eyes narrowing slightly. "He doesn't look like anyone I've seen on the news." "You won't," I said. My voice came out even, calm, deep enough to fill the air around them. "I prefer not to be seen." Butcher smiled faintly, flicking ash to the ground. "You like making an entrance, don't you?" "When the time calls for it," I said. I looked around the warehouse, taking in the state of things. "You've gathered your team. Good. I'm satisfied with your progress." He tilted his head. "Yeah, well, not much of a team without gear. We're running on scraps here." "I can remedy that," I said. Frenchie raised a brow. "You gonna give us more of those gifts?" "Yes," I said. "Two this time." Butcher stepped forward. "Give one to Frenchie. Give the other to Frenchie blinked. "You're serious?" "Course I am," Butcher said. "You've got a mind for getting out of tight spots, and MM's the only one here with enough sense to stop us from blowing ourselves up." Mother's Milk frowned. "I didn't ask for that." Butcher shrugged. "Yeah, well, consider it a bonus for puttin' up with me." I stepped closer. Frenchie stood first, hesitant but curious. "What exactly will it do?" I lifted a gloved hand and placed it against his forehead. "You will be able to move short distances instantly, only to places you've already been, and only if someone is with you. It will require focus. It is not an escape, it is a tool." He closed his eyes briefly, his body tensing. I released the energy into him, watching the subtle ripple of change beneath his skin. He gasped quietly, stepping back and looking down at his hands. Monday too, he muttered. I feel light. Different. Butcher smirked. Don't go vanishing into a wall now. Frenchie smiled faintly. No promises. I turned to Mother's Milk. He stayed still, his expression steady. You don't need to speak, I said. You were chosen because your strength holds the others together. Now, it will also hold in combat. He didn't flinch when I placed my hand on his shoulder. The transfer was clean, the faint hum of energy filling the space for a second before fading. He rolled his shoulders, testing the weight of it. His muscles tensed slightly, but his face remained calm. Feels heavy, he said quietly. It will feel natural soon, I said. You will find that control comes faster with discipline. Butcher clapped his hands once. Well, look at that. Frenchie can disappear, can crush a car, and I've still got laser eyes. We're practically a bloody circus now. Frenchie gave him a sideways glance. You forget the boy with the blue fire. Huey raised his hand slightly. Still working on that, thanks. Mother's Milk sighed. So what's the catch this time? You don't hand out power for free. I turned my head slightly toward him. Consider this investment. Your next phase requires efficiency. You will draw more attention from Vought now. These abilities will keep you alive long enough to matter. Butcher watched me, his grin smaller now. You talk like you know what's coming. I do, I said simply. He exhaled smoke, the grin returning. Then I guess we'll give Em a show. I raised my hand once more. 4 dark shapes appeared behind me, the Nomu I had chosen for them. These were not the same creatures that attacked Vought. They were smaller, compact, made for speed and precision. Each one carried different strengths, one could cloak in darkness, another could climb sheer walls, the third moved faster than human reflexes, and the last had brute endurance. Huey took a step back instinctively. What the hell are those? They're allies, I said. They will follow your command and obey only you. Butcher stared at them, his grin widening. You serious? They'll listen to me. Yes, I said. They exist to serve your cause. Use them as you wish. He walked around one of them, inspecting it. Ugly bastards, aren't they? Frenchie stepped closer, squinting. They look half dead. They are not living as you understand it, I said. But they will fight. They will not stop. Mother's Milk frowned. That doesn't sound like something I want near us. Butcher looked at him. Relax, mate. We could use the muscle. Huey crossed his arms. They creep me out. They'll grow on you, Butcher said with a smirk. I watched them quietly for a few moments before speaking again. You've done well, William. Your team is functional, motivated, and dangerous enough to matter. Continue like this, and I may reward you further. Butcher gave a short nod. Appreciate it, mate. You've been generous. I expect results, I said. You have resources now. I've given you more than enough to test the limits of this world. He grinned, flicking the cigarette to the ground. Don't worry. We'll make plenty of noise. That, I said, is exactly what I want. I turned, stepping back toward the shadows. The Nomo will remain with you. They are yours now. Train them, use them, and destroy what needs to be destroyed. Go crazy, as you say. Butcher's smile turned sharper. Now that's a bloody invitation I like. I stopped near the edge of the warehouse. Be careful how you use them, William. They are efficient, but not invincible. He shrugged. Neither are we. I gave a small nod. Then we understand each other. With that, I vanished, leaving them in silence with the creatures standing motionless in the center of the room. Through the dim light, I could still see them in my mind. Butcher already talking, Frenchie testing his new ability by blinking a few feet across the floor, Mother's Milk testing his grip on a steel pipe that bent easily in his hand, and Huey watching, uncertain but determined. Everything was moving exactly as I wanted. Chapter 11, The Man Out of Time. The next morning was quiet. The city had settled into another day of headlines and damage control. Vought's spin machine worked overtime, turning every scandal into an advertisement. But beneath the noise, I felt something stirring. A presence I had been waiting for. Deep below the surface, in a facility buried under layers of steel and secrecy, a heartbeat pulsed slow, steady, but unmistakably enhanced. It belonged to a relic of another age, a man once sold to the world as its first hero. Soldier Boy. The world believed him dead. Vought had erased him from the record, locking him away where no one could find him. They feared what he represented, a weapon they couldn't control anymore. But I had always known. I had read the movements, the quiet transfers of budget between departments, the black site shipments that didn't match any public ledger. Vought hid their mistakes poorly when someone knew where to look. By mid-morning, I was standing on the edge of the forest in northern Russia, the ground frozen beneath my boots. The facility lay beneath, sealed off by reinforced walls and armed guards. The guards were not my concern. I spread my hand slightly, releasing a faint pulse of energy through the ground. The signal traveled like a ripple, finding its way into the circuits below. Within seconds, the lights underground flickered. Security cameras froze mid-frame. I descended quietly, folding the space between me and the corridor below. The smell of stale air and metal greeted me. The walls were thick, painted grey, covered with Vought's insignia from an era long past. Soldier Boy was here. I moved through the halls unnoticed. Guards patrolled in pairs, their footsteps echoing. One turned a corner and froze when he saw me. His hand went for the weapon on his belt, but I reached him before he could draw it. A soft crack of energy flowed through my fingertips, and he slumped silently against the wall. His partner turned, mouth opening to shout, but I silenced him with a gesture. They wouldn't wake until I was gone. The central chamber was locked behind a thick vault door. The temperature dropped slightly as I approached, the hum of containment systems audible through the metal. A keypad waited beside the door, coded and secure. I didn't need it. I placed my hand against the steel. The material warped, glowing faintly as my quirk rewrote its structure. Within moments, the door folded inward like soft clay. The light inside was harsh. The containment pod stood at the center of the room, a large, cylindrical chamber filled with mist. Tubes connected it to the surrounding machines, each one pumping a steady stream of cooling gas. Inside, suspended in the vapor, was a man. His body was massive, his chest scarred, his beard thick and unkempt. His eyes were closed, but the expression on his face was one of frozen anger. Soldier Boy. I walked forward until I stood before the chamber. The readings on the monitors flickered as my presence interfered with their signals. His vitals began to rise slightly, responding to the disturbance. I pressed a hand to the glass. Time to wake up, hero. The machines hissed. The gas levels dropped as the containment seal disengaged. The chamber began to drain, the mist swirling as it escaped through the vents. His eyes opened slowly. They were sharp, green, filled with confusion and suspicion. He looked around, breathing heavily as the system unlocked his restraints. He stepped out, staggering once before straightening. Who the hell are you? He demanded, his voice deep, rough from decades of forced silence. Someone who knows what they did to you, I said. He stared at me, blinking against the brightness. Where am I? Far from where you started, I replied. Vought buried you. They told the world you died a hero. In truth, they put you to sleep because they feared you'd talk. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers. How long? Decades, I said. You were replaced. The world forgot your name. They made new gods to stand where you once stood. He gave a low, humorless laugh. Figures. The bastards never could stand competition. I stepped closer. You were their weapon, and they discarded you when you stopped serving their purpose. Now, the world they built stands on lies. Lies you helped create. He narrowed his eyes. Why free me then? What's in it for you? I need you awake, I said simply. You have knowledge, power, and a story that can fracture their image even further. I intend to use all three. He smirked faintly. You sound like one of those spooks that used to follow me around. You Vought. No, I said. I'm worse. He tensed at that, lowering his stance slightly. You got a way of talking that makes me want to punch you. You're welcome to try, I said calmly. He moved first faster than most enhanced humans could follow. His fist came toward my chest, heavy and precise. It met an invisible barrier an inch before impact, the shockwave rippling through the air. He blinked, surprised, then swung again. This time I caught his wrist mid-motion. The force behind it could have broken concrete, but I didn't move. I pushed slightly, and he stumbled back 2 steps, his boots scraping against the floor. Impressive, I said. But unnecessary. He growled. You're not human. In many ways, neither are you, I replied. We're both relics, different tools from different wars. The only difference is that I still know how to win mine. He exhaled sharply, glaring at me. You think you're the first guy to try and use me? Vought tried. The government tried. They all failed. I'm not asking, I said. I'm informing. You can continue swinging, or you can listen. Either way, you will understand. For a moment, the tension held between us. Then he straightened, cracking his neck. Fine. Talk. But make it fast. Vought controls everything, I began. The heroes, the military contracts, the politicians. They sell the illusion of strength while hiding their corruption. You were their prototype. Homelander is their final product. His brow furrowed. Homelander. Their new creation, I explained. A symbol they made to replace you. Stronger, faster, more controllable, or so they believed. He thinks he's a god. You were human once. That's the difference. He gave a small scoff. So, they replaced me with a nutjob in a cape. Great. Real progress. I nodded slightly. He is dangerous. But he is also a symptom, not the disease. You understand the machine that built him better than anyone. That makes you valuable. He crossed his arms. And what exactly do you want from me? I want you to tell your story, I said. To stand in front of the world and tear down the lies they built. To make them see the truth about Vought. You can do what no one else can. He looked at me skeptically. And you expect me to just start a crusade because you let me out of a freezer? No, I said. I expect you to do it because you're angry. That hit something in him. His jaw tightened, his expression shifting. You're damn right I'm angry. Then direct it, I said. Against the ones who took everything from you. He stared at me for a long moment, then nodded once. All right. I'll play along. But if you're lying to me, you'll try to kill me, I finished for him. Yes, I've heard that before. He smirked faintly. You're real confident for a guy wearing a mask. Confidence comes from certainty, I said. He flexed his hands again, testing the stiffness in his joints. So what now? Now, I said, I bring you up to date. I gestured toward the console beside the chamber. The screens flickered to life, showing news feeds, archives, and historical footage. Decades of propaganda, wars, and political maneuvering flashed before his eyes. He watched in silence at first, then with growing disbelief. They turned it into a damn circus, he muttered. All this time, I thought I was fighting for something real. They turned everything into marketing, I said. Even you. He clenched his fists. Homelander. I want to meet him. You will, I said. But not yet. You're not ready. He glared at me. You think I can't handle some spoiled lab rat in a cape? He's not your equal, I said. He's worse. Reckless, powerful, unstable. But you will get your chance. He sighed, shaking his head. You've got a plan, don't you? Yes, I said. And now, so do you. I turned toward the open corridor. Follow me. He hesitated for a moment before stepping after me. As we walked through the silent halls, the guards still unconscious, he glanced around. You really took this place apart without firing a shot. Violence is efficient, I said. But silence is cleaner. He gave a short laugh. You sound like a spook and a preacher rolled into one. I sound like someone who wins, I replied. When we reached the surface, the cold air hit him like a wall. He squinted against the light, breathing deeply for the first time in years. Feels strange, he said quietly. Smells different. The world moved on without you, I said. But you'll find it hasn't changed as much as it pretends to. He looked over at me. You really think people will believe me after all this time? They won't have a choice, I said. You are the proof. He gave a small nod, looking down at his hands again. Guess it's time to make some noise. Yes, I said. And I'll make sure everyone hears it. He turned toward me, smirking slightly. You're gonna regret waking me up. I doubt that, I said. The helicopter sounds echoed faintly in the distance. Vought would notice the breach soon, but by then, we'd be gone. I opened a dark portal beside us, its edges pulsing faintly. Step through, I said. You'll see what's changed. He stared at it, then at me. You sure this won't kill me? If it did, I wouldn't be here, I replied. He grunted, then stepped forward. I followed. The air folded, the light shifting. When we emerged, we were back near the city's outskirts. He took in the skyline, the holographic billboards, the constant flow of people. Jesus! They really turned everything into a damn commercial. Yes, I said quietly. And now, it's time to end their campaign. Chapter 12, The World He Lost. When we arrived in the city, the noise caught Soldier Boy off guard. Cars moved in every direction, drones hovered between skyscrapers, and massive screens showed advertisements for Vought products on every block. His eyes moved quickly, scanning everything like a soldier stepping onto a new battlefield. He muttered, You weren't kidding. Everything's changed. Not everything, I said. The people are still the same. They still believe what they're told. He grunted and crossed his arms, watching a crowd gather around a street performer dressed as Homelander. The man on the corner posed for photos, fake cape blowing in the wind while children shouted his name. Soldier Boy's expression hardened. Homelander. That's the replacement, right? Yes, I said. They're perfect soldier. Built from a lie, maintained through fear. He shook his head, a humorless smile tugging at the edge of his mouth. I fought wars, bled for my country, and this clown gets statues. He didn't earn them, I said. He was designed to receive them. We walked together through the crowd. People stepped aside without realizing why, their instincts warning them to move. My presence had that effect on most. We stopped in front of a large video screen showing a talk show. Starlight was the guest again, smiling for the cameras, her voice calm as she spoke about courage and truth. Soldier Boy stared at her for a long moment. "She's one of yours?" he asked. "She's one of theirs," I said. "For now." The screen changed to footage of Homelander rescuing civilians from a burning building, smiling perfectly for the camera. Soldier Boy exhaled slowly, jaw tight. He even poses like a toy. "Look at that." I watched his reaction closely. "You hate him already?" "I hate what he represents," he said. "That's not a soldier. That's marketing wrapped in skin." "Then you understand why I brought you back," I said. "You're the reminder of what they replaced. A man who fought real wars, made real choices. You can expose them." He gave me a sharp look. "You keep talking like I'm your puppet." "I don't need a puppet," I said evenly. "I need someone who knows how to make the world listen." "You can do that." He turned away, running a hand through his hair. "You really think anyone's gonna listen to me? I've been gone 50 years. I'm ancient history." "History doesn't die when it has teeth," I said. "And you still have yours." He looked back at me, studying my face or what he could see of it under the mask. "You talk like you've done this before." "I have," I said. He let out a short breath and glanced down the street again. "All right, then. What's the play?" "First, you need to understand who holds power now," I said. "Come." We moved through the city until we reached a quiet rooftop overlooking the skyline. I stepped forward and projected several screens of light around us, each one showing live broadcasts, internal VOT data, and security footage. The images changed as I spoke. The 7 are VOT's crown jewel. They control global attention, political leverage, and the public's trust. Homelander leads them. Queen Maeve, Starlight, A-Train, Black Noir, and a few others fill the ranks. Each plays a role in maintaining the illusion. Soldier Boy crossed his arms again. "Where's the military in all this?" "Bought," I said. "Every contract, every weapon design, every experiment runs through VOT's subsidiaries. They don't need the army, they own it." He stared at the screens, his face set. "So the whole damn country's dancing on their strings." "Yes," I said. "And they don't even realize it." He gave a short laugh. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "I enjoy order," I said. "And watching theirs fall apart is order being restored." He didn't answer right away. His gaze lingered on Homelander's face on one of the screens. "What about him? You said he's dangerous." "He's powerful," I said. "But he's unstable. His ego is fragile, his emotions volatile. He believes he's invincible because no one has ever proved otherwise. That will be your role." He looked at me sharply. "You want me to fight him?" "Eventually," I said. "Not yet. When you appear, it must be public. The world must see the first hero return. That will fracture their control more effectively than any battle could." He grinned faintly. "You're one manipulative bastard." "I'm efficient," I said. He tilted his head. "So what happens to me after your plan's done?" "You'll decide that," I said. "I only open doors. What you do once they're open is your choice." He studied me for a long moment before speaking again. "You know, you talk a lot for a guy who doesn't breathe hard after a punch to the chest." I talk when it's necessary, I said. You'll learn that silence can be a weapon too. He chuckled quietly. You'd get along great with the old agency spooks. They loved speeches. I prefer results, I said. He walked closer to the edge of the roof, looking down at the crowd below. So all this, he said, gesturing to the glowing city. You're gonna tear it down. Yes, I said. But piece by piece. You can't destroy belief overnight. You must make them question it first. He nodded slowly. And me being alive again starts that. Exactly, I said. He turned back to me, eyes narrowing slightly. You've got everything planned out, don't you? Even me. Planning reduces failure, I said. But not everything is predictable. He smirked. You're damn right about that. We stood in silence for a while, the sound of the city below filling the air. The wind picked up slightly, brushing against the edge of my coat. Finally, he said, so how do I start? First, I said, we erase what's left of your containment trail. No one can know how you escaped. Then we prepare your reintroduction. When you appear, it will be on your terms, not theirs. He nodded. And Homelander? He'll see you soon enough, I said. Let him hear rumors first. It will make him nervous. He grinned. Good. I like nervous enemies. I turned off the screens and stepped back. You'll need a place to stay. I've arranged one. He raised an eyebrow. You plan everything, hey? Yes, I said. It saves time. We descended from the rooftop through the quiet backstreets until we reached an old warehouse. Inside, lights flickered as I activated the power. The space was clean, stocked with basic equipment, weapons, and supplies. He walked in, looking around. You had this waiting. I prepare for contingencies, I said. Consider this your base of operations. No one knows it exists. He set his shield against the wall and cracked his knuckles. Feels good to breathe air that isn't recycled gas. Enjoy it while you can, I said. It won't last. He looked over at me. You sound like you've got experience with all this hiding. I've seen enough worlds fall to know how to stay ahead, I said. He frowned slightly. You talk like you're older than you look. I am, I said simply. He didn't ask further. Instead, he found a nearby chair, sat down, and leaned back. So, what happens tomorrow? You start learning the new world, I said. Language has changed. Culture has changed. You'll need to understand both if you plan to move through it without drawing attention. He sighed, running a hand over his beard. Can't wait to see what kind of mess I missed. You'll see soon enough, I said. I left him with a terminal displaying recent news, financial reports, and archived footage. He began watching immediately, scanning through years of political scandals and soup controversies. Hours passed. When I returned, he was still watching, his expression growing darker. They made superheroes the government, he said finally. People actually trust them. Not everyone, I said. The cracks are forming. He turned toward me. You've been behind some of that, haven't you? Yes, I said. I create opportunities. Others take them. He chuckled softly. You're dangerous. Efficient, I corrected. He smirked. Right. Efficient. He stood and stretched his arms. All right, I'm in. I'll play your game. But when the time comes, I get my shot at that blonde bastard. Deal? Deal, I said. He extended a hand. I looked at it briefly before shaking it. His grip was firm, steady, unflinching. He released it after a moment. You've got yourself a partner. For now. That's all I need, I said. He picked up his shield again, testing the weight. Feels good to be back. Good, I said. The world won't feel the same once you're done with it. He laughed, the sound sharp and confident. I'll make sure of that. The city outside grew darker as night returned. I stayed silent, watching him adjust to the new world he'd been forced into. He was raw, violent, but adaptable, exactly what I required. Chapter 13, Measures and Means. By dawn I had moved him out of the city. The world was loud there. I wanted quiet, open ground, and predictable sight lines. I chose a decommissioned ordnance range beyond the river, a flat spread of cracked asphalt, dirt berms, rusting catwalks, and a line of shredded targets that had not seen use in years. Faded hazard paint still marked the concrete. A dry wind pushed grit across the lanes. No one patrolled. No one would stumble onto us. It was enough. I walked the length of the central lane and released drones from my palm. Small discs slipped into the air and took positions at fixed intervals. I extended my hand again. A set of reinforced targets unfolded from the ground with steady clicks: steel plates, ballistic gel torsos, composite walls, a line of armored panels bolted into anchor rails. I set distance markers every 20 meters out to 400. I embedded seismic pins into the asphalt and tuned them to my internal counter. I wanted numbers, not impressions. Soldier Boy followed at an unhurried pace. He scanned the range, squinting at the targets, judging distances out of habit. He flexed his fingers, rolled his shoulders, and cracked his neck. The long years in containment still sat in his joints, but his stance had settled back into old patterns: feet set, hips square, chin tucked. His eyes moved like a man walking his own old routes. Looks like home, he said dryly. His voice carried amusement and impatience. You're here to be measured, I said. We will begin with endurance and blunt force. Then speed. Then your discharge event. He smirked. You know about that? I do. He dragged an old ammo crate into place and set his shield against it. The shield's surface showed long scratches and a history even Vought could not polish away. He ran his thumb along a gouge, set his jaw, and stood. Start with warm-up throws, I said. 20 meters. Center plate. He spun the shield up without a count. The release was tight and flat. The edge hit the 20-meter plate with a loud strike and ricocheted back on a clean return. He caught it one-handed without shifting his feet. He threw again, faster, then again at a higher angle. The plate dented at the top edge, then at the lower right. His breathing stayed even. 40 meters, I said. He stepped forward and threw. The impact punched a crater into the steel. He retrieved the shield on the bounce, shaking out his wrist. 75, I said. He nodded and put more body into it. The shield came off his hand with a rising hum as it cut air. The plate tore from its mount and tumbled into the dirt berm. The return hit his palm with a slap. He grunted, satisfied. 100, I said. He threw high. The plate folded. The composite wall behind it spidered with fractures. Good, I said. I lifted my hand. New plates rose and locked. Close work. He advanced. I shifted the front trio of targets at random. Left plate slid, center ducked, right rose, then reversed. He tracked and threw on motion, 2 impacts, 1 near miss, correction, then 3 clean hits in sequence. He took a breath and rolled his shoulder again. Shoulder mobility? I asked. Fine, he said. Just stiff. It's loosening. Speed, I said. Run the lane. He set the shield on his back magnet and started. The first lap was conservative 30 seconds out and back. Second lap was sharper 23. Third lap, he opened his stride and cut corners like a professional track runner who had not touched a lane in decades. 19 and change. Heart rate elevated, breath steady. He returned to me with a half smile. Strong base, I said. Resistance. I formed a 2-ton press above him. He looked up, set his feet, and raised his hands into it. The platform lowered. He met the weight evenly. I added mass. He adjusted. When the pressure hit 7 tons, the tendons in his forearms stood out. At 9 his boots dug lines into the asphalt. At 10 he blew air out through his nose and held. I lifted it off. 10 without brace. 17 with brace would be the limit before joint damage. We won't force that. Lucky me, he said. He shook out his hands and rolled his wrists. You're gonna ask for the blast next, right? Yes, I said. We will start small. Pinpoint. I've hardened and layered the far wall. I moved him to the 200-meter line. I set a composite slab the size of a truck and anchored it in a concrete cradle. I layered a dampening barrier behind it and widened the drone's perimeter to catch particulates and capture spectral data. When you discharge, keep your line narrow, I said. 10% output. Do not aim above the horizon. He stared at the target. His jaw set. He inhaled once, held, then dropped his shoulders. The energy collected with a dull build behind his sternum. It was visible in his posture before it showed on his skin. His chest glowed through the torn fabric in a heat haze the drones recorded as a clean ramp. He let it out. The beam was not a beam, it was a short, dense burst that hit like a pile driver. The slab blew a clean hole, edges vitrified. The dampening barrier bowed but held. The shock reached the seismic pins as a short, tight wave. He exhaled and pressed his palm into his sternum, grimacing slightly. Pain? I asked. Sting, he said. Like a bruise under the ribs. It fades. Again, I said. 15%. He nodded. The glow built faster. He released. The slab cracked into 3 pieces and fell. The wave hit harder and spread slower. The drones recorded residual ionization in the wake. 25, I said. He raised his head, set his feet, and pushed. This time the burst threw grit and dust into the air in a ring. The composite cradle split. The dampening barrier flexed enough to make the air prickle on my skin. He coughed, cleared his throat, and rolled his shoulders. You're keeping that thing on your side of the line, right? He asked. Yes, I said. You won't compromise anything beyond this lane unless I allow it. All right, he said. Then let's do the big one. Not yet, I said. Close range control first. I conjured 3 moving targets at 40 meters. They rolled left, rose, dropped, and drifted on a random path. He released 3 measured bursts, shorter than a blink. First shot tore through a shoulder plate. Second shaved a corner. Third cut a target in half. He grunted. Close quarter discharge, I said. I stepped in front of him at 3 meters and raised my hand. Release at 5% into my palm. He gave me a quick look. You sure? Yes, I said. Now. He triggered a tiny burst. I caught it with a layer of absorption and bled it off into the ground through my heel. The impact tugged at my sleeve. I nodded. Again. 8%. He did it. It was stronger, but still within the field's capacity. I dispersed it. His stance reset to neutral. The habit was military. Good, I said. Now the large discharge. We isolate. I sent the drones to 200 meters and raised a triple wall of sacrificial barriers at the end of the range, then curved a containment dome above us. I extended my hand and set a reinforcement shell across his torso and my own, tuned to let his output exit but block backscatter. 70%, I said. Hold to a count of 1, then release. Do not push beyond it. Do not attempt 90. He set his feet, widened his stance, and looked down the range. He centered himself without instruction. He drew in breath, held it in the base of his lungs, and his chest lit. The glow brightened to a glare that pushed dust off his boots in a visible ripple. He braced. The burst hit the barriers like a bomb. The far dome flared white, then red. The first wall crumpled, the second bowed, the third held. The wave came back slower under my shell and broke around us. He grunted, dropped to a knee, pressed his palm into his chest, and swore under his breath. I watched the drone feeds and the readout on his skin temperature. His hands shook for 2 seconds, then steadied. He stood. That took it out of me, he said. Not much, but it's there. Recovery, I said. 2 minutes and you will return to base. Your body tolerates 70 as a quick release. Sustained fire is not available. You will never hold above that without loss of motor control. You can stage at 40 for several releases at intervals. Yeah, he said. Feels like it. I drew a hydration flask from my belt and handed it to him. He drank and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He tilted his head side to side until his neck cracked and exhaled slowly. That all? He asked, looking at the ruined end of the range. For now, I said. I let the drones land and fold into my palm. I watched him from a step away while his breath settled and his skin stopped radiating heat. I have a further offer, I said. It will make your work easier. He squinted at me. What kind of offer? A power, I said. A quirk. It will help you turn intent into tools. Faster, cleaner, and on demand. He looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. You handing those out now? When the recipient proves worth the investment, I said. He laughed once. Flattery from a freak in a mask. All right. What's the catch? No catch, I said. Limits. Knowledge. Energy. You will need to learn it. He planted his hands on his hips. What is it? Mono, I said. Creation. You will be able to create non-living objects from your stored energy reserves, subject to your understanding of their construction. You will be able to produce weapons and equipment when needed. Size and complexity scale with cost. The more you know about it, the more precise your result. He rolled his jaw. You saying I can make a rifle out of thin air? Yes, I said. If you understand the rifle. If you know its parts, tolerances, and assembly. If you do not, it will misfire or fail. You can begin with simple, durable shapes. Blades. Batons. Shields. Ammunition. Then progress. The quirk handles mass conversion. You will feel the drain. Do not overdraw. He stared at me for a moment with a grin that did not quite reach his eyes. That sounds useful. It is, I said. Do you want it? He lifted his chin. Yeah. Give it to me. I stepped closer. I placed my palm against his sternum and let the quirk flow. The transfer wrapped his nervous system like a snug garment. He tensed, clenched his teeth, then exhaled. The sensation settled down his arms and into his hands. He looked at his fingers. Feels like pins and needles, he said. How do I use it? Visualize the object, I said. Name its parts. Know its shape. Call it to your hand. Start small. He nodded, focused, and held his palm out. For the first attempt he chose something simple. A combat knife. The outline shimmered against the air, then solidified. It was crude but functional, with a thick spine and a rough handle. He turned it in his hand, tested balance, and smiled. "Not bad," he said. "Again." He released it. The blade dematerialized into a faint haze and vanished. He tried again. This time he pictured a short baton. The baton appeared and came in a little too long. He cut it down mentally and tried again. "Better." "Energy level?" I asked. "I feel it," he said. "Not much." "Good," I said. "Ammunition next." He grunted and pictured a standard cartridge. The casing formed, the bullet seated correctly, the lip crimped, the primer visible. He held it up, frowned, then shook his head. "No. The jacket's wrong." "You'll correct with practice," I said. "Weapons." He took a breath and held both hands out. "M4, he said under his breath. His eyes narrowed as he ran through the list in his head. Receiver, barrel, gas system, bolt carrier, charging handle, rail, stock, buffer. The rifle formed from muzzle to stock in a steady build, the metal finish clean, the polymer matte. He checked fitment by habit. Bolt locked correctly. Charging handle set flush. He shouldered it and dry fired. The trigger broke. He nodded. He produced a magazine, checked feed lips, and seated it with a slap. He aimed downrange and fired 3 controlled shots into a fresh steel plate. The rounds hit on center. He switched to a 5-round string, adjusted his stance, and smiled wider than before. "That'll do," he said. He let the rifle dematerialize and rolled his shoulders. "What about explosives?" "Not yet," I said. "Complex compounds will fail without exact ratios. Start with triggers, cases, and simple scatter. Work up to mixtures when you have time to study compositions." He sighed but shrugged. "All right. You got a manual in your head." "I am the manual," I said. "But you'll learn faster with your own research." He snorted. "And how am I supposed to do that?" I reached into my coat and pulled out a phone. Modern, clean, unlocked, with hardened firmware and scrubbed identifiers. I held it up between us. "You will need this," I said. "Learn it. It will connect you to information you have never had. It will serve as your map, your ledger, your reference, and your message line to me." He stared at it like it might bite him. "I hate these things." "It will hate you back until you learn it," I said. "Turn it on." He took it, held it in both hands, and squinted at the blank glass. He pressed the side button. The screen lit. He flinched, swore quietly at himself, and leaned closer. "It wants a swipe," I said. "Bottom to top." He dragged his thumb. The lock screen opened. I had preloaded a simple tile layout. I pointed. "Phone," I said. "Messages. Browser. Files. There is a local library of military manuals and materials science references in offline storage. Tap there." He did. The index opened. He blinked. "That's a lot of reading." "Skim for what you need," I said. "Oils. Alloys. Ballistics. Detonators. Stabilizers. Study what you intend to create." He thumbed back. I showed him the camera. "Point. Shoot. Scan. Use this on objects you want to reproduce. The system will tag shape and common materials. It will be a poor teacher compared to practice, but it will help." He turned the camera on, pointed it at my hand, and pressed the shutter. The sound made him snort. Stupid. I've set a direct line, I said. I took the phone back, tapped contacts, and held the screen for him. A single entry sat at the top, a black square icon with no name. Call this when you need me. It will not ring in any network. It will reach me. He looked me in the eye. And if I lose it? You won't, I said. If you do, I will replace it. He tucked the phone into his jacket pocket and tapped it to settle it there. He patted the spot, then patted it again to make sure. He nodded to himself. Let me try something bigger, he said. Keep the energy under half, I said. You have already discharged today. Do not deplete yourself. He nodded and walked to the 400-meter line. He raised his left hand and pictured a law tube. He closed his eyes for a second, counted parts, then reached out his right hand and thought of the warhead. The launcher formed in his grip. He extended it, checked the back blast line with a quick glance, and shouldered it. He fired. The projectile streaked downrange and struck the last surviving plate at the far end. The plate tore loose. The berm threw up a brown cloud. The drones rattled but held station. He lowered the tube and grinned like a man who had been kept from his tools for too long. Hungry, he said, tapping his chest. I feel the drain. Stop, I said. You've done enough for today. He set the empty tube on the ground. It dissolved back into a shimmer and vanished. He flexed his fingers, shook out his hands, and looked pleased. He turned his head and spat into the dust. This is good, he said. This is very good. You will be more effective with planning, I said. Set loadouts. Prepare default shapes. You can store patterns. Your body will remember the objects you create most often. They will appear faster. He nodded, serious again. I'll make a list. Do it, I said. I pointed at the phone pocket. Use the notes. Tag with categories. Ammunition. Breaching. Mobility. Containment. Non-lethal. He rolled his shoulder, pushed a finger into the muscle to loosen a knot, and exhaled. You really think of everything. That is why I am not dead, I said. He grinned at that and walked a lazy circle, then picked up his shield and spun it in one hand, testing balance as if the earlier work had not happened. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the phone again. He poked at it, fumbled a swipe, swore, tried again, and got into the Notes app. He typed with one finger, slow and careful. Blades, he said aloud as he typed. Sidearm. Muzzle brake options. Breaching charge no, that's chemistry. Later. Grapple head. Flashbangs. Smokes. Good, I said. You'll need protective eyewear if you produce bright tools. Add it. He typed goggles and nodded. He looked up at me. His face smoothed into something focused and cold. So, he said, when do we start making them pay? Soon, I said. Vaught's breach alarms will reach their upper floors. Edgar will schedule a meeting. Homelander will posture. Their security teams will comb old routes and find nothing of use. Let them panic. He rolled his shoulders again and cracked his knuckles. You say that like you're reading it off a teleprompter. I know their tempo, I said. You will know it too. He shifted his weight, then glanced at the ruined barriers at the far end. He smirked. You sure they won't trace that? I've masked the emissions, I said. They'll chalk it up to industrial test noise. And if they don't, they still won't find us. He grunted approval. He walked to the ammo crate, sat down, and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. He looked at his hands again, calloused, scarred, steady, and then at the phone. He frowned at it in a way that was almost comical and then shook his head. I'll learn it, he said. I hate it. But I'll learn it. You will, I said. You don't have a choice. He stood. One more try. No, I said. You've reached your limit for today. If you ignore it, you will shake when you try to throw, and you will hate the result. He snorted. You sound like a coach. I sound like someone who wants you useful tomorrow, I said. He lifted his hands in a small gesture of surrender. Fine. You're the boss. I am not your boss, I said. I am your ally. If you forget that, you will make worse choices. He considered that, then nodded. Ally it is. I lifted a hand. The drones folded and clicked into my palm. The targets sank back into their housings. The range leveled. I stepped forward and put a gloved hand against his shoulder. Back to the warehouse, I said. Do it, he said. Space turned and unrolled. We stood inside his new base. The air was cooler in here. The city's rumble came through as a dull, constant noise. He set his shield against the wall and sat at the metal table. He pulled the phone out and laid it in front of him like a foreign tool you decide to trust only because nothing else will do. He tapped the screen, unlocked it, and looked around the interface. He opened the browser and typed Homelander in slow letters. He scrolled, jaw set tight, eyes flat. He backed out and typed Stan Edgar, and read 3 pieces before closing them. He searched 7, membership changes, then Starlight interview, then deep apology. His lips pressed into a thin line. They didn't waste time, he said. They never do, I said. He opened notes again and typed a new list headed Target Priorities. He wrote 4 names, stopped, and looked at me. You gonna tell me who not to touch yet? He asked. You'll know when I tell you, I said. For now, gather information. Learn the faces behind the names. Learn their handlers. Learn their routines. The next step will come to you when you have that. He watched me for a second, then nodded. All right. I'll do my homework. Good, I said. Eat. Hydrate. Sleep 6 hours tonight. No alcohol. Your body is in adaptation. If you feed it garbage, it will repay you with tremors. He barked a short laugh. You're really not my boss, hey? I stared at him. He raised both hands again in mock surrender. Fine, he said. I'll be a good boy. He stood and walked to the small kitchenette. He opened the fridge, found the sealed meals I had stocked, and pulled one out. He held it up, squinted at the label, tossed it back without reading, and grabbed the plain one. He put it in the microwave, looked at the buttons with dislike, and pressed what looked right. It hummed. He leaned his hip against the counter, pulled the phone back out, and scrolled more. When it dinged, he took the food, ate without comment, and finished with water. He set the empty container in the bin and wiped his hands on a paper towel. He looked stronger already. Not in muscle, but in posture. Direction had that effect. I stepped toward the exit. He called after me. Hey! I turned my head. This thing you gave me, he said, holding up his hand and flexing his fingers. Mono. I'm gonna make it sing. I expect nothing less, I said. When you are ready for the next step, call me. He made a small salute with 2 fingers and tapped the phone pocket. You'll hear from me. I left him there standing, thinking, planning, and let the room close behind me. Outside, the light had shifted. The city had found its afternoon pace. The headlines on the building monitors were still moving through last night's footage and this morning's statements. The board would already be drafting new language. Homelander would already be practicing a smile for a camera he did not control. It did not matter. The range data, the new quirks fit, the discipline in the subject, they were good. It would hold. I crossed the river back into the quiet and let the day shorten on its own. Chapter 14, Corporate Countermeasures. Before sunrise I reviewed the cleanup from yesterday's range work. The drones had collected full telemetry. Impact frames, ionization trails, heat release curves, and fatigue markers were archived. I sealed the site. I masked the remaining signatures with a line of false readings tied to an old utility transformer revision. Any satellite sweep would find a maintenance log that matched the heat. It was enough to pass a casual review and slow a serious one. 2 hours later, VOT's breach traffic spiked. I felt the pattern shift across their network from a dozen passive feeds. The Russian facility delivered its report with a lag. The first alert arrived to a regional desk officer. He escalated to New York. By 7, security, legal, and risk were in a shared channel. The metadata told the story before anyone spoke. Unscheduled intrusion. Vault door deformation. Containment breach. Missing asset. I entered their route and watched without changing anything. Stan Edgar arrived at the building at 7:30. He read while he walked. His pace was even. He made no wasted gestures. He reached his office, set his coat on the stand, and pressed a key. The glass wall darkened. He dialed a direct line. The security head answered on the second ring and began talking too fast. Edgar listened, eyes still on the tablet. When the man ran out of words, Edgar said one thing. "Show me." 6 minutes later, 6 people entered the main conference room on his floor. I was there first. My smallest camera sat in the corner behind a recessed vent. It pointed down into the room. The table surface reflected the ceiling lights in long white bands. A wall of screens showed maps, graphs, and the single frame the Russian site had been able to save. The image was not useful. Too much steam. It showed a figure in a coat through haze and 2 security men slumped against a bulkhead. Ashley Barrett arrived with a stack of folders and a notebook open to a page full of underlined lines. She looked at the screens, swallowed, and set the folders down. "We have to assume this will leak," she said. "It always does. If we sit on it, we get hit twice." Edgar took his seat without looking at her. "We will not leak ourselves," he said. "We control what we can control. Sit." She sat. She pressed her pen to the paper and wrote 3 words, then scratched one out. The head of security for special assets began his report. His voice was dry and tired. He outlined the timeline. The outer perimeter had not tripped. Cameras had frozen in place for 12 minutes. The vault door had been softened from the outside with an unknown method. No firing pins discharged. No alarms triggered until the vapor levels fell. All staff in the access hall had been incapacitated without visible trauma. None had lasting injury. Edgar watched and did not interrupt. When the man finished, Edgar said, "Primary loss." The man adjusted his tie. SB-01. Confirmed. Pod drained. Clearance clamps disengaged. Secondary. Edgar asked. "None," he said. "Everything else dumb metal." Response vector. Edgar asked. "We put a cross-border team on a plane the moment the call hit," he said. "They'll land in 6. I've got a clandestine domestic team on standby and a ghost sweep on facility suppliers and air freight." "Good," Edgar said. "Homelander." Ashley shifted. "Already in the building," she said. "He wants in." "He will not go," Edgar said. "Keep him on city optics. Put him on a hospital visit and a live rescue drill. Push joint segments with Starlight. Do not give him a reason to wander. Ashley nodded and typed a note on her phone. Done. Black Noir, Edgar said. His eyes moved to the far end of the table. Noir sat there in full suit, masked and silent. He had arrived without a sound. He held a tablet in one gloved hand but did not use it. You will take 2 of our internal assets, Edgar said, voice level. Use the Chicago Fieldhouse for staging. Sweep the Cold War routes. Customs brokers. Storage yards. Any coastal transfer points flagged by pattern. You report only to me. If you see a camera, it will be ours. If you see a person, you will not be seen. Understood. Noir still did not speak. He nodded once and stood. He was gone before the door could close loudly. He did not leave marks on the carpet. Ashley chewed the inside of her cheek. Do we put out a statement at all? She asked. We can bury it under the week's cycle, but if someone ties it to the break in the Russian site, we look blind. Edgar turned one page in a file. We are blind, he said. We do not admit it. Draft language about international cooperation. Routine audits. Security modernization. Pull 3 old photos from the archive of the site when it was barren and say it's decommissioned. If this reaches press, they will print those words first. She wrote that down. Yes. The security head brought up a second set of frames. We also picked up a heat signature west of the river last night, he said. He highlighted a small square in a larger grid. No registered test and not near any active plant. Ashley leaned forward. Is that related? Maybe, he said. Short window. Strong burst. It lines up with 22 minutes after the breach warning went north. I zoomed in on the map from my vantage point. It was my range. They had found the shape of the heat, not the source. I felt a thin line of satisfaction and let it pass. Edgar did not change expression. What did you do with it? We sent it to data, the man said. They flagged it as industrial and filed it. I pulled it out when this hit. We can go ground and look. You will not, Edgar said. If someone is testing, they will clear their mess. You will learn nothing by walking around a burned patch of dirt. Ashley looked from the map to Edgar. So what is this, then? A problem, he said. And a test of our discipline. The door opened. Homelander stepped in without knocking. He smiled and lifted 2 fingers in a small wave to no one in particular. His eyes traveled across the screens and then to Edgar. What's going on, Stan? He asked, tone light. Saw the security traffic. Looked spicy. Ashley straightened her back. We've got it handled, Homelander. PR's all ready. He raised his index finger toward her without looking. She stopped talking. He walked to the table and took the chair across from Edgar. Russia, he said, reading the header on one monitor. Cold storage. Some kind of missing asset. Hey. Thank you for dropping in, Edgar said. You are not needed. Homelander smiled more. It was the smile he used for cameras, except there were no cameras here. His eyes flicked toward me once, which was not possible, and then back to Edgar. He folded his hands on the table. I can get there in 10, he said. Why send a team? I'll have a look, scare a few people, make some calls. Move things along. You will stay in the city, Edgar said. You have a burn unit visit and a rooftop drill with starlight. You missed 2 last quarter. You will not miss these. Homelander's smile did not change. This looks important. Optics are important, Edgar said. We do not need you to nose around a Soviet bunker. We need you to hold the front of the house while we fix the back. Homelander's jaw twitched. He nodded as if considering a favor. "You're the boss," he said. "Sure. I'll put on a show." "Thank you," Edgar said. "That is your strength." Homelander stood. He touched the table with 2 fingers like a signature and left. Ashley let out a breath when the door closed. The security head rubbed at his temple. Edgar looked at Ashley. "Keep him full," he said. "Use the school program. Use the veteran rehab piece. Use the dog rescue if you must. If he has idle time, he will fill it poorly." "I can do that," she said. "I'll get Starlight on 3 morning shows with him. They like that pairing." "Good," Edgar said. "Now stop talking and do it." She stood, gathered her folders, and left at a near run. The room cleared slowly. Edgar remained, alone, for 20 seconds. He adjusted a cuff, turned his wrist to read a line item on his screen, and then stood. He walked to the window, looked over the city for exactly 5 seconds, and then went back to his desk. "I moved through the building and watched the other floors execute. PR drafted the routine audit paragraph and pushed it to legal. Legal struck 2 adjectives, added 3 passive verbs, and moved it back. Social queued a set of soft posts about community programs. Security updated the field team's routing file. Travel booked a ghost aircraft out of Chicago with no VOT name on any manifest. Finance set up 2 shells to pay for fuel and cash per diem. Black Noir's team staged out of a warehouse in an industrial block with no signs on the door. He checked 2 bags, each packed with compact, boring tools. He selected a small suppressed pistol and a thin blade. He took a map and a ledger of Cold War couriers. He did not speak. He did not need to. The 2 men with him were former contractors who wore nothing memorable. Within 40 minutes, they were in the air. All of it was careful. None of it could catch what I had not left. I called no one. I adjusted nothing in their systems. I only watched. Then I pulled back to the warehouse where Soldier Boy sat with his phone on the table and a manual open in his lap. He looked up. "You see them jump yet?" "They are moving," I said. "They will not find you. They will send a black ghost to look busy and a white face to talk to cameras. It will keep them calm." He snorted. "They send the mute." "Yes," I said. "He is good at not being seen. He will look, he will not find, and he will report that the roots are cold." He leaned back and crossed his arms. "I do miss the old days when the suits at least pretended to talk straight." "They still do," I said. "They are efficient. The problem is not their tone. It is their confidence." He flipped the manual shut and pushed it aside. "So when do we poke them?" "You will not poke anyone today," I said. "You will watch and learn. You will rest. You will build 3 simple loadouts for different ranges and 2 non-lethal kits for crowds and rooms. You will memorize them. We do not waste motion when pressure comes." He gave me a crooked smile. "You make homework sound like a raid." "It is the same," I said. He opened the phone and typed with better speed than yesterday. He built lists labeled short, mid, long, non-lethal room, non-lethal street. He put items under each and drew small boxes next to them with his finger. He checked one, then another, as he memorized. I left him in the steady work of it and returned to VOT. Ashley's floor was busy. She had split her team into 3 groups. The first wrote the audit language and called it protocol assurance. The second assembled booking blocks and emailed producers. The third prepared friendly talking heads with lines to use if the Russian leak hit. I read their drafts without changing them. They were competent. Starlight arrived through a private entrance. She wore casual clothing and a cap. Her shoulders were stiff. She looked at the waiting cameras with a tight jaw and then at Ashley. Ashley hugged her in the hall and murmured into her ear. Starlight nodded and followed a handler to hair and makeup. Homelander walked down the hall toward the same studio. He saw Starlight, lifted his chin, and smiled without warmth. She smiled back because the hallway required it. They entered the studio together and sat in chairs too close to each other for either of their comfort. The host grinned and began with easy questions. Homelander kept his voice at a fixed friendly level. Starlight kept hers steady. The show ran on rails. Edgar watched 10 seconds of it on mute while he read an internal memo. He looked bored. He turned the screen off and reviewed a list of names from a long-dead supply chain. He circled 3 with a finger and sent them to Noir without explanation. Noir's plane landed. He traveled by unmarked SUV to a lot full of stacked containers. He walked the perimeter, sent one man to the office to ask a routine question about storage units, and slipped through the shadows behind the main racks. He found a refrigeration unit that had been connected to a false meter for 5 years. He opened it. It was empty. He found nothing else because there was nothing to find. He drove to the next site, a dockyard with lease records that did not match tax records. He walked the pier, looked under the slab, found scrape marks too old to matter, and moved on. He did not hurry. He did not slow down. I tested his route against my decoy trails. He did not take any. He chose the real places and still found nothing. He was a clean tool used well. At noon, Vought's draft statement went live. It said nothing specific and many calm words. It mentioned audits, partnerships, and shared values. It used 2 phrases that had tested well with their survey panel. Newspapers pasted it into short pieces that went under the fold. This was, as Edgar wanted, a half story. It did not grab. It did not fall apart. It bought them time. I let it live. By mid-afternoon, Homelander had visited a burn unit and read a book to 3 children while cameras rolled. He smiled on cue, held a hand, patted a shoulder, and left on cue. He walked to a rooftop and lowered a rescue basket for a drill that had been staged for him. He left on cue again. He returned to the building and sat in the gym alone. He stared at the floor for a long minute. He lifted weights he did not need to lift and set them down with care. Maeve watched him from the doorway and then walked away without saying anything. Ashley watched metrics climb on a dashboard and told Edgar that the day was under control. Edgar said, "For now," and went back to his files. I left their building and visited 2 fiber junctions along the path Noir's return message would take. I did not need to. I wanted to confirm timing. He sent a packet at 3:18. Edgar received it at 3:19 and read it at 3:21. Sights cold. Trails stale. No chatter. Edgar wrote back 2 words. Next set. Noir turned left instead of right on a map most men would not look at. He moved toward a storage yard owned by a name that had not been spoken in 2 decades. I watched him walk the first fence. I measured the angle of his head when he looked toward a camera I had installed on a lamppost years before. He paused half a second longer than usual. He did not look at it again. He walked on. He would find only a concrete slab poured over a trench. If he broke it he would find nothing but dirt. He did not have a reason to break it. He did not break it. At 4, Soldier Boy called my line. The phone vibrated against my palm without a sound. "Talk," I said. "I'm set," he said. 3 kits locked in. I can pull and drop each under 5 seconds, except the long. Need 9 on that. It's clean. Energy drain is manageable if I pace it. Good, I said. You will not run them without rest. We will test you under pressure tomorrow. He exhaled through his nose. Fine by me. Vought bite yet? They have clenched, I said. They are disciplined. This is tolerable. He laughed once. You talk like an accountant. I talk like a man counting hours, I said. Then count me in, he said. Call me next step. Soon, I said. I cut the line. I checked in on Butcher's warehouse. He had the Nomo lined against a wall like guard dogs. Mother's Milk taped off a rectangle on the floor and wrote safe and no fire inside it in thick marker. Huey stood within the taped square, palms up, flame level no higher than a small blowtorch. He looked irritated, then focused, then steady. Frenchie drew a chalk line on the wall and vanished and reappeared 6 feet to the left with a hand on MM's shoulder. He did it again and again until sweat ran down his cheek. Butcher watched and smoked and smiled without showing teeth. They were where I wanted them. I returned to Edgar at the end of the day. He read Noir's last note and closed his folder. He stood. He walked to his office window and looked out. The lights were on across the city. The tower's logo glowed over the street below. He kept his face still. He pressed a finger to the glass and then took it away. He shut down his screen, picked up his coat, and left. I let the building empty. I let the floor lights shift to night levels. I stepped into a dark conference room and set one small device under a chair. It would do nothing today. It would only listen when I wanted it to. I left it there and removed one from another room 2 floors down. I rotate to avoid detection. It is easy. I walked out into night air. The wind had picked up. I heard the faint beat of a helicopter somewhere to the south. I felt the heat signature of the river. I closed my eyes and counted the steps until Noir would land in Chicago again. I opened them and crossed the street. The day had moved forward as I expected. They had found nothing. They had not lost face. They had spent energy. That was the point. I returned to the warehouse where Soldier Boy had fallen asleep in a chair with the phone face down on his chest and a manual half open on his knee. He woke when I entered. He looked at the door first, then at me, then at the clock. Tomorrow, he asked. Yes, I said. Live opposition. Limited force. We test your control under fire. He sat up straighter and rubbed his face with both hands. Good. I'm ready. Sleep, I said. No alcohol. No distractions. He smirked. You're a real riot. Sleep, I said again. He nodded and laid back. He closed his eyes. He was asleep within 60 seconds. I stood there and listened to his breathing slow. I placed the phone on the table so it would not fall. I set an alarm so he would not wake in the night with no direction. I turned off the brightest light and left the dim one on. I stepped out without a sound. Across the river, Vaught's top floor lights turned off one by one. Everything held. Chapter 15, Contact under control. I moved the test into a corridor of track that cut behind a shuttered freight depot west of the river. The spur saw one scheduled train a week. Tonight there would be none. The rails were rusted. The gravel bed was uneven and packed with weeds. A chain-link fence ran the perimeter with 3 clean cuts already patched by thin wire. The depot had a low office with dark windows, a loading bay with a broken roll-up door, and a narrow catwalk along the inside wall. A service road paralleled the tracks and bent out toward a dead lot where empty trailers sat on flat tires. I arrived first. I flew 3 drones to fixed points, one on a pole above the road, one under the lip of the roll-up door, one on the roofline of the office. I set 2 more to drift between fences and returned to a base position every 90 seconds. I mapped cell signals in a 10-block radius, tagged 3 phones I knew were decoys, and blacklisted a repeating service ping that belonged to a municipal sensor. I laid a low-strength static field across the lot that turned body cams into loops after 7 seconds. I confirmed the jamming did not reach an EMS band. I do not interfere with ambulances. Soldier Boy came on foot from the south, hands in his jacket pockets, head bare, eyes moving. He had slept. He had eaten. He had not used alcohol. His gait was easy, the kind he used when he wanted to look like a local walking home. He saw me and angled in without looking directly at me. "Where are they?" he asked, stopping beside me and looking out at the tracks. "2 blocks, I said. 8 humans, trained. 1 mid-tier soup with a kinetic pulse at ankle-level radius. She can trip groups and send them into walls. Her control is average. The team is here to posture and to see who bites. They will try to take clean footage. They will fail." He nodded. "Good. You want quiet or loud?" "Controlled," I said. "Non-lethal first. No civilians. No stray rounds across the property line." "Got it," he said. He rolled his shoulders and opened his right hand. "I'm making the kit." He spoke as he built, voice low and quick, like he had done this for years. "Primary, suppressed 300 BLK, short barrel, folding stock, subsonic. Optic 1 power. Fixed irons. Sling 2 point. The carbine formed from the muzzle back, matte and compact." He checked the chamber by habit, racked, and settled the stock against his shoulder. "Secondary, beanbag shotgun, pump, ghost ring. We'll see if your girl likes rubber." The shotgun appeared. He checked the action. He set it against the roll-up door frame. "Sidearm, 9mm, simple, reliable. 1 spare mag." He holstered it without flourish. "Non-lethal, flashbangs, strobe variant, smokes, cable ties." They popped into existence along his belt. He counted. "Breaching, mechanical spreader, mini. Bolt cutters. Door chocks." He clipped them to a hook on his vest. "Range, grapple head with line." A puck with a barbed head and a thin line appeared. He pocketed it. He exhaled and stretched his hands once. "Energy's fine," he said. "I'll pace it." "Good," I said. I brought up a small display in my palm and showed him the approach. 2 SUVs from the east, lights off, 1 van from the north, lights off. They would stop on the service road behind the trailers. "They'll use the trailers as cover," I said. 2 will take the roof of the office. The soup will walk the bay." He grinned. "Predictable. Do not underestimate their discipline," I said. "But yes." He took the beanbag shotgun in his left hand and kept the carbine slung. He looked at me without expression. "You watching my pulse on those toys?" "Yes," I said. "All right," he said. "Let's go to work." We moved. I kept to the shadow of the fence and then stepped through space to the office interior while he cut the fence on the south side and slid in low. He moved like a man who had done this at dawn and at midnight when the air bit into lungs, and he did not need me to tell him where to place his feet. The first SUV rolled to a stop behind the trailers. 4 men stepped out and split without speaking. 2 went to the office roof, 2 edged along the trailers with rifles down at a ready angle. Their uniforms were plain. Their eyes tracked habitually. No wasted motion. The van eased in and shut off. The side door slid. The soup, a woman in dark athletic gear with pads at the ankles, stepped down, rotated both feet, and bounced once like a runner checking spring. I cut their body cam feeds on a 7-second loop and injected a lateral drift into their GPS so the dot would slide off this property by 15 meters. Their audio worked. Their video would not. The team leader tapped his mic and murmured about signal noise. The operator at the van told him to rotate his antenna. He did. It did nothing. Soldier Boy had climbed to the catwalk inside the bay. He crouched and watched the floor through a gap in the wall. He could see the soup as she stepped into the bay and scanned, hands on hips, eyes narrowed. He kept the beanbag shotgun up and waited for the timing to fix. He did not rush. He let 2 sweepers stack on the side door first, then he dropped a flashbang from the catwalk onto bare floor at their feet. The pop was sharp and tight. I fed the concussion into the corner and held it there so it did not bounce. Both sweepers recoiled, eyes shut, hands up. He jumped from the catwalk, landed between them, and hit each with a beanbag round at the ribs. Both went down with breath gone and fingers scrabbling at the floor. The soup reacted on time. She stomped and sent a pulse ankle-high across the floor. It grabbed him by the shins and tried to snap him into the roll-up door. He rode it on bent knees and took the hit with his shoulder. He looked irritated and adjusted his stance. "Left ankle," I said in his ear. "She favors it when she turns." He pivoted. She moved again, low and quick, ankle rolling, pulse sweeping. He hopped over it, fired a beanbag into her thigh, and followed with a second into her hip. She took both, slammed her heel again, and sent a tighter pulse. It caught his foot and slid him 2 meters. He reset. She inhaled sharply and went for another. He threw a smoke into her line and stepped out of it at a different angle. He did not waste a cut. He fired one more beanbag into the outer edge of her knee. She stumbled, grabbed a crate, and cursed under her breath. "2 on the roof," I said. "They're on the hatch." He slung the shotgun and brought up the carbine. He fired 3 subsonic rounds through the ceiling line at the hinge. The hatch dropped onto the ladder. A boot hit wood and slid. A curse followed. He rolled left and took cover behind a forklift. 2 rounds slapped the metal. He waited and then fired a short pair into the edge where the second would peak. A shout. Movement stopped. The team leader at the trailers pushed his men forward. They came in pairs, using the trailers for cover. The soup stepped to the doorway to channel them. Soldier Boy threw a strobe flash into their angle. The stutter disrupted their aim. He moved out and fired into chests and heads with low subsonics. Beanbags would have been too slow at that range. He kept the shots clean, center mass at sternum height. The impacts knocked them into metal and onto gravel. He moved again. The soup tried to sweep him. He jumped the pulse and dropped behind stacked pallets. 2 more at the rear window, I said. "They're probing." "You want me to turn it up?" he muttered. "Not yet," I said. "Control." He grunted and took the grappling puck from his pocket. He fired it. It bit into a beam above a crossbay. He grabbed the line and swung across to the far side without lifting his legs high enough to give the soup a clean sweep. He landed, cut the line with a knife he created as his hand moved, and kept moving. He reloaded with smooth motions. He pushed smoke into the doorway and denied their line of sight. He slid to the office side door and listened. 1 man inside, shallow breaths, muzzle too close to the frame. He broke the door with a shoulder and met the man with the spreader. He took the rifle with the first twist, slammed the door shut with the second, and dropped the man with a knee. "Fatigue?" I asked. "Fine," he said. "Heart's up. Power stable." The soup adjusted. She stopped sweeping open space and started setting pulses for entrances. She placed one at the corner of the doorway and waited to catch him when he came back through. He did not take the bait. He tapped 2 rounds into the jamb from the side. The pellets of the composite door exploded into splinters. She flinched, then swept. The pulse hit nothing. The team leader called for positions. I heard him call assignments that told me he had done this in real rooms with real bullets. He sent one to the roofline to cross-call movement. He sent one to the catwalk to build a kill box. He told the soup to hold pulses until the target broke into a lane. It was a good plan. I rotated the small static field to trip their footwork by 4 inches and watched their timing slip. "Office window," I said. "They're trying to punch it out." Soldier Boy stepped back inside and set his hand on his chest like he was stretching a rib. He glanced at the office, then at me. "You sure you want me to keep it quiet?" "Yes," I said. "Non-lethal unless they corner you." He smiled with tension in it. "All right." He created a baton with a weighted head and tossed it to his left hand. He took one last smoke and popped it at his feet to deny the roof view. He kicked the office door in and met the first man with the baton head across the forearm. The rifle fell. He pivoted and drove an elbow into the second's mouth. A tooth clicked against the floor. He caught the second's wrist, twisted, and shoved him into the desk face first. He built a cable tie and cinched both hands. "Two at the bay," I said. "They're stacking again. Soup's on the threshold." "Copy," he said. He pulled the beanbag shotgun back to his shoulder and stepped out in a crouch. The first man came wide and got hit in the chest. The second fired and hit the wall. Soldier Boy dropped him with a shot to the hip. The Soup stepped into the opening. He fired into her hip again. She absorbed it and stomped. The pulse hammered the floor. He rode it with bent knees and planted a hand to stop the slide. "She's stubborn," he said. "Hold," I said. "Shift her balance." "How?" he asked. "Bait her left. She loads that ankle first." "Got it," he said. He swung his left leg wide like he wanted to cut around her. She loaded left. He cut back right and fired point blank into her right ankle with the beanbag. She dropped to a knee. He stepped in and wrapped her arms with a tie before she could stomp again. She tried to sweep her heel. He lifted her ankles off the floor and pinned them with a crate before she could set another pulse. She cursed him with a steady stream of small, mean words, then blew hair off her face and glared up. He ignored her. I listened to the team leader call a retreat. He had counted his losses. He had 2 with breath left and 1 who could walk. He had no soup. He cut the loss and ordered a pull. "Exfil," I said. "Now." "Copy," Soldier Boy said. He built a smoke line across the entire bay, threw 2 out the side to block the trailer's view, and ran the catwalk. He fired the grappling puck onto the roof, climbed over, sprinted to the far end, and slid down into the shadow of the fence. He did not look back. He did not rush either. He hopped the fence and hit the alley at a steady trot. I stayed until the last team member dragged his partner to the van. The team leader said into his mic that they had engaged a subject with unknown kit and possible modern soup support. He did not say the word Soldier Boy. He had not seen enough to call it. He would write hostile actor and non-lethal force used by adversary and body cam failure due to interference. He would not lie. He would under-describe. I crossed space to Soldier Boy and fell into step with him 2 blocks west. He slowed to match me. "How's the tape?" he asked. "They have none," I said. "They will claim static." "They are not wrong." He snorted. "How's my pacing?" "Good," I said. "You did not overdraw. You kept fire discipline. You followed instruction. You adapted to the soup." He gave me a sideways look. "You trying to make me blush?" "I do not," I said. "I train." He laughed quietly. He looked pleased. He tried to hide it. He failed in a way that read as relief. "Notes?" he asked. 3, I said. 1. Your first flash was good. Your second should have gone behind them, not at their feet. It would have bought you 7 more seconds of confusion. 2. Your grapple line was too short on the first pull. Always add a meter beyond what you think you need. 3. you cannot rely on beanbags against a soup with pain tolerance and joint training. Use restraint faster. Or use foam. Foam? He asked. Expansion foam, I said. Non-lethal containment. Create a pressurized canister with 2-part formula. Spray at the legs. It hardens in 5 seconds. It is ugly. It works. He grinned. I like ugly. Carry one, I said. Do not use it indoors without a mask. Got it, he said. Energy drain. Acceptable, I said. You can run this tempo for 20 minutes with measured mono use. After that you will feel tremor in your forearms. If you need to run longer, lower output on creation and switch to fixed tools. He nodded. I'll program the foam can. Add wedges. Keep the baton. Good, I said. Add a net head for the grapple. He chuckled. Now you're just showing off. I am efficient, I said. We reached a side street with a closed diner and a dry cleaner with paper on the windows. He slowed his pace and caught his breath. He rolled his neck and looked up at the dull sky. You going to tell me how close we were to getting bagged? He asked. Not close, I said. Their plan was not to bag. Their plan was to show presence. They wanted footage and a scent. You gave them a bruise and a blank feed. It will frustrate them. It will make them ask for more money. He grunted. Good. Let the suits fight with their spreadsheets. Yes, I said. We cut through a lot and back to the warehouse. He sat, took water, and set the guns on the table. He let them dematerialize. He stared at his hands while they emptied. He flexed each finger and stopped when a small tremor ran through the first knuckle of his right ring finger. There it is, he said. You called it. Eat, I said. Protein. Salt. No sugar for an hour. He pushed up and went to the small fridge. He took food, heated it, and ate with the table between us. He was quiet. He was not brooding. He was processing. I opened my palm display and spun the telemetry. I compared the blast curves from the range to the micro-output control he had used on the baton and the grapple line. His mono draw had shallow humps across the 20-minute window with 2 peaks at creation points. His heart rate had a clean rise, a plateau, and a decline. He had not spiked. He finished eating, wiped his mouth, drank water, and set the bottle down. Again tomorrow, he asked. Yes, I said. Different unit. Different ground. Same rules. We add the foam. We test the net head. We ignore explosives. He made a face. You really hate letting me make a bang. There will be time for bangs, I said. Not today. He laughed and shook his head. You and your rules. They keep you moving, I said. He looked down at the phone, tapped the notes, and added foam can, net head, longer line, flash placement with small check boxes. He hit save. He leaned back and blew out a steady breath. Feels good to be doing instead of sitting, he said. It shows, I said. Your posture is different. He lifted a brow. You paying that close attention to my posture? I pay attention to everything, I said. He smirked. Creepy. Effective, I said. He stood and stretched. He put the phone back in his pocket. He picked up his shield and set it on the wall. He opened and closed his hands again and watched the tremor fade. Call me when you pick the spot, he said. I will, I said. Rest. He nodded and walked toward the back room. He did not look back. I turned to the wall and dimmed the front lights. I stepped into the evening and let the door close behind me. I crossed the river on the roofline of old warehouses and checked my static field. I pulled the drones down and cleaned them. I scanned the depot one more time. The team leader had left. The soup had left. The office was empty. The fence had been retwisted. The 7-second loop had burned itself out. The site was clean. I looked across the skyline to the tower. The building's lights moved in patterns that meant meetings and calls. Ashley's office still burned. Edgar's office was dark. Homelander's gym light was on. Maeve's room was quiet. Starlight's press tour continued. None of them knew how simple today had been. That was the point. I turned away and started planning the next lane. Chapter 16, The Node and the Girl. I chose the node for them. On paper it was a refrigeration warehouse for blood plasma. In truth it was a way station for off-book V quiet runs routed through third-party carriers, stored for 24 hours in a rented unit, and spun out to clinics, research non-profits, and a handful of private addresses that never showed on VOTS tax forms. The building sat in an industrial strip by the river, low ceilings, cinder block walls painted a clean white, and a narrow office facing the street with a big glass pane meant to look honest. I watched it all morning. 4 guards inside rotated every 2 hours. 2 more in a van spent most of their shift staring at phones. The cameras were cheap but linked to a private line. The building's alarm advertised a local service, but the panic alert wrote a separate fiber to a VOT-owned relay 3 miles away. No public traffic entered after 6. Lights stayed on all night. By evening, Butcher was in the alley across the street with his collar up and a grin he did not show anyone. He smoked and watched, counting steps without moving his head. Mother's Milk stood beside him with arms crossed tight and a steady look at the doors. Frenchie walked the long way around the block with his hands in his coat pockets, eyes busy. Huey paced in the shadow between a dumpster and a wall, hands flexing open and closed, blue heat flickering and gone under his skin when he breathed wrong. 2 of my Nomo were already inside. The 3rd sat above the loading dock in a dark strip under the overhang. The 4th crawled along the building's south wall using a climbing quirk I had tuned for silence. They did not move until they were asked. I spoke first, low enough that only the comms I gave them would carry it. William. Stand by. The van will leave in 60 seconds. Their cameras reset at the same time. You have 2 minutes of drift before the loop catches up. Butcher tapped his earpiece with a knuckle. Music to my ears, he said quietly. He flicked the cigarette to the ground and crushed it. Positions, lads. Adjusted his gloves. We go in clean, he said. No civilian footprint. No spraying. No boys with toys. Frenchie came back from the corner with a small smile. I found 2 blind spots, he said. 1 for the side door, 1 for the roof hatch. Both smell like bleach and shame. Huey swallowed hard. So we're really doing this? Butcher gave him a look that was half warning and half challenge. We've done worse, sunshine. You're just learning to enjoy it. Huey did not smile. He breathed in and out through his nose and nodded. Okay. The van pulled away like I said it would. The 2 guards inside laughed at something on a phone and did not look up. The loop on the cameras started its scan. I changed a timing byte. The gap widened to 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Now, I said. Frenchie took MM's wrist and blinked them both 6 feet inside the side door, reappearing behind a stack of wrapped pallets. He staggered 1 step, then steadied. Monday Ami, we do not die today, yes, he whispered. We won't, said. His voice held caution and focus. He slid forward, checked the first corner, and signaled with 2 fingers. Butcher moved for the loading dock with the Nomu above him. It dropped behind him soundlessly and followed like a shadow. Huey came last, steps quiet, jaw tight. He stayed close to Butcher, palms open and empty. Inside, the air was cold. The hum of industrial compressors filled the back rooms. A chemical tang sat under the cold cleaners, something iron, and a faint sweet note that never came from food. Light strips ran the ceiling in straight lines that threw no shadows where they were needed most. Frenchie put his palm to the white wall and felt for the cavity behind it. They changed the layout, he whispered. New closet. The duct goes nowhere. Pointed. Door left is the office. Right is storage. Stay clear of the central corridor until we've got eyes. Butcher kept moving. We're not writin' a manual, we're robbin' a bank, he muttered. Find the V or find me something that proves it. Proof before party, said. He went low and moved to the office door. The Nomu slipped ahead of him and vanished through the wall, then opened the door from the inside. The latch clicked. Entered. The office was small. Metal desk bolted to the floor. Terminal on a swivel arm. 2 file cabinets. An old coat on the back of a chair and a paper calendar on the wall with inventory scribbled every Thursday at 8. Went to the terminal, slid a small drive into the USB port, and typed quickly. The screen loaded a local inventory app with too few entries for the size of the building. Front end's clean, he said. We need the back end. Frenchie's voice came through softly. I have a back end for you, he said. He had already crawled behind the desk and popped the baseboard loose. A fiber patch glowed faintly inside. They are feeding a separate line. Mirror it, said. He plugged a second cable into his drive and snapped a clip onto the patch. Numbers ran down his screen. He nodded, satisfied. We're in. Pulling their manifests. Butcher and Huey slid past the office and toward the storage hall. The second Nomo moved down the ceiling, hanging by hands and feet. 2 guards in the corridor, I said. They're bored. Make 'em less bored, Butcher murmured. The Nomu dropped behind the first guard and placed a hand over his mouth. The man went still, eyes wide, then slack as the Nomu pressed a pressure point and held it. The second turned, blinked into the dim, and then dropped with a choke as Butcher jabbed him in the throat with the edge of his hand and then tapped his temple. The man slid down the wall. Huey's breath went fast in the small space. He looked at the men on the floor, then at Butcher. You okay? Butcher asked, not softly. I'm fine, Huey said. He did not sound fine. He forced his voice steady. We're good. Good, Butcher said. Keep your hands to yourself till I tell you otherwise. They cleared the first storage room. Boxes. Frozen food packs. Pallets of saline. The second room had 4 upright coolers with locks on them. Frenchie appeared at the door with a small grin. I prefer freezers for ice cream, he whispered, but we will make do. Arrived behind him. He had 2 drives in his pocket now and a flatcom look that meant he was working hard to keep the rest of them alive. Open them, he said to Frenchie. No booms. Frenchie pulled a small tool from his pocket and set it on the lock. He frowned, tapped it, and hummed under his breath. A click. The door opened. Inside sat narrow cases of blue-topped vials. He reached for one, then stopped himself and pulled gloves from his pocket first. Mother's milk, he said, handing one vial over for a second set of eyes. Is it what it looks like? Held the vial up to the light, turned it, and nodded once. V, he said. He did not smile. He looked angrier than before. We've got enough here to make 5 new jobs for PR. Take a case, Butcher said. Leave the box lookin' like it's still full. We don't want to spook 'em too fast. Frenchie slid 2 cases into MM's bag, patted them, and closed the cooler. He set the lock back and reset the pin. We have our proof, he said. We should go. Butcher shook his head. He pointed at the far hall. We're not done. Frowned. Don't push it. Butcher's smile was thin. I'm already pushing it. He jerked his chin toward the back. You smell that? Huey blinked. What? Butcher sniffed once. Ammonia. Too strong for a freezer. Cleanin' something they don't want to smell. He moved down the hall, fast. William, I started. I know, he said under his breath. He did not slow. The hallway bent left and opened into a lower room with concrete steps. The door was heavy, painted the same white as the rest of the walls, and held a keypad without a logo. The latch was new. The paint was fresher. The smell was wrong. Frenchie stepped forward before anyone told him to. He put his ear to the door. He knocked once with a finger. He closed his eyes. Vacuum hum, he whispered. A fan that pulls but hides the pull. There is a room. Rubbed his jaw. This is where we leave, he said. His tone suggested the line was not flexible. We've got what we came for. Butcher stared at the door. We came for what they're hiding, he said. And it's not just juice. He looked at Huey. You see a fire alarm? Huey looked around and pointed. There. Good lad, Butcher said. He took out a flat bar, jammed it into the lock, and started to reef. The metal creaked. The Nomu stepped forward, gripped the handle, and leaned. The latch gave with a heavy crack. The door swung open. The room beyond was cold and loud with the hum of a fan. The light was harsher. A cage sat in the center. In the cage, a small figure crouched on a low mattress, hair hanging in knots around a thin face. The face lifted at the sound. Eyes stared out, black and sharp and full of a kind of focus that only comes from too many hands. Huey froze. His lips parted, then closed. There's someone in there, he said softly, voice shaking just a little. Frenchie took a step forward with both hands up. SHH, he murmured. It's okay. Put a hand on his shoulder. Back up, he said. We do not know what we're looking at. Butcher's mouth twitched in something like surprise and then went flat. Well, that's bloody new, he said. He walked toward the cage and stopped outside the bars. Evenin', love. She stared back. Her chest moved quick and small. Her hands were bandaged in gauze that had not been changed in too long. She did not say a word. She rose from her crouch slowly. Huey swallowed, his shoulders tensed to run or to hold. Back up, said again. Butcher ignored him. You want out? He asked the girl. His tone held no softness. It held calculation and an odd rough edge that came out when he saw a weapon where others would see a person. Frenchie moved around him fast. Stop, he said, voice low but urgent. Let me please. Let me do it. Butcher gave him a glance that was hard to read. He stepped aside half a foot. You get one go, he said. She goes for your throat, I'm not stoppin' for tea. Frenchie nodded. He put both hands up again and spoke softly at the girl. Words that did not matter for content, only for tone. We are getting you out, he said. We are not here to hurt you. She watched him. The eyes flicked to his hands, to his mouth, to the other three, to the Nomu that watched without blinking. She moved closer to the bars, one step. Her feet were bare. Her knuckles, under the gauze, showed thickening that told a clear story to anyone who knew how to read bones. Kept his hand on Frenchie's shoulder. Slow, he said. Frenchie nodded again. He looked at the lock. This is wired, he said. If I break it wrong, they get a ping. Butcher tilted his head at the Nomu. Quiet, he said. It reached forward, touched the lock, and read the small current. I felt the web vibrate under my fingers. A line of power ran into a hidden panel. I cut it. The Nomu squeezed. The lock gave. The door swung open. The girl did not move at first. She looked at the gap. She looked at Frenchie. Her throat moved. She stepped out in one clean motion, smooth as a cat. She did not run for anyone. She ran for the floor under the desk in the corner, then for the wall, then to a spot beside the door where she could see all of them at once. Frenchie kept his hands up. "You're safe," he said, breathless now in a different way. Butcher's smile crept back. "Frenchie," he said. "Stay with her." "Huey, with me." Grab the vials and the boxes. "We're leavin'." Gave him a long look. "We are not taking her anywhere without thinkin' this through." Butcher's eyes did not change. "We already did," he said. "While you were playin' with spreadsheets." Held his stare, then looked at the girl. She looked small and coiled. He sighed. "Fine," he said. "But you own it." "I own it," Butcher said. Alarms did not ring. I had blocked the pad. But a silent marker on the fiber jumped when the lock's current dropped. I saw the tick in the relay server and counted off the response time. The van would come back with 3 more inside. 2 more cars would cut in from the east. 8 minutes. "Movement inbound," I said. "You have 6 to clear." "Copy," Butcher said. He turned to Huey. "Blue flame," he said. "Small. I want that lock fried like an egg." Huey stared at the lock, hand trembling. "I can try." "Don't try," Butcher said. "Do it." Huey swallowed, raised his hand, and let the heat out in a thin plume. The lock heated fast and sagged. He held it steady for 3 seconds and stepped back, shaking his fingers. "It's hot," he said, nervous and pleased. Frenchie smiled at him. "Good," he said. He turned to the girl again. "We are going. You come with us." She stared at him without blinking. She made no sound. She nodded once. Butcher gave a look. "You heard him," he said. "Move." They moved. Frenchie kept pace with the girl without crowding her. Slung the bag of vials under his jacket and kept his eyes on exits. Huey ran in short bursts, looking over his shoulder too often but not stopping. The Nomu took the front and cleared corners before they came to them. At the loading dock, Butcher put a hand on the Nomu. "Open," he said. It lifted the roll-up door 6 inches, then a foot, then 3. Street light came in on a flat angle. Butcher peered under the door and saw nothing. "Out," he said. They slid into the alley. The girl paused at the threshold and turned her head like an animal hearing something no one else could. She looked up to the left. Frenchie looked with her. "What?" he asked. She didn't answer. He did not press her. "We go," he said. 2 blocks away, the van turned a corner and sped up. "Left," I said. "Cut through the chain lot." Butcher put a hand on Huey's shoulder and shoved him left. "You heard the man," he said. They reached the chain lot, slipped through a gap in the fence I had widened the night before, and cut behind a pile of broken pallets. The Nomu lifted the fence at the far corner like a blanket and held it. One by one they slid under. They came out on a street with a row of warehouses and closed bays. Butcher signaled to a dark door set into a wall with peeling paint. The Nomu went first and pressed the latch. The door opened. Inside sat a small room with dust on everything and nothing to catch a camera. "Catch your breath," said. He watched the street through a narrow gap, chest rising and falling under control. Huey leaned against the wall with hands on knees. He looked at the girl again. She looked back at him like he was a problem she had not solved yet. He smiled and stopped when it felt wrong. "Hi," he said, soft and useless. She did not respond. She stood still, eyes moving. Frenchie could not stop glancing at her hands and her face. He looked at the gauze and then at Butcher. "We should change those," he said. "Soon." Butcher nodded. "We'll get her sorted," he said, like he was talking about a tool that needed oil. He looked at me without looking. "We clear." "For now," I said. 2 cars went past your exit and kept going. The van parked at the rear. "They have found the lock. They have not found the fiber patch. Your drives are safe." Cracked his neck and blew air through his nose. "Good," he said. "Then we make this count." Butcher stood in the doorway and watched the street. He turned his head and looked at the girl again. "You with us?" he said, not a question. She stared back, then nodded once more. Frenchie smiled with both mouth and eyes. "We'll keep you safe," he said. He sounded like he meant it more than anything he had said all week. Huey straightened up. "What's her name?" he asked. Butcher shrugged. "We'll ask later," he said. "Or we won't. Doesn't matter right now." Grimaced. "Everything matters," he said. "But not now. Now we move." They moved again, out the back, into a second alley, then into the sedan Frenchie had stolen that afternoon and parked under a camera with no feed. The Nomu took positions on the roofs like gargoyles that breathed. One hung off the trunk and then climbed to the roof when the car pulled out. It did not dent the sheet metal. I raised the static field a fraction for 30 seconds so the van's dash camera would blotch and the street feed would lose sync. The sedan turned at a light that did not exist and did not stop. I watched the GPS dots on the guard's phone slide in the wrong direction and smiled without needing to. At the safe place, they all filed into the warehouse we set for them. Huey held the door and tried to smile at the girl again. She did not smile back. She walked inside, scanned corners, then chose a spot with her back to a wall where she could see exits. She crouched and put her hands on her knees. She kept her chin up. Frenchie knelt across from her, not too close. He opened a med kit and laid out gauze, tape, antiseptic, scissors. "May I?" he asked, voice gentle. She watched him, then looked at her bandages, then back at him. She lifted one hand. He worked slow and clean. He did not flinch when he saw the damage the old wraps had been hiding. He cleaned and wrapped and said nothing that would make it worse. She watched his face more than she watched his hands. Set the 2 cases of V on the table and opened them. He looked for trackers, found one, crushed it with a pair of pliers, and threw it into a coffee can. "That's our leak," he said. "Everything else stays wrapped." Butcher leaned against a pillar and looked at the cases, then at the girl, then at the 4 Nomu along the wall like statues that did not need to breathe. He rubbed his jaw with his thumb. "Good night's work," he said, satisfied. Huey stared at the vials and at the girl and looked sick and angry at the same time. "They kept her in a cage," he said, low and even. Butcher's eyes flicked to him. "They keep lots of people in cages," he said. "Some are nicer." "That doesn't make it better," Huey said. "Didn't say it did," Butcher said. "Said it's normal." Shot him a look. "Don't play philosopher," he said. "It sounds bad on you." Butcher grinned, small and humorless. "I'll stick to murder, then." Frenchie finished the last wrap and sat back on his heels. He wiped his hands. "You see," he said to the girl. "Better." She flexed her fingers under the fresh bandage. Her mouth moved like she wanted to say something and then didn't. She nodded once. Frenchie's eyes went wet for a second, then clear again. He stood and turned away, wiping his eyes with his sleeve like he had dust in them. I stepped forward out of the dim at the edge of the room. Butcher saw me first and did not startle. He tipped his head. "You like the show?" he asked. I met his eyes through the mask. My voice filled the space like a low current. "I am satisfied," I said. "You showed discipline. You collected proof. You brought back something more valuable than vials." Frenchie exhaled, relief and gratitude in the same breath. "We could not leave her," he said. "You did not," I said. I looked at the girl. She looked back without flinching. I inclined my head to her. "You are safe here. No one will touch you without permission." She stared and did not move. She did not nod. Her eyes did not soften. That was good. Butcher pushed off the pillar. "You gonna shower us with gifts, then?" he asked with a grin that showed teeth now. "We earned it." "Yes," I said. I walked to the table and placed one small case beside the vials. "Portable mirroring. Encrypted. Plug and pull. It will copy anything not air-gapped and leave nothing behind." Picked it up and weighed it in his hand. "This saves me an hour," he said, respect in his voice. "For you," I said. I turned my head to Frenchie. "And you?" He lifted his brows. "We. 2 more short hop anchors," I said. I tapped his shoulder lightly and let the change run through him. "You can carry 2 passengers if you anchor at a point you have already set. Do not overuse it. You will feel drain in your back and legs." He took a breath and nodded, eyes bright. "Merci," he said, sincere. Butcher rubbed his hands together like a man counting bills. "And our new friend?" "She stays," I said. "She will not be controlled. She will choose. If she decides to work with you, it will be because you earn it." Frenchie nodded quickly. "We will earn it." Butcher's grin tightened. "We'll see." I looked at Huey. His hands were steady now. The blue heat sat under his skin ready to answer. He met my gaze and held it, uncertain but present. "You did well," I said. "You did not waste heat. You did not panic. Continue." He flushed like a boy caught doing something right. "Thanks," he said softly. I turned to the Nomu. "You will remain," I said. They stayed where they were, eyes on nothing and everything. Butcher looked pleased. "You want us to go crazy with M tonight?" he asked, half joke and half request. "Not tonight," I said. "Move slowly. Train them to your words. Use them to watch the doors and clear corners. Do not send them alone." Butcher rolled his eyes. "Rules. Survival," I said. He gave a little salute with 2 fingers. "All right." I looked at the girl one last time. Her gaze did not change. She had read every man in the room and decided precisely how much trust to allocate. It was not much. That was wise. "Rest," I said to all of them. "Tomorrow you will move the cases again to a second site. You will leak 1 photograph to the right mailbox. You will label it with a date and a lot number that matches the mirror. You will not overplay it." Nodded once. "Understood." Butcher grinned again, real this time. "Understood." I turned toward the dark and let the room fall behind me. Outside, the air had cooled enough to steady thoughts that did not need steadying. Vought's relay tracked the van's idle and then shut down. A clerk at a desk in a different borough typed up a non-incident report to justify a long shift. A supervisor signed off with a rubber stamp. The node had been touched. They would feel it. That was enough. Chapter 17, The Return in Daylight. I did not announce him with rumor. I chose a place where the city could not look away and a time when cameras were already set. A controlled event drew more eyes than a whisper. 15th Street Plaza ran a clean line of food carts, a stretch of sidewalk tables, and a construction site on the north edge where a tower crane hung a steel load over a glass atrium under assembly. The site had 2 unions on shift, one inspector who hated late paperwork, and a foreman who wore his hard hat correctly. The tower crane was certified, the cable new, the ballasts correct. I did not want a real accident. I wanted a demonstration with protection on every side. I built the perimeter with a sequence of quiet steps. I widened the safety zone without stopping the job by pushing an automated text from the city's permit scheduler that moved the sidewalk vendors 10 meters back due to temporary curb work. I rerouted a school group that had planned to pass through the plaza by sending their teacher a bus update that listed a different drop. I delayed one tourist bus with a phantom lane closure that did not exist. I opened the calendar of a local morning crew at WNN and placed a street segment here with a soft tip about a crane operator who saved a worker last month. The producer liked simple stories and could not resist. I calibrated the event. A load would swing. A panel would crack. It would drop in a fixed arc into a reinforced zone that I prepared in the garden bed beneath with a hard shell under the soil. No one would stand under it. Soldier Boy would be in position to catch attention. He would not grandstand. He would do work. At 9:40 a.m., the plaza filled at the pace I wanted. Coffee line. Dog walkers. Workers in vests taking their first break. The WNN van rolled up and parked at the corner hydrant. A field reporter with a practiced smile stepped out and checked her hair in a phone. Her cameraman swung the lens toward the crane and the glass. Soldier Boy arrived at 9:51. He wore a plain jacket, dark shirt, work pants, and boots that could take dust. His shield was in a bag that looked like it held tools. He walked through the plaza like a man who had errands and time to finish them. He kept his chin level and his eyes moving. He was calm. I stood 3 floors up in the atrium skeleton. I kept out of sight. I watched the live feeds from my transmitters. The WNN camera went hot at 9:58 to frame a teaser. The reporter rehearsed one line about safety first and smiled at the lens. I sent a signal into the crane's secondary control that told it to pivot 5 degrees too far before stopping. The operator saw it immediately. He touched the brake, cursed, and called down to a rigger. The load swung 2 meters outside plan. The foreman blew a whistle and signaled to clear. The cable held. The beam hit the glass lip they had installed as a test panel. The panel cracked and fell. It hit the shell I had placed under the garden bed. It bounced and slid toward the plaza edge with noise that made heads snap. Soldier Boy was already moving. He covered the last 10 meters at a run and slid a boot under the beam's leading edge to stop the slide from reaching the curb. He shoved his shoulder into the beam and planted his feet. 2 workers joined him without thinking. He took their weight without allowing them to be crushed. He did not look at the camera. He looked at the load. "Get wedges," he said to a worker who stood frozen. The man jolted, ran, and came back with wooden blocks. Soldier Boy slipped them in and took his shoulder off the beam. He exhaled and rolled his neck once. The reporter forgot her script. "Sir, what just happened?" she asked, breathless. He did not answer. He stepped back from the load and scanned the area for injuries. "None." The operator waved down in relief. The foreman jogged up and gave Soldier Boy a long look, as if he were scanning a memory he could not place. Then he shook his head and started barking at his crew to secure the frame. The crowd did what crowds do. 10 phones went up. A man said, "No way," to no one. A woman whispered a name she could not believe. The WNN cameraman kept filming. The reporter moved closer, mic up. "Sir, can we Soldier Boy raised a hand slightly to pause her and looked at the beam again. He turned his head toward the atrium and measured. He did not play. He worked. He reached out with mono and formed 3 low steel jack stands under the beam in a heartbeat. He kept them simple and overbuilt. He slid them into place and used his boot to set them one by one. He removed the wedges and tested the stands with his hands. He nodded, satisfied. The cameraman whispered, "Holy." The reporter blinked and collected herself. "Sir, that was. Can you tell us your name?" He looked at her. He did not smile. He did not make it big. He spoke exactly like himself. "No," he said. He stepped away from the camera. A voice in the crowd said it without thinking. "Soldier Boy." The sound of it ran through the plaza like a small shock. 10 more phones came up. The cameraman pulled focus and caught his face clean for the first time. The reporter's eyes widened. She understood the moment in front of her with the sharpness of a person who had done this every day for 10 years. Are you Soldier Boy?" she asked. "People have said you, we were told." He looked at her again. It was not fear. It was recognition of a corner turned. "Yeah," he said. "I am." The square held still for 3 beats. Then noise broke it. People spoke. Some shouted for joy. Some shouted for explanation. A man in the back said a curse word in surprise. A woman clapped once without knowing why and then stopped, embarrassed. I recorded every angle. I pushed the feed to more than one outlet. I did not fake anything. I did not need to. A siren sounded 2 blocks away. Not emergency. Corporate. Vaught's street team had a car within 10 blocks for any camera that found something interesting. The radio chatter rose around me. Ashley Barrett's voice hit 3 channels in a practiced rush as she ordered friendly faces, supporting statements, and CO-branded assets ready in 30. Stan Edgar received 3 texts and 1 call. He did not answer the call. He read the texts and typed 1 sentence to Ashley, contain with language. Do not deny. A second siren cut from the air. Homelander had left a staged school reading early. He went up, looked down, and angled toward the plaza. He arrived at a low hover off the street and let the crowd see him. He smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Queen Maeve came the quiet way, through the sidewalk, with her hood up and her face tired. She stayed at the edge, took 1 look, and let her hood fall. She looked at Soldier Boy without smiling or frowning. She looked like she had expected this. She had not expected to feel anything. Starlight was already 2 blocks away finishing a morning segment. Her handler checked a phone and blanched. "We need you at 15th, he said. She went. Soldier Boy had not moved to the center of the circle the crowd wanted to make. He stood at the edge of the now secured beam, near the foreman, and listened. The foreman thanked him 3 times without knowing what else to do. Soldier Boy asked if anyone was hurt. He asked the operator if controls had glitched. He nodded when he heard the answer. He did not give a quote to the WNN camera when she tried to put the mic under his chin again. He kept his weight even and his jaw set. Homelander landed with both feet on the curb. He broadcast a smile at the line of cameras and then turned it on Soldier Boy like a light. "Wow," he said. His voice carried. "Big day. Big surprise." Soldier Boy looked at him and did not look impressed. "You're the blonde one," he said. "Homelander." Homelander laughed. "Guilty," he said. He put a hand out for a handshake. "Welcome home." Soldier Boy did not take the hand. He did not slap it away. He simply let it hang. Homelander held it there for half a second longer than he should have, then patted the air and dropped it with a chuckle he did not feel. Queen Maeve stepped closer, took Soldier Boy in with one long look, and spoke low. "You're supposed to be dead," she said. She did not sound impressed. She sounded tired. "Vought says a lot of things," he said. Starlight arrived breathless and put herself in a position where one camera would catch her face when it framed both men. She looked from one to the other and chose to say nothing. Her eyes went to the reporter. The reporter nodded at her like two soldiers signaling a truce for a second. Ashley's voice went in 3 directions through earpieces. Homelander, smile. Maeve, neutral. Starlight, stand side camera right. Do not antagonize. Do not mention death. Say it's good to see heroes working together. Homelander said the line he was given in different words. Hey, buddy, what matters is everyone's safe. We all want the same things, right? He spread his hands toward the crowd. The crowd cheered out of habit. They were still cheering for the load on the jack stands and the man who did the jack work. Homelander heard the wrong thing in the sound and smiled harder. The WNN reporter asked the question any working reporter had to ask. Soldier Boy, where have you been? He looked straight into the lens. He did not tell a story. He did not flinch. Buried, he said. Not anymore. Ashley choked on her pen cap 2 miles away. Edgar told legal to draft welcome home language and told PR to delete the deflection they had written about unverified appearances. Homelander pivoted toward the camera. What's important is he's here now, with us, he said. He hit the last 2 words hard. He did not look at Soldier Boy when he said them. A clang cut through the plaza from the alley behind the atrium. A panel truck jerked out from behind a dumpster with a front tire half flat and a man in the cab yelling at no one. He clipped a barrier and sideswiped a parked scooter. The crowd turned like a school of fish. Panic tried to rise because panic loves motion. I pushed it down with small adjustments. The truck rolled toward the flower bed. It did not have cargo. I had replaced it with a safe weight and a harmless colorant drum for theater. The driver was a contractor I controlled through a simple compulsion. He would not be harmed. Soldier Boy moved before Homelander decided whether to fly the truck or glare it into stopping. He stepped into the truck's path, lowered a shoulder, and planted his boots. He hit the bumper with both hands and the ground with all of his weight. The truck stopped short with a grind of metal. The driver's forehead hit the wheel. He cursed and held his nose. Soldier Boy reached into the cab, put the vehicle in park, turned the key, and pulled it out. He put the key on the hood. The crowd noise broke again, this time with laughter and relief. The cameraman caught all of it. Homelander lifted a hand like he was about to move and then let it drop. He clapped Soldier Boy on the shoulder. His face worked to find a new line. He found one that sounded like unity. Strong as ever, he said. Maeve looked away so a camera would not record a smirk. Starlight kept her face neutral. The WNN reporter did her job and moved the conversation back to the point. Soldier Boy, will you be joining the 7? She asked. Edgar heard the question through 3 feet and did not change his breathing. Ashley grabbed a coffee from the hand of someone who was not done with it and took 2 swallows she did not taste. Soldier Boy did not look at Homelander when he answered. No, he said. Homelander's jaw tightened. He made it a joke for the cameras. Ah, come on, he said. We have great benefits. Soldier Boy did not laugh. He looked at the foreman instead. Keep your men clear of the west side until they check that panel, he said. The foreman nodded 3 times and wrote a note in his phone with shaking fingers. Sirens cut the air for real this time. Police rolled slow into the curb lane with lights but no siren, because they had learned to enter scenes with soups like school principals. The lieutenant stepped out and saw the beam, the truck, the cameras, the capes, and the man who looked like a memory. He pressed his lips together, walked toward the foreman, and asked if anyone was hurt. No. He nodded. Ashley's team reached the plaza with a branded clipboard and a handler with 2 headsets. She smiled at the reporter and said they would love to schedule a sit-down. The reporter smiled at her and kept her mic near Soldier Boy. I let the moment extend in small increments and then I let it end. The crowd's energy moved from shock to talk. People took photos and shared them. I watched the numbers climb on a board I did not show anyone. I checked the city's emergency board. Clear. I checked the contractor. He held his nose and swore and asked 2 officers if he could call a tow. He could. He would be home by lunch. Homelander leaned into Soldier Boy, too close, all teeth and friendly eyes. We should talk, he said. His voice did not carry. It did not need to. Soldier Boy kept his eyes on the foreman and the beam. Later, he said. Maeve stepped in and cut the tension for the cameras with a line Ashley would appreciate. Let's give the crews space, she said. We're just in the way now. She looked at Starlight. Starlight nodded. Homelander was not ready to walk away. He stood a second longer, then forced himself to lift off. He rose slow, gave the crowd a wave that got a cheer because they had been trained like this, and flew out. Maeve left with Starlight. The reporter called after them about next steps. Starlight said nothing. Maeve said, "Ask PR," without slowing. Soldier Boy did not leave immediately. He shook 2 hands he had not asked for, told one worker to see a doctor about a cut finger, and then put his hands in his jacket pockets and walked away from the plaza at a normal pace. The camera followed him until he turned a corner. I stepped space around him and took him clear without anyone seeing him disappear. We arrived 2 blocks into a dead service corridor under an office. He stopped, leaned a shoulder against a column, and exhaled through his nose. You did well, I said. My voice filled the small space. Calm. Even. He looked up at me and let the strain he had been holding a little too tight go out of his face. You set the truck. Yes, I said. Good call, he said. He rubbed his chest once where discharge pain sometimes sat. I kept it quiet. You did, I said. You showed strength. You did not grandstand. You refused the team on record. You anchored the story. He cracked his neck and pushed off the column. He hates me already. He hates attention that is not his, I said. You took some. Good, he said, and meant it. I walked him to the warehouse without a step touching pavement that would matter. He put his shield down and sat at the table. He checked the phone. The feeds were full of his face. The captions swung between hero returns and questions for Vought. He scrolled without smiling. Butcher saw it from the other side of the river on a small television in his flat. He stood with his arms crossed and a grin he wore like a blade. There he is, he said, pleased. Huey sat on the couch with his hands fisted on his knees. That's him, he said, and could not stop watching. He's alive. Frenchie said nothing for a long time, then spoke softly to the girl who stood in the corner with her back to a wall. He was the first, he said. Before them. She did not answer. She kept staring at the screen like she was mapping the space between the crowd and the man who did not smile. Mother's Milk shook his head. This is going to make everything louder, he said. He went to the whiteboard and wrote 3 names and erased 1. We need to move the stash tonight before the suits grow a brain. Ashley watched metrics roll upward and told Edgar the first wave was rideable. Edgar told her to issue the "Welcome home, we support heroism everywhere" statement and to keep Homelander close to a camera for the next 8 hours. He typed 1 line to legal, no confirmation. No denial. We are proud of all heroes. Black Noir watched the footage from a roofline a block away. He tilted his head and then leveled it. He left. I returned to Soldier Boy at the table. He had made a short list in his phone. Public gear, he had typed. He had written jacket, boots, gloves, mask if needed, no cape. You're becoming a brand, I said. He snorted. I hate brands, he said. He kept typing anyway because he understood the work. He looked at me. When do we start with the part that hurts them? Soon, I said. We will do this again. Daylight. Controlled. You will not overplay it. Then we will cut into their money. Then we will pull a file they cannot rewrite. He nodded once, sharp. Good. I left him to the lists. I opened my hand and reviewed the Plaza drone's recordings frame by frame. His movements were clean. The crowd saw what they needed to see. Homelander's eyes told the rest. By evening, the talk shows had booked 3 men who had pre-written monologues about American icons and truth. I did not listen. I watched the building where Edgar worked. He stayed late and read a file that had not been opened in 10 years. He set it on his desk, put his hand on it for 3 seconds, and put it away. The city did not sleep. It turned. That is all it does. Today it turned around a man who caught a beam and stopped a truck. I shut the screens and planned the next street. Chapter 18, Paper Cuts. The manifests we stole were incomplete by design, but they were honest in the ways that mattered. The off-book routing used paper when it needed to disappear. Digital trails are easy to scrub, paper demands trucks, men, schedules, signatures, and fire. They planned a fire. The accountant's name was Howard Maddox. Mid-level. He wore old suits and carried his stress in his shoulders. He handled 2 divisions that fed money through 4 charities and 1 research foundation that had never published anything. His calendar showed records consolidation and legacy archive transfer to a third-party shred service across the river. He added the words donor reconciliation to his private notes. He intended to make boxes vanish. I watched him all morning. He left his apartment at 7:10, bought coffee on 6th, and kept his head down even when he nearly ran into a reporter rushing to a van. He flinched at the sound of a siren, then kept walking. He reached the parking garage attached to a low building Vought owned through a shell company and rode the elevator down to B2. The basement smelled like cardboard, toner, and old dust. 2 men in plain clothes were waiting. They weren't Vought branded. They lifted boxes with a careful rhythm and said nothing. The boxes were brown, taped, and stamped with numbers that matched the format on our mirror. I opened a channel to Butcher. It's today, I said. Your accountant is moving the records now. 2 handlers. No official insignia. Unmarked van. License is fake but assigned to a real company. Butcher sounded awake and pleased. Good, he said quietly. Where we hidden him? On the move, I said. Not at the building. Not at the shred site. On the bridge approach, before the toll. Cameras are dense but predictable. I'm already in the feed. He laughed once without humor. We'll bring our Sunday best. I laid the route and timing in their ears and eyes. Frenchie had walked the approach yesterday and set anchors behind a concrete barrier, on a pedestrian ladder, and across a narrow service ledge under the on-ramp. The 2-passenger extension I gave him would stretch if he paced it. Mother's Milk had prepared chain of custody forms, seals, bag tags, and a field camera with a timestamp that could not be altered without leaving a trace. Huey had gloves and a small list taped inside his sleeve that said small flame, adhesive only, and breathe. I moved my Nomua to the periphery. 2 took high positions, 1 on a billboard frame, 1 on the spine of a maintenance walkway. 1 sat on the underside of the approach like a large shadow. The 4th remained with Butcher for the stop. At 9:03, the van rolled out of the garage behind a sedan that carried another handler. The boxes had been loaded by hand. Each had a slotted lid and 2 tamper seals. I saw blue tape with white hashing. I saw the stamps and the numbers, DL12, DL13, DL14, DL15. I checked our mirror. They matched donors. The names on the internal file lined up with a charity whose gala was held every year on a boat. I bent the traffic pattern 1 lane at a time. A city work order rerouted 2 garbage trucks to a lane closure that did not exist. A delivery truck stalled at the base of the on-ramp long enough to make the handler sedan change lanes. I threaded a yellow cab into the space between the van and the sedan and delayed a light. I kept the patterns believable. I do not throw chaos, I move weight. Butcher, Frenchie, and Huey reached the base of the service ladder 2 blocks down. They wore work jackets, hats, and the kind of boots that belong in places where men are paid too little to take falls. Butcher chewed on a toothpick and tapped his earpiece. "We got eyes?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "You go on my count." Adjusted the strap on his bag and looked at Huey. "You stay behind me until I tell you otherwise," he said. "Do not improvise." Huey nodded once. He looked pale but controlled. "I won't," he said. Frenchie flexed his fingers and took a breath. "Anchors are clean," he said. "I will bring you and first. Butcher, you go around the barrier. You are a car problem." Butcher grinned at that. "I've been called worse." The van hit the approach at 9:27. The sedan fell back when the cab cut in front of it. The van changed lanes to avoid a broken pallet I had staged near a curb. It moved into the lane closest to the barrier. "Now," I said. Frenchie grabbed MM's wrist and blinked both of them behind the barrier in a low crouch. They stayed low and moved in a quick line to the first anchor. He blinked them again to the service ledge. It was narrow. Kept his weight centered and did not look down. He placed one hand on Frenchie's shoulder to steady him. The second hop took them to the barrier cutout where a maintenance crew had left a gap last month. Frenchie wiped sweat from his brow and exhaled slowly. Butcher went another way. He took the Nomu and moved along the shoulder on the far side. He timed his steps with the sound of the cars so the van's driver would not hear boots. He reached the gap and crouched. The Nomu hung on the barrier like a dark patch. Huey climbed the first ladder 1 rung at a time and kept his eyes on his hands. He reached the barrier, slid under the gap Frenchie had told him to use, and tucked himself beside him. His breathing was loud in his own ears and quiet in the world. I shifted the light 2 cycles ahead and sent a bus through slow. The bus blocked 3 cameras for 8 seconds. It was enough. "On your mark," I said. Stood and stepped into the lane with his hand up, palm out, like a construction flagger. He made it look like an order. The van slowed. Butcher stepped out in front of it with his jacket open enough to show the edge of a badge he should not have had and a hard face. The driver cursed and hit the brake. Butcher tapped the hood twice with his knuckles and pointed to the shoulder. The driver hesitated, looked left at the bus, looked back at the man in the jacket, and pulled onto the shoulder. Butcher moved with him, all posture and command. The handler in the sedan craned his neck and punched a number on his phone. I blocked the call by rerouting it into a loop. He swore again and tried another number. I let it ring 4 times, then drop. He pulled into the shoulder 40 meters back and stayed in his seat. Approached the van on the passenger side. Frenchie stayed behind the barrier and watched the sedan. Huey stayed behind Frenchie and clenched his fists in and out to keep the heat where it belonged. Butcher opened the driver's door before the man could step out. "Inspection," he said. His tone was flat. "You got paperwork for this load?" The driver blinked and tried to be tough. "We're contracted," he said. "Call my office." Butcher smiled without warmth. "I am your office," he said. He reached down and clicked the seatbelt release like he had done it 100 times. The driver had to catch himself to keep from sliding. Butcher leaned in close and whispered something I did not need to hear. The driver swallowed and got out. Opened the side door. Cool air hit his face. He saw the boxes in neat rows and the tape on every one. He pulled on gloves, took out his field camera, and set it to manual timestamp. He snapped a photo of the van interior, the plates, the boxes, the seals, and the driver's face. He never pointed the lens at Butcher. He never pointed it at Huey. Start the chain, he said to himself. He drew a pre-printed evidence form and wrote the time, the location, the plate, the names printed on the driver's badge. He did not write VOT. He wrote only what he could see. Frenchie stayed on the sedan. He watched the handler's hands. The man opened his glove compartment and pulled a small radio with an old lane frequency. Frenchie dialed down the sensitivity of the radio with a small twist of his fingers and a quick flick of a screw he should not have known. The man tapped the button and heard only static. He slammed the glove box shut and swore again. Butcher stood with his hands behind his back and his chest out. He turned his head like he was bored, and then he looked back at the driver. "Open the back," he said. The driver, cowed, walked to the rear and unlocked the door. Climbed into the van and picked a box at random. DL13. He photographed the lid, the seal, and the lower left corner. He pulled a seal cutter from his bag and paused. "Huey," he said without looking back. "Adhesive only." Huey stepped up, hands steady now because he had a task that made sense. He set his palm over the seal's edge and pushed a small peel of heat into the adhesive. The edge curled. He pinched it with his gloved fingers and lifted it without tearing the hash pattern. He set it on wax paper and labeled it. Nodded. "Good," he said. He lifted the lid. Inside, binders lay in rows with tabs, disbursements, clinical, families, endowments, and one marked volunteer agreements. He took a photo of the top layer. He did not flip through it. He did not need to. He reached under the top binder and took the second. He photographed that too. He sealed the box with the same tape and pressed the seal back down with the warmed adhesive. "Bag 1, he said. He passed the binder into an evidence bag, pushed the air out, and sealed it with a red strip that would show a fingerprint if someone tried to peel it. He wrote the code on the bag and on the form. He checked his watch. "Time." Frenchie spoke in an even whisper. "We have 90 seconds before the sedan driver tries his luck with the horn. He is unhappy. He has his hand on the door." Butcher heard it. He gave the sedan man a look that traveled far and settled into the handler's stomach. The man took his hand off the door. Butcher smiled without humor and turned back to the driver. "Lovely day," he said. "Sit tight. 2 more boxes. DL14 and DL15. The same process." Huey's heat stayed clean. MM's camera clicked and clicked. He did not waste frames. He did not speed up. He knew the difference between fast and sloppy. Frenchie tapped his foot to keep time with his pulse and called the sedan man's micro moves: hand to pocket, glance left, glance right, shift weight, lean. He was steady. The Nomu at the barrier moved half a meter to adjust its hold when a cyclist came too close to the shoulder. The cyclist wobbled, cursed, and continued. No one saw the hand that held him upright for a second. "Last one," said. He reached under the third binder and pulled the fourth. It was heavier. The tab read "Donor Family's Special Approval." He set it on his thigh and took 3 photos in quick succession: the tab, the handwritten note dated 4 years ago, and the sign-off with 2 names. One belonged to a donor everyone knew from billboards. The other belonged to a doctor whose foundation had never published anything. He did not open the binder. He sealed it. Butcher leaned into the van and picked up a random small box that looked like office supplies. He shook it. Paper clips rattled. He looked at the driver and smiled. "Recycling," he said, and set it down. He tapped the roof of the van twice with his knuckles. "You're free to go," he said. "Our office will call yours if we have questions." The driver blinked. "That's it. That's it," Butcher said. He closed the door and slapped it. "Drive safe." The driver got in. He looked at the sedan handler for direction. The man in the sedan shrugged helplessly and started his engine. The van pulled away. Butcher watched it merge back into traffic and then turned on his heel. "Out," he said. Frenchie took MM's wrist and blinked them twice to the service ledge and the ladder. Huey followed and forced himself not to look down. Butcher walked along the shoulder like he owned the lane. The Nomua followed him like a shadow and then climbed up the barrier and disappeared into the structure. No one noticed. Cameras showed 8 seconds of bus and then a clear lane with nothing suspicious in it. They met at the base of the ladder behind a tarp. Set the bags on the ground and pulled fresh gloves. He opened the first bag and photographed the label again. He weighed the binder and entered the weight on the form. He did the same with the second and third. He sealed the bags again and looked at Butcher. "Photo for the leak," he said. "One shot. One page. Tight." Butcher nodded and stepped back. Frenchie took the field camera and crouched. He drew one binder to the lip of the bag to show the tab without exposing everything. He framed the text at the bottom that tied a donor name to an approval. He got the lot number in frame. He took one photo. He checked the focus and nodded. Slid the binder back into the bag and closed it. "That's all the world gets for now," he said. Huey blew out a breath he had been holding. "We did it," he said. He sounded surprised. Butcher clapped him on the shoulder. "You didn't burn the bridge down," he said. "I'm proud." Huey half smiled. "Thanks," he said, shy. "Move," I said. "They will realize the timing when the driver reports a stop in the wrong lane to the wrong office. We have 8 minutes until a call lands in the hands of someone who will send a car to look." They moved. Frenchie blinked them 2 blocks to a service alley where the Nomo lowered the bags carefully over a fence. Carried them like a man carrying a sleeping child. He did not run. He did not drop. Butcher walked behind him with his hands in his pockets and a grin he wore for himself. Huey watched every corner like he expected extras to roll out with rifles. At the warehouse, cleared a table with one sweep of his arm and set the bags down. He washed his hands and put on new gloves. He set the forms beside the bags, checked the camera, and wrote the final line. "Chain transferred to locked case at 11:03. He signed. He looked at Frenchie. Frenchie signed as witness. Huey signed under that, hand shaking a little. Butcher did not sign. He poured coffee and watched them work, amused and satisfied. "Kid," said to Huey without looking up. "You did good." Huey flushed. "Thanks," he said quietly. Frenchie opened the laptop and pulled the one photo. He scrubbed the EXIF to remove anything that would tie it to our device but left the timestamp. He added a simple text line with the lot number and a question mark. He sent it to an inbox that belonged to an investigative reporter who had not liked VOT for a long time and had learned to wait until a second source confirmed what she already knew. He clicked send. He closed the lid. Butcher sat down on a stool and took a sip. He looked at the binders like trophies. "We'll make 'em choke on their own paper," he said, pleased. Shot him a look. "We don't gloat yet," he said. "We protect it. We make copies. We plant a second copy somewhere else, and we sit on this like it's a grenade with the pin half out." "All right, Mum," Butcher said with a smirk, but he nodded and meant it. I stepped out of the dim near the pillar. Butcher didn't startle. He tipped his head. Boss, he said, mocking the word because he liked to see whether it irked me. It did not. You were clean, I said. My voice stayed level. You kept the stop simple. You documented properly. Your photo is tight. You gave them one bite. They will ask for more. You will not oblige until I say. Nodded once. We hold until a second leak matters, he said. Yes, I said. I looked at Huey. Your control improved. You used heat only where needed. He straightened under the attention. I practiced, he said. Frenchie helped. Frenchie smiled at the compliment and made a little bow with his head. He is getting good, he said. Soon I will not have eyebrows. Huey laughed once and then looked embarrassed. Shook his head and hid a smile. I turned to the binders. You will build 2 copies, I said. One scanned. One physical. You will not trust one format. Obviously, said. He pulled out a portable scanner, set the first binder on the bed, and started feeding pages slowly. He did not rip. He did not rush. Butcher stood and stretched his back. You want us to take the Nomu on a victory lap? He asked. Scare the men in suits a little? Put them off their lunch? No, I said. Today you rest. Tonight you move the copies. Tomorrow you will be asked for comment by a reporter who pretends she doesn't know who you are. You will say nothing. You will move your hand and hang up. He grinned. That I can do. The girl watched from the corner with the same steady gaze she wore the night before. Frenchie kept moving near her without crowding. He set a bottle of water near her and did not look to see if she drank. Huey glanced at her and then away. Tracked her in his periphery like a careful man does when he has a new variable in his space. I left them to the work and stepped out. Ashley Barrett saw the photo 20 minutes later and went grey. She sent it to Edgar with 5 question marks. He responded with one sentence, do not respond. Legal read the names and tried to jump ahead of the working theory. They could not. The donors would call. They always did when their names appeared in the wrong place. Edgar stood at his window for 10 seconds and then sat. He opened a file with a list of private numbers. He drew a line through one he would not call. He called 2 others. He spoke for less than 15 seconds per call. He held the calls just long enough to put the idea of a controlled release in their heads so they wouldn't run to the press on their own. Homelander was on a set reading a scripted statement about Unity. A producer's assistant showed him the photo on her phone without meaning to. He read the donor name and the word approval and did not understand the chain but understood that it made someone powerful nervous. He smiled harder at the camera and showed teeth. He finished the line and asked the assistant where she got the photo. She stammered and said Twitter. He handed the phone back with a gently squeezed hand that made her gasp. Black Noir read the caption on a rooftop and tilted his head. He left the roof without leaving a mark. I returned to the warehouse. Had finished scanning the first binder and had started the second. He moved with steady hands and a slow jaw. Butcher had opened the coffee and replaced it with whiskey and then, after a look from put the whiskey back and poured more coffee. Frenchie cleaned his tools. Huey walked in a small circle and looked down at his hands like they were still new. You did good, I said, and let the words sit in the room where they belonged. Nodded once without looking up. Butcher chuckled low. Frenchie exhaled like a string had been loosened. Huey smiled without trying to hide it. I stayed long enough to confirm the scans were clean and the hashes matched. Then I stepped out into the afternoon and checked the shred facility schedule. The van would arrive only 2 minutes late. The driver would sign. The machine would eat nothing important. The binders we had would feed a different kind of machine. I watched the net fill questions, denials, quiet phone calls, one public post from a donor account calling the photo fake. It did not matter. The picture was too specific. The lot number matched the mirror. It would not go away. The day moved, and we moved with it. Chapter 19, Terms of Cooperation. By morning the building had tightened around her. Extra badges at elevator banks. 2 men at the end of the hall who pretended to check a light fixture. A third camera disguised as a sprinkler head near her door. None of it mattered to me. I stood 3 floors down for half a minute and listened to the pattern of movement above heels on carpet, a cartwheel that squeaked once in a rotation, a radio clipped to a belt. The rhythm held. No surprise sweeps. No random checks. I stepped from the service stairwell into her living room without sound. The curtains were half open. The city sat behind the glass, bright and plain. Starlight stood at the counter with a mug between both hands. Hair tied back, uniform jacket off, the rest of the suit on. Her eyes were on her phone, scrolling. Her shoulders were tight in a way I had seen before cameras and after them. She sensed me before she saw me. Her head lifted a fraction. She turned, saw me seated on the edge of her couch, and froze for a heartbeat. Her jaw set. "You need a hobby," she said, voice steady but tired. "Breaking into my place is getting old." I leaned back, hands folded. "Then let us make this visit productive." She placed the mug on the counter with care and wiped her palm on a towel. "I'm guessing you didn't come to congratulate me on the PR tour." "No," I said. "You've done enough smiling for them this week. I'm here to discuss work." She took a slow breath and came around the counter, keeping the couch between us at first. "What kind of work?" "Yours," I said. "Not Vought's. Not their schedule. Yours." She watched me, cautious. "You're going to have to be a little more specific." I nodded once. "I want you to work with me. Not as a subordinate. As an asset with autonomy. You will choose your targets within parameters. I will give you the means to move safely. In return, you will do what you already want to do, expose them with precision, not noise." Her eyes stayed on mine. "You talk like this is normal." "It will be normal if you accept," I said. "You have been hiding in plain sight for them. This gives you a way to move unseen for yourself." She crossed her arms. "And why should I trust you? You dropped monsters into a corporate lobby. You strong-armed me into going public. You hijacked a live feed. I don't even know your name." "You do not need my name," I said, calm. "You need results. You have seen mine." Her mouth tightened. "You also put people at risk." "No civilians were harmed," I said. "I designed it that way. The people who were hurt were paid to be violent and chose wrong." She shook her head slowly. "That's a nice way to say you used them." "I use the tools at hand," I said evenly. "Just as they use you. The difference is I am offering you control." She stood quiet for 3 beats. "What exactly are you offering?" "A quirk," I said. "A power that will allow you to move through this building and any other without being seen or recorded. It will make gathering proof simple. It will make leaving dangerous rooms easier. It will keep you alive." Her eyes flicked to the door, then back to me. "You can just give powers away." "Yes," I said. She swallowed once, controlled. "What's the power?" "Invisibility," I said. "Your body will vanish at will. Your clothing will remain visible. You will have to adapt. But inside Vought, it is enough." Her brows rose. "My clothes stay visible." "For now," I said. "You will learn to compensate. Dark layers. tight lines, or strip to the minimum when necessary. You will choose based on the operation. It is a limitation, not a failure. She made a face. That's not ideal. Nor is your current position, I said. But we are not writing a wish list. We are building a tool set. She looked down at her hands, then at the window, then at me. If I take this, what do you want me to do? Listen, I said. And follow these terms. First, you report nothing of me to anyone. Not Maeve. Not Huey. Not Butcher if he reaches you. Not the press. Second, you use this power to gather evidence only when you have 2 reasons to be in a place. 1 reason is never enough. Third, you do not risk yourself for footage that can be obtained again tomorrow. Fourth, if Homelander is within 20 meters, you do not use it unless you are already moving away. His hearing is unpredictable. Fifth, you will not kill. Not with this. That is not your role. Her jaw tightened at the last line. I don't kill. Good, I said. Then we share a constraint. Since when do you not kill? She asked, skeptical. Since forever, I said. I remove obstacles. I do not play with bodies. It is messy and stupid and draws heat you cannot use. She exhaled. You're giving me rules. I am giving you survival, I said. Take it or leave it. She pressed her tongue to her cheek and looked at the floor. The silence stretched. Her shoulders dropped a fraction. She looked up again. If I do this, I choose what I get, she said. I choose who I help. I choose when I stop. Yes, I said. You will choose. I will advise. She stepped around the couch, closer now. Her chin lifted. Okay, she said. Do it. I stood. I moved within arm's length and raised my hand. She flinched once and forced herself still. Her breath came steady. She set her jaw. I placed my gloved fingers against her sternum and released the quirk into her body. The transfer slid down her skin like a thin layer of cool air. She gasped, a short sound, and blinked. It tingles, she said quietly. It will stop, I said. Close your eyes. Think of your skin not being seen. Ignore your hair. Ignore your suit. Focus on the outline you carry in your head of your own body. Let it fall away. She closed her eyes. Her brow furrowed. Her hands flexed at her sides. For a second nothing changed. Then her face faded from sight. The line of her throat disappeared. Her shoulders vanished. Her hands were gone. Her suit remained, floating like it was hung on a soft frame. She opened her eyes and made a small sound of surprise at the absence of her own body. Oh my God, she said, reflexive. She looked down at herself and saw only the visible layers. She raised an invisible hand and pushed 2 fingers against the fabric at her waist. It dented. She laughed once under her breath, a quick, shocked sound. This is really weird. It is simple, I said. And effective. She took a step, then another. The boots scuffed against the carpet with no legs in them. She paused, looked toward the mirror on the wall, and walked to it. The mirror showed the suit shaped around nothing. She reached up and tugged the collar. It floated up, then settled. She turned side to side and controlled her breathing. Can cameras see me? She asked. No, I said. Not your body. The fabric will appear. You will need to reduce your visible profile as much as you are comfortable doing. She glanced toward the bedroom, then back at me. You mean I have to take the suit off? When necessary, I said. Under layers, neutral tones, or nothing. Your choice. You will plan routes to avoid people when you are not fully covered. You are not a ghost. You still move. You still make sound. Use that knowledge with discipline. She walked back toward me, stopped halfway, and faded her body back to visibility. It returned like a tide reversing. She looked at her hand, turning it, flexing fingers, learning the feel. She did it again, vanish, return, vanish, return. Each time it came faster. How long can I hold it? She asked. As long as you like, I said. It does not drain like your light. But when you combine it with heavy output, you will feel the cumulative strain. You cannot blind and vanish and sprint for 15 minutes without cost. The cost is not severe. It is fatigue. It will show in your hands first. Practice in short sets and build up. She nodded. Can I leave footprints? Yes, I said. You still weigh what you weigh. You still displace air. You still move objects when you bump them. You still leave fingerprints without gloves. You still heat cameras and trip heat sensors if you stand too close. You are as you are. You are only not seen. She rubbed the heel of her palm over her mouth and thought. What do you want first? She asked quietly. Stan Edgar's private meeting notes for the last 2 months, I said. His desk is clean. His walls are clean. The file is on a drive that is not connected to your network and sits in a drawer 2 rooms off his office. He keeps it because he does not trust any cloud he does not own. You will retrieve a copy, not the original. You will not disturb anything. She set her hands on her hips. That's on your floor, she said. Security is insane up there. I have already mapped the pattern, I said. 2-minute window when his assistant walks to the copy room and the floor lieutenant checks the bathroom near the elevator. You will take the fire stairs from 17 to 19. You will hold at the landing until I say go. You will move through the service corridor, not the carpet. You will reach the side door. You will be invisible and barefoot. You will avoid the 2 motion bells I will disarm for you and not the 3rd, which is a decoy. You will go to the room, pull the drawer, take the drive, insert the mirror I gave the boys, copy the file, return the drive, close the drawer, and leave. You will be done in under 90 seconds. She blinked. That's insane. It is precise, I said. You want me to do this today? Yes, I said. Before lunch. She huffed a breath and nodded once. Anything else? Yes, I said. You will also stop by the training gym on 17 at a time when it is not in use and place a small device behind the vent on the west wall. It will do nothing today. It will do what I ask when I ask it. She frowned. Is it going to hurt someone? No, I said. It will listen. She walked to the window and stared down at the street. She stood still for 6 seconds. Then she turned back. I'll need a bag for the suit, she said. I can't exactly walk the hall invisible in this. I reached into my coat and placed a small black roll bag on the couch. Light, I said. Unmarked. It folds clean. You can wear it crossbody under a coat. She picked it up and checked the seams like someone checking a stitch on a childhood blanket. She nodded. Okay. She looked at me. If I say no later, you let me walk. Yes, I said. She frowned. Just like that? Yes, I said. I do not hold people who do not want to be held. They break. She watched me for another long beat, gauging whether that was a lie. She decided it wasn't. All right. I'll do it. Good, I said. One more test first. She nodded. What? I pointed toward the bedroom. Your closet. Turn the lights off from the switch by the door. Walk to the closet. Remove the suit. Leave the boots. Invisibility on. Return. Count your steps. Time yourself. She stared like she wanted to roll her eyes and didn't. You're enjoying this. I am ensuring you do not trip on your own furniture while naked, I said. She snorted once, despite herself. Fine. Turn around. I did. She moved. The bedroom light clicked off. A drawer slid quietly. A hanger rattled once. The sound of fabric, soft and controlled. 31 seconds later, the bedroom door opened and closed without a body. Bare feet did not make much sound on carpet, but they made some. I counted them automatically. She came around the couch in full invisibility with the suit folded over one arm I could not see. Time, she asked. 37 seconds, I said. You can cut 7 when you don't care about wrinkles. She set the suit on the couch back, where it draped like a display. She moved her invisible hands into the roll bag and packed it with habit she did not realize she still had from years of pageants and flights. You're going to have to turn around again, she said. Yes, I said. I faced the window. She moved again. A closet door, a drawer, a half-breath at the mirror, a light click. She returned to the room fully dressed, hair pulled back tighter, coat over the suit, bag under the coat. Her face was composed. You're not going to watch me walk out the door like this, she said. I am going to watch you walk to the stairwell, I said. I will guide you from there. She stood at the threshold and paused. Why me? She asked, not as a complaint but as a fact she needed filled. Because you are already doing the job, I said. You just needed better tools. She absorbed that, then nodded once and opened the door. She checked left and right. No one. She stepped out, closed it without a click, and moved to the stairs like a woman walking to get water. I joined her in the echo of the stairwell without being seen. Down one flight, I said, low. Hold. She went down, paused at the landing, and put her hand on the rail. She looked calm. Her breathing was steady. I checked the 2 signatures on 19. The assistant left her desk with a stack of papers. The floor lieutenant walked toward the bathroom. Go, I said. She moved. Bare feet would have been better, but she wore thin socks inside her boots and rolled them quiet. She hit the service corridor and turned right, shoulders relaxed, bag tight to her side. A guard looked straight ahead 5 feet from her and did not see a body. He saw nothing. He kept walking. Left, I said. Door 2. Latch is loose. Do not let it click. She found it by touch and slipped inside. The room smelled like paper and metal. She went to the drawer I had named, pulled it, and saw the drive case. She opened it, slid the drive into the mirror, and watched the light blink once, then steady, then blink again. 30 seconds, I said. She waited without fidgeting. The light went solid. She removed the drive, placed it back into the case at the exact angle it had set before, slid the drawer shut, and pressed the handle to seat it. Out, I said. She left the room, turned right, and moved down the corridor. A voice from the left, someone making a joke to no one. She paused until the voice faded, then stepped by the vent and slid the small device into the notch behind it. It seated with a soft magnet pull. Done, I said. Stairs. She reached the landing, walked down, and entered her floor. A cleaner pushed her cart past and checked a list taped to the handle. He did not look up. She opened her door, stepped inside, and closed it. She leaned her head lightly against the door for half a second and then straightened. She walked to the couch, set the bag down, and exhaled. She looked at me. That was something, she said. I felt like a criminal. You felt alive, I said. It will pass. It becomes work with repetition. She pulled the mirror drive from the bag and set it on the table. What's on it? Everything he doesn't want on a server, I said. Meeting notes. Red line edits. A list of names that matter. I will copy it and return the mirror to your bag. You will not open it on your network. Yeah, no kidding, she said. She rubbed her palm on her thigh. Her hand trembled for a second. She saw it, frowned, and shoved the shake away. What's next on your list? Not today, I said. Today you will go to makeup, sit with a handler, pretend to care about a charity spot, and say nothing important. You will leave 30 minutes early for fatigue. You will come home, lock your door, and sleep. Tonight you will wake once, look at your phone, and do nothing. Tomorrow I will tell you the next step. She lifted a brow. You're kind of bossy. I am correct, I said. She gave me a look that might have been almost amused if the day had been kinder. I'm going to keep this, she said, touching the bag. Yes, I said. You earned it. She sat on the arm of the couch and studied me again. You're not going to tell me your name. No, I said. You're going to keep showing up in here uninvited. Yes, I said. I will not harm you. If I am here, it is because you need to hear something before it becomes noise. She stood. Then stop wasting time and tell me when I need to hear something. I will, I said. One last thing. If Homelander becomes curious about you, you will lie to him with your body. You will slow your breath. You will lower your heart rate. You will hold your face neutral. He reads panic. Do not give it to him. I know, she said softly. I've learned. You will learn more, I said. She picked up her mug, took a sip, and made a face when she realized the coffee had gone cold. She set it down. You done? She asked. Yes, I said. For now. I stepped out as easily as I had entered. The hall voices continued their dance. The building hummed. In the elevator a handler tapped a schedule and sighed. The city carried on. I moved to a rooftop and copied the drive. The contents loaded cleanly. Names. Dates. Notes. One line in particular about a legacy asset contingency and a bullet point with 3 letters that would matter later. I archived it. Across town, Ashley received an email from a producer asking whether Vought wanted to comment on the rumor that an internal source had hinted at new evidence in a donor case. She stared at the screen without blinking for 3 seconds, then forwarded it to legal with the words "handle this" and closed her eyes. In the warehouse, Butcher stood with the boys, looking at the binder copies. He did not know what Starlight had done. He did not need to. He would feel the pressure change when it mattered. I returned to the corner of the room I had just left. Starlight stood in her bathroom doorway, looking at her reflection. She raised her hand and vanished it. She brought it back. She shook it once and laughed quietly, a disbelieving sound. She squared her shoulders, rolled her neck, and forced her expression flat. Then she turned off the light. The day moved forward exactly as it needed to. Chapter 20, Names on Paper. I processed Edgar's mirrored drive in the quiet. The files were not labeled in a way that made sense to anyone but him. He used short strings and internal codes, then grouped them by week. The header format was consistent. Date, meeting duration, attendees by initials, and one line called action. He kept real names out of the top layer. He put them inside the attachments. I read 3 months of notes twice, then opened every attachment with a name in it. There were donor lunches, board calls, and one hospital visit that meant nothing. The items that mattered were simple. 3 donor families. 2 shell foundations. 1 legal memo called Adult Expansion Risk. He wrote like a man who saved words. He marked some lines with a dot. Those lines were always the problem. 1 note, D, GK, HS, in person. Scope Adult v Trial. Donor Retention, with a dot. Another, Grant Exceptional Waiver. Council to Draft, with a dot. A third, Public Shield, Volunteer Program Branding. PR to Own, with a dot. I opened the Adult Expansion Risk memo and read it line by line. The first page restated nothing we didn't already know. Adult compound V trials created unstable subjects, legal exposure was high, settlement costs were rising. The second page held the plan. Move adult dosing into a survivor support study run by a foundation that had never published anything, keep the records off bot servers, pay doctors directly through donor endowments. It was not original. It was careful. I pulled 5 names that would matter from the attachments. 2 donors, Daniel Esteban and Grace Klein. 1 physician, Dr. Harold Sutter. 1 coordinator, Monica Ree. 1 law partner, James Pike. I checked them against the binders had taken. The tabs matched. Donor family's special approval had the initials DE and GK in the log I had already seen through the camera. The sign-off matched the law partner on the memo. The chain was clean. I opened the call log for Edgar's desk. His private outbounds lined up with those names in the week before and after the donor approvals. He was careful with words, but he used the phone like a lever. He called once to set the tone, then did not pick up again. It was enough to keep everyone moving. I prepared the plan. It needed starlight, legal audio, and the boys' papers. The leak would land cleanly in the hands of a reporter who knew how to verify without giving us away. I went to her room. She was home from an early interview, half out of her uniform, hair down, eyes lined in a way the cameras liked. She had a bottle of water in her hand and her phone on the table. The TV was off. She looked tired in a way that was not weakness, it was concentration stretched thin. She didn't jump when she saw me. She just sighed and put the water down. "You don't ring," she said. "I don't need to," I said. "We have work." She rubbed her temple with 2 fingers. "I figured," she said. "What now?" "Legal," I said. "You will plant a second listener near their conference room and collect a schedule that confirms today's meetings. Then you will walk to the 17th floor gym and check the vent device we placed. You will be ready for movement within 30 minutes. I will tell you when." She pulled the hair tie from her wrist and tied her hair back. "What am I listening for?" "Names," I said. "Esteban. Klein. Sutter. Ree. Pike. You will hear at least 2 of them today. If you do, you will step out and wait for my call." She nodded. "And then?" "We force a choice," I said. "They will have to either shield a donor or disown the program. Both cost them. Both move us." She took a breath and let it out slow. "Okay," she said. "Where are we putting this thing?" I placed the new device on her table. It was small, flat, and matte, with a clip that could hold onto thin metal. "Under the lip of the return vent in legal's conference room," I said. "You will go invisible before you step through the door. Shoes off. Socks fine. You will crawl under the table if you can't reach standing. You will not bump chairs." She made a face. "I love this job," she said, dry. "You will also be seen in the hall twice," I said. "You will carry files. If someone greets you, nod. Do not stop." She pulled open a drawer and found 2 manila folders. She put blank paper in each and wrote charity on the tabs. Props, she said. Good, I said. You move in 10 minutes. She paused at the door with her hand on the handle. If they catch me, she said, you'll get me out. Yes, I said. I will get you out. She nodded once and left. I moved to a corner in the ceiling of legal. The conference room was empty. The vent sat above a framed photo of a ribbon cutting. The hallway outside hummed with the low talk that always lives near lawyers. The room carried the faint smell of coffee and toner. I checked the cameras. 2 pointed away from the room. 1 sat above the elevator bank and saw a slice of the hallway. I put a 7-second buffer in the record and shifted the timestamp by 12 seconds. It would be enough to make a reviewer shrug. Her steps came on time. She walked into view in street shoes and neutral clothes, folders in hand, head down just enough to look like someone doing something ordinary. A junior associate bumped her shoulder and apologized too much. She nodded and kept moving. She did not hurry. She did not slow. She reached the door. She put her back to the wall, checked left and right, and then vanished. The clothes and folders stayed. She opened the door a crack and slipped inside with the folders floating. She set them on the table quietly. She stepped to the vent, reached up, and could not quite climb without disturbing a chair. She lowered herself to the floor. She moved under the table. She slid along the floor on elbows and knees without scraping. She pressed her shoulders into a narrow space until her fingertips found the lip. She clipped the device. She pressed once. The light inside it blinked. She backed out the way she came, stood, picked up the folders, and returned to visibility. She placed one folder under a chair. She put the other against the far wall. She looked like she was looking for something that wasn't there. The door opened. James Pike walked in with 2 associates. He stopped when he saw her, frowned, then put on the smile he used for people he had judged useful. Annie, he said. Everything all right? She held up the folder. Looking for a copy, she said. I thought someone left it in here. He gestured toward the table. We're about to start. Need help? She smiled with the practiced kindness of a person who can stand on a stage and be liked. I'm good, she said. Found it. She lifted the folder that hid nothing and slid by him without touching him. He watched her leave. His eyes were not hungry. They were measuring. Then he went back to his work. I followed her steps to the gym on 17. It was empty. She walked to the vent, reached under, and felt the device we had placed yesterday. It was still there. She straightened, looked around, and took a breath. She walked back to the elevator and returned to her floor. I pulled the first feed from legal as the room filled. Pike. Monica Ree. A paralegal with a stack of files. 2 partners called in by speaker. Ashley joined by phone and muted herself. 5 minutes passed while they exchanged words that meant nothing. Then the call hit a name. Esteban is asking for reassurance, one partner said. He wants language he can show his board. Give him boilerplate about compliance and research, Pike said. If he wants to feel special, put his name on an internal memo and call it a letter of support. Nothing goes public. Grace? Monica asked. Grace wants indemnity, Pike said. She always wants indemnity. She has the money to afford it. We give her a letter that says nothing and a handshake that says everything. If she leaks, we say we never promised what she thinks we promised. Dr. Sutter, the other partner asked. Lines up access, Monica said. He has a new site. He's asking for upgraded logistics. Security to handle the door. It's a few blocks outside our normal zone. Ashley unmuted, voice thin. Keep my name out of the logistics. I can't sell it if my team looks like they moved it. Noted, Pike said. So everyone understands the rule. No real email on this. Phone only. Paper only. Shred only. The foundation gets credit for goodwill. We keep our hands dry. They moved on to new business. It did not matter. I cut the feed and stored it. I dialed Butcher's line. He answered on the third buzz. Yet. It's time, I said. We have confirmation. Names match the binders. Adult V disguised as survivor support. Donors attached. Legal is drafting lies. Music, he said, pleased. What do you want us to do? Cross-verify the names against your copies, I said. Pull one page with DE and one with GK and the law partners sign off. Blur everything else. Sets the chain copy. Frenchie scrubs the metadata. Huey does nothing but watch the door. You will send one file to the same reporter as yesterday. No comment. No follow-up. He chuckled. You really do enjoy a slow boil. I enjoy control, I said. Move. I called directly. He picked up, voice steady. We're already at the table. Good, I said. You have donors Esteban and Klein and law partner Pike in your copy. Take one page that shows DE with special approval and the sign line with J Pike. Same with GK. Photograph tight. Include the binder tab in your chain code. Understood, he said. You want the handwritten note? Only if it shows approval, I said. Do not include dollar amounts. That detail can wait. Copy, he said. Frenchie's voice came from the background. I will wipe the EXIF clean and leave only the timestamp. Do not touch the time, I said. Consistency matters. Huey's voice, quiet. You really think this will blow up? It will force movement, I said. That is enough. I cut the line and returned to Starlight. She had taken off her coat and sat on the floor with her back against the couch. Her phone lay beside her. She looked calm in a way that comes from having just done something hard and getting away with it. She glanced up when I stepped in. Well, she asked. We have the names, I said. Esteban. Klein. Sutter. Pike. They're moving Adult V under a foundation cover. Legal knows the risk. They think they can clean it with paper. She grimaced. Sounds right. The boys are preparing a second leak, I said. You will do nothing on camera today. You will be photographed leaving the building. You will look neutral. If asked, you will say no comment. She rolled her eyes. I know how to say no comment. Then say it, I said, without humor. She pushed a hand through her hair and stood. You expect a lot. I expect results, I said. And you deliver them. She stared at me for a second, then picked up her phone. Fine, she said. I have a makeup call in 20. Do you need me for anything else right now? Yes, I said. Turn invisible and walk to your door. Open it. Close it. Return. Do it twice. Practice the handle quietly. She gave me a look. You're serious? Yes, I said. She did it. She vanished, moved, opened the door without a click, closed it, returned, became visible. Twice. The second time was faster. Good, I said. You will not fumble under stress. She tied her hair back again. I'm going to the studio, she said. You going to watch? Yes, I said. She rolled her eyes again. Of course. I stepped out and set the rest. The reporter received the 2 new photos at 1:12 p.m. She opened them, checked the timestamp against yesterday's, and saw the same binder tabs and handwriting. She ran the donor names through her own sources. She sent a text to a hospital contact who owed her a favor. She received a short reply: Sutter runs labs off-site. Won't talk on record. She typed 2 paragraphs and stopped herself before publishing. She called her editor. Her editor told her to wait for one more nail. Edgar received a call from someone with a last name that bought ad space. He didn't take it. He read the message attached. They have a photo. He forwarded nothing to Ashley. He sent one line to legal: prepare general denial and ongoing evaluation language. No names. Ashley read 3 emails she did not want to read and swallowed. She told a junior to prep talking points about charity work and partnerships. She deleted a draft where she had written "we didn't know." Maeve stood in the training room, hands wrapped, and hit a bag until her knuckles hurt. She checked her phone once and saw the photo everyone was passing around. She shook her head and hit the bag again. Homelander saw the photo while he was in a green room waiting to talk about Unity again. He scrolled. He didn't understand the chain. He understood that the word donor in a sentence with compound V could make him answer stupid questions. He handed the phone back to the handler and told him to bring 2 children to the set for the next segment. I walked back to the warehouse. Had the 2 photos on a separate screen from the scans. He had printed them and tucked them into a file with the chain forms. He locked the file with a clean lock and put the key in a safe under the table. He wrote the code somewhere only he would remember. He moved like a man who had done this in other rooms for other kinds of paper. Frenchie wiped the metadata and left the time. He added an original hash and printed it on a small sticker that he put on the plastic bag. He tapped the sticker twice, satisfied. Huey watched the door and the street and the camera. He looked out of place in the way someone always looks out of place when they are new. He kept his hands open. Butcher came in with a sandwich in his hand and chewed without hurry. He looked at the photos and grinned. "They'll taste that," he said. "They'll choke on it if we follow it right," said. "Don't worry," Butcher said. "We will." They sent the files. We waited. It did not take long. At 3:05 p.m., the reporter published a short piece without adjectives. 2 photos, 1 paragraph, 2 names redacted in the body but visible in the tab, a note that the documents appeared to show donor approval for a program that aligned with adult dosing. She included a comment request at the bottom. She did not add a line about sources say. She did not need to. The first donor's PR team posted a denial within 7 minutes. It said the photo was fake and probably illegal. It included a complaint about smear campaigns. The second donor said nothing. The Doctors Foundation posted a photo of a ribbon cutting from 2 years ago with a caption about hope. It read like a confession to someone who knew how to read lines. Ashley told her team to move the "We support survivors" language into a tweet and to schedule a soft TV hit for the morning where she would say they were proud of their community partners. She asked legal if they needed to issue a cease and desist. Legal said no. Edgar said no. She didn't sleep at her desk because she couldn't. I stood on the roof across from the tower and watched the upper lights. I counted the rooms that stayed on past 7. I counted the ones that turned off early so the people in them could pretend nothing had happened. Starlight returned to her room and sat on the floor again with her back against the couch. She had done the studio hit with a clean face and a neat line about community. She looked at her hands and flexed them. She looked at the bag with the device in it and put it in the closet. She sat still. I stepped into the room. She looked up. "You happy?" she asked, tired but curious. "I am satisfied," I said. We tightened the line. "They have to move. When they move, they leave tracks for us. She rubbed her thumb over her palm. You're going to ask me to go back in there? Yes, I said. Not tonight. Tomorrow morning you will go to legal again. They will be less careful because they will feel rushed. You will collect the draft language they are writing for Edgar. It will be on a printer tray when someone walks out. She nodded slowly. I can do that. You will also be photographed leaving the building today by a tabloid, I said. If they ask you about the donors, you will say no comment and get in the car. Do not argue. Do not look angry. Neutral. She rolled her eyes again. Neutral. I get it. I looked at her face and saw strain she was holding away from everyone else. You did well, I said. You handled yourself and the device without panic. She looked down and half smiled. It felt good, she said quietly, then frowned at herself for admitting it. I mean, I know that sounds messed up. It sounds like work done right, I said. Nothing more. She stood and stretched. I have a training session with Maeve in an hour, she said. You going to spy on that too? Yes, I said. She laughed once. Of course. I left her and went back to the warehouse again. Butcher had opened a bottle he shouldn't have. Took it out of his hand and put it back on the shelf. We're not done, he said. We're never done, Butcher said, sounding amused. Frenchie sat near the girl and pointed at a deck of cards. She watched his hand shuffle and did not touch them. Huey put a blanket on a chair near her and did not look at her when he did it. The Nomu stood at the wall and watched the door. The city ran outside like it always ran. I checked the devices. The legal listener captured a second call at 6:14 p.m. Pike and Edgar. We don't confirm, Edgar said. We don't deny. We say we support responsibility. We highlight charity. We kill oxygen. Pike said, understood. They were wrong. They could not kill this with lack of air. We had set the wick. I shut the feed and let the room be quiet for a moment. Then I laid the next 3 steps. Chapter 21, the page they hid. I read the tower before dawn. The building's systems settled into their weekday rhythm: badge swipes, elevator intervals, security shift turnover. Legal's conference room booked 2 blocks across the morning. The office printer in the corner room showed a maintenance cycle at 8:10 a.m., followed by a heavy queue at 8:22. Draft public positioning sat at the top of that queue with James Pike's credentials attached. Ashley's floor had a morning huddle at 8:30 that would keep her pinned for 20 minutes. Edgar's assistant scheduled a coffee walk at 8:24. The pattern was sound. Starlight stood at her mirror tying her hair back. She wore neutral clothes: black leggings, a long shirt, a thin jacket. Her roll bag sat open on the couch with the device from yesterday inside and a fresh manila folder on top. She checked the hallway through the peephole, exhaled, and opened the door. You have 10 minutes, I said. My voice stayed low and even. Shoes off in the stairwell. Socks are fine. You move on my word. She nodded once, stepped into the stairwell, slipped out of her boots, and folded them into the roll bag. She rolled her ankles to loosen them and waited at the landing with her hand on the rail. Her breathing was steady. Her face was composed. Now, I said. She went down 1 flight, held, then down another. 2 janitorial staff pushed a cart through the corridor below and spoke in soft tones about a broken soap dispenser. I shifted the camera at the corner to a 7-second loop. Go, I said. She moved, body smooth, feet silent. She turned invisible before she hit the first camera's sight line. The bag and clothes stayed. She kept close to the wall and slid along the narrow space. A junior associate brushed by her empty sleeve without feeling it. She reached the corner of Legal's hall and stopped with her back to the wall. Door, I said. Open on the second click. She listened. First click, the copy room door. Second click, a conference room latch in the other direction. She opened the printer room door a fraction and slipped through. The door closed without a sound. The air smelled like toner and warm plastic. The office printer sat against the far wall. A shred cart sat by the door under a sign that said secure. A paper cutter leaned against a table with a spare ream. The small wall camera faced the ceiling after last night's cleaning. I left it there. She put the bag down. She placed both hands on the printer and watched the display. Q is live, I said. Pike sent the draft to this device and his personal desktop. He will walk in under 2 minutes to pull it. You have 75 seconds to mirror the file. Invisibility? She asked. Now, I said. She vanished and took 2 steps to the side so the empty clothes would not float in front of the machine when the door opened. She pulled the mirror device from the bag with careful fingers. She slid the side port on the printer, slotted the device, and waited. The indicator light blinked. Her throat moved once as she swallowed. It blinked again. It went steady. Copy complete, I said. Eject. She withdrew the device, sealed the port, and set the mirror in the roll bag. She placed a hand over the pocket to feel the shape. Page load starting, I said. The printer whirred. The first page slid into the tray. She glanced at the time on the display. 49 seconds, I said. She moved to the far side of the room and stood with her back to the file cabinet. She returned to visibility. The clothes took shape around her again. She tugged the hem of her jacket down and picked up a stapler from the table. She set it back down. She picked up a spare ream and set it under her arm. The door opened. James Pike stepped in, eyes on his phone. He looked at the tray, nodded to himself, and set his phone down on the table. He checked the top page. He didn't read it, he checked the header and the date, then slid the stack down with his thumb to count. All there, he said to no one. He picked up the stack and tapped it against the table edge to square it. Starlight lifted the spare ream a fraction. Do you need the other tray refilled? She asked, voice even. He looked up and recognized her. He smiled his professional smile. Annie, he said. We're good. He nodded at the ream. But thank you. She nodded, neutral. Anytime. She shifted her weight and moved as if to turn away, then looked back. I left a folder in the conference room yesterday, she said. Did anyone turn it in? Probably on the credenza, he said. He checked his watch. I'm late. He picked up the stack, slid it into a manila folder stamped with the word draft, and left. The door swung shut. 30 seconds, I said. She put the ream down, turned invisible, and followed Pike into the hallway with her bag pressed to her side. She moved on the corridor's far edge to avoid brush contact. He turned right. She stayed left. His phone buzzed. He did not answer it. He walked into the conference room and dropped the folder on the table with a soft thump. She did not enter the room. She didn't need to. The mirror held the words. She stepped past the door and continued down the hall. She carried the roll bag like a messenger who belonged there. Left stairwell, I said. Shoes at the landing. Wait there. You will hold for 40 seconds. She reached the stair, stepped into the cool echoing space, and exhaled. She leaned her shoulder against the wall for a beat, then pushed off. She put her boots back on quickly, pulling the zippers without a scrape. Hold, I said. 2 legal staffers pushed through the door on the floor above, laughing at something on a phone. They clattered down and passed her without looking. She stared straight ahead. They hit the corridor and kept going. Go, I said. She went up 1 flight, down 2, then back to her floor. She opened the door, checked both ends of the hall, and crossed to her room. She unlocked it, stepped inside, and let the breath slide out of her slowly. She set the bag on the table and pulled the mirror out with hands that only shook for 1 second. She set her palms on the table until they were still. "Sit," I said. "Drink water." She drank half a bottle in a series of small swallows. She set it down. "You have it?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Listen." I projected the document across my palm for her and for me. She stepped closer, eyes tracking each line. Draft Public Positioning, Survivor Support Partnership. Prepared for, CEO, PR, Legal. Prepared by, J. Pike. VOT supports survivor communities through funding and logistical assistance to third-party foundations. VOT does not administer programs, trials, or studies. Donor-led initiatives operate independently. VOT audits partners, consistent with privacy obligations. We denounce misinformation. The language was standard. The damage lived below in the section labeled Notes to Council Only. I scrolled. A. To requesting confirmation of courier access for Foundation-linked sites. Reaffirm after-hours window. B. GK requesting expanded indemnity language. Present as best practices memo. CH. Sutter, continue with logistics support at off-grid location. Record as vendor security. D. No email. Phone. Paper. Shred. I expanded the footer. Prepared with input from MHA. That was enough. It tied legal to logistics. It tied donors to courier access. It named Sutter's support as security. It put the lie into notes in a way that lawyers believe is safe because it is not meant to be read by a jury and never meant to be public. It was perfect. Starlight ran her finger under courier access and glanced at me. "That's it," she said, voice quiet and firm. "That's the line." "Yes," I said. "That is the admission. It ties donor to door." She swallowed, controlled. "What do? We give the world only what it can swallow today," I said. "We show the first page and the footer of the notes. We keep the rest. We let them answer without the ability to deny the tie." She nodded. "The boys. They're ready," I said. "They will cross-match the names and the binder pages. They will send a single frame. Then we watch Edgar choose which arm to lose." She looked down at her hands. She flexed them, then stilled them. "You want me to do anything else right now?" "Yes," I said. "Eat. Sit still for 30 minutes. Then go to PR. Look bored. Leave early." She almost smiled. "I'm good at bored." "Practice," I said. She side-eyed me. "You're not very funny." "I am direct," I said. She shook her head once and opened a protein bar from a drawer without looking. She ate half and put the rest back. She pushed her hair behind one ear and sat on the floor with her back against the couch. She slid her phone across the carpet with a nudge and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Then she closed her eyes. I stepped out. Butcher's warehouse was awake. Had the scanners running and the chain forms laid out with 2 rulers and 3 pens. He set the draft projection on a separate monitor and print screened the 2 sections that mattered, the headline and the notes to council only with A and C visible. He blocked out the initials with a clean black strip and left the words. He left the footer intact. "Check me," he said. Frenchie leaned over his shoulder. "Leave the header intact," he said. "The file date must match the printer log if they leak it." "It does," said. He compared the timestamps. They lined up within seconds. He tapped the screen. "We leave the A and C." We hide the rest. Huey hovered by the door, listening. This will blow up, he said, nervous energy in his voice. It'll make a noise, Butcher said. That's all we need. Pulled out a clean SD card and saved the 2 frames with hashes. He slid the card into a cheap burner phone and drafted an email to the same reporter with no words in the body and the 2 images attached. He hit send. I moved to the legal floor again. Pike read from the printed draft in the conference room. Ashley joined by phone and read along from the copy he had left with her assistant. Edgar dialed in without video. He said 2 words, use 3. He meant bullet 3. Donor-led initiatives operate independently. It put the blame on the donor without naming the donors. It was elegant and ugly. The reporter received the attachments at 10:38 a.m. She opened them, checked the header against yesterday's timestamps, and held up the phone to her editor. This is enough, she said. He nodded. She wrote 3 sentences, attached the images, and published. She tagged no one. The internet did what it does: screenshots, amplified text, side-by-sides with donor photos and last year's gala footage. The phrase courier access got pulled into threads by people who followed city contracts. The phrase off-grid location hit a nerve because it sounded like something hidden and stupid. It was. Ashley's floor went tight. She stood, phone to ear, walking small circles, telling handlers to stay away from the word trial and to use program or initiative. She told a junior to generate 3 lines about working with partners to ensure safety. She deleted 2 versions that didn't sound human. Edgar read the post on his screen, did not change expression, and called legal. 3 only, he said again. We praise our partners. We never deny. We never confirm. Pike said, understood. He hung up and told Monica to pull any internal language that used the word trial. Starlight read the post on her phone and closed her eyes for a second. She put the phone down and didn't touch it again for 5 minutes. Then she stood, picked up her bag, and left her room for PR. She looked bored. She did not speak to anyone in the elevator. I watched Homelander track the noise and fail to understand it. He saw the word donor and felt an old insecurity rise, not about money, but about being beholden to anyone. He walked to the window of a green room and stared at the city with a smile that didn't move. He asked his handler if this had anything to do with him. The handler said no, too fast. Homelander nodded like he believed him, then walked away and did not smile for 30 seconds. Maeve hit the bag again, hard, and exhaled through her teeth. She read the lines about survivors and shook her head. She thought about a woman she had met in a clinic 5 years ago who had lost a hand after a volunteer day with a charity that didn't exist on paper. She swallowed the taste in her mouth and kept hitting the bag. Black Noir watched the legal floor from a roofline camera I had fed into my dashboard. He tilted his head when he saw Starlight walk past legal and not look in. He tilted it the other way when he saw Pike step out of the conference room to take a call and say nothing with his mouth while his eyes talked. Back at the warehouse, the boys settled into their roles. Filed. Frenchie locked copies into a second location he wouldn't tell Butcher about until he had to. Huey made coffee and didn't burn the pot. Butcher paced and made plans for a hit on a logistics node we had already marked. He liked movement, paperwork made him tense. I let him pace. He had earned it. I returned to Starlight. PR's morning meeting ran long. She sat in a chair while an assistant tacked slogans on a board. Empower. Support. Stand with. The words clattered like dice. She stared at them without expression. When the meeting ended, she stood, said she didn't feel well, and left early without asking permission. She walked to the elevator, stepped inside, and pushed the button for her floor. She leaned her head against the wall for 1 second and then straightened. Her door closed behind her. She took off her jacket, set the bag on the couch, and sat. She didn't talk. She didn't need to. The day's work had already landed. We read the reaction together. The donor's accounts started deleting old posts and locking comments. A foundation's website went down for maintenance. A quiet source sent the reporter a line that said check the East River storage, then went offline. The reporter called her editor again. He told her to sit for 1 hour. She sat for 30 minutes and began writing anyway. Ashley drafted the statement to run at noon. VOT supports survivors, it said. We fund independent partners and trust them to operate responsibly. We are proud of the work done in communities every day. It did not mention donors. It did not mention courier. It did not mention off-grid. It would not hold, but it would buy them time. Edgar read it and approved it with do not add adjectives. He closed his screen and opened a drawer that had nothing in it but a paper calendar and a single file with the word legacy on the tab. He took the file out, read one line, and put it back. I checked our mirror feed. The legal draft's metadata matched our copy. The chain from the printer to the file matched down to seconds. If they tried to deny it, pressure would rise. If they refused to engage, donors would panic. Either path suited me. Starlight's phone vibrated. Her handler asked if she was available for a photo op at 3. She typed no and put the phone face down. She stood, went to the bathroom, washed her hands, and looked at herself in the mirror without flinching. She held her gaze for 5 seconds, then turned off the light. I placed the mirrored file in 3 places. One on a drive with the binder scans. One in a dead drop that would survive a fire. One in a place I would not tell anyone. I wrote the time and the hash on my own ledger. I moved on. Chapter 22, Quiet Hands. I keep my working room plain. A steel table. 2 chairs. Shelving along one wall with labeled binders and hard cases. A second wall with a board that never leaves this space, covered by a roll-down panel when I am gone. A narrow cot in the corner because long nights are more efficient when I do not move. The light stays low. The door seals without a sound. It is not comfortable. It is useful. I knew she would try it at some point. New tools change behavior. Caution loosens when a person begins to trust the steps they take. I did not plan to punish her for it. I planned to measure her for the first time when she believed she was alone. She came a little after midnight. The building across the river dimmed to its night level. The street ran with less noise. The warehouse breathed in a steady rhythm. My sensors along the stairwell picked up a shift in air where a body displaces everything but sound. Bare feet do not slam. They touch and push. Her steps were short, careful, deliberate. She counted distances in her head. She had done the route once earlier in the day with clothing on to memorize where the boards speak and where they do not. She adapted. I sat at the table with a binder open and a pen in my hand, reading a page I had already read twice. I did not look toward the door when the first inch of it opened and then closed again without a click. The air pulled in behind her body and then stilled. She stood there for 3 long seconds and listened for me. I did not move. Her heartbeat rose by 2 counts and then settled. She crossed the room slowly. I watched her with senses she did not know I was using. Thermal read picked up the shape of her body. Air current sense traced her outline against the domino of motion she made as she parted the air. The pressure field along the floor saw where weight fell. She had taken off everything, bag and all. She had left the roll bag in a locker outside after testing the lock twice. She had moved without even the soft friction of underlayers so that fabric would not betray her. The invisibility quirk held clean across her skin. She believed that made her unseen. It did not. Not by me. She stood a meter to my right, thin breath to keep ribs from moving too much. Her toes curled against the concrete. She lifted her chin a fraction as she studied the shelves. She tested me with stillness. I did not break it. When she was satisfied, she moved again. Her hands settled on the first shelf without knocking the binders. Fingers spread just enough to feel edges. She did not grip by the top. She slid a thumb along the spine, reading labels in the dark by touch like a blind person puts a book in a bag. She did not pull the top row. She eased to the second shelf and took a case that did not sit flush. Good. She had scanned for what a rushed man leaves wrong. She was not rushed. She set the case silently on the table, 3 feet from my elbow, and opened it with the edge of a fingernail so the latch would not snap. Her breath grew a little faster and then settled again when the lid did not complain. She read my pages with care. She did not flip. She lifted the first page, held it at the top, and let it fall back in place. She rotated one sheet forward to look at the first lines and then slid it back exactly, using her nail to feel the microscopic difference in edge alignment. Her training taught her to leave no trace even without gloves. It was not enough for most rooms. It was enough for me to know she learned quickly. On the second page, she lingered. Donor initials. Meeting times. The name of the law partner at the bottom of a memo with a handwriting line that matched the print we had leaked in the morning. She read silently and pursed her lips. She pulled a breath through her nose and held it. She glanced by habit to where another person might stand, even though she believed I was not there. Her jaw tightened. She set the page back into alignment with calm fingers. On the next shelf she went for a journal with a piece of tape on the spine. I left that on purpose. It carried the appearance of something that would never sit on a digital server. She took it with both hands and handled it like she had done it before. She opened to the middle and found exactly what I wanted her to find, 2 redacted pages with names already saved elsewhere, dates already burned into my ledger, and 1 decoy list marked transport schedules draft with a set of false times that would show her how I set my days. She read those lines twice. She tried to find an anchor name in the margins. She found nothing. She tested the hard case under the table. It was heavy. She slid it up 3 inches, heard the slight scrape of rubber feet on concrete, and stopped. She exhaled slowly and put it back down so the feet would hit the same spots. She bent closer to the table and put her weight on one hand so she could study the notes by my elbow without moving them. Her breath touched my forearm, faintly warm. She did not notice the way my coat shrugged a millimeter when the air pressed against it. She was focused on the shape on the page. It was a small diagram with arrows that tied Legal's courier access language to the storage site by the river, with the code I had drawn myself. She followed the arrows, memorized the codes, and blinked once, slow. I watched every small choice she made. It told me what she distrusted and what she wanted. She went for names and schedules, not for my weapon lists or my small box devices. She wanted to know whether I would send her into a trap. She wanted to know whether I was using her to drag her into a public execution. She wanted to know whether I meant my words. She did not trust me. That was not a problem. Trust is slow. Performance is fast. I require performance. She moved to the board on the wall. The panel was down. She reached for the edge anyway, just to feel how it sat against the bracket. Her finger found dust on the bottom lip, and she swallowed so she would not cough. She slid her hand away, carefully so as not to leave a new clean arc. Back to the shelves. Back to the table. She read a page of notes about Soldier Boy's next controlled appearance. She followed the small lists under public kit and foam test. She checked for anything that would put civilians near an uncontrolled hazard. She found none. She leaned closer, reading the line that said, 0 civilian risk. Hard perimeter. Controlled release. She exhaled a breath she had been holding for too long and kept moving. She was not here to steal. She came for the feeling that she could walk around anything I said and prove it against paper. She did it quietly, with care, without impulse. It told me more about her than any talk we had shared. I let it go on until she reached the back corner where an older ledger sat. She lifted it, set it on the table, and turned to the third page. On that page I had written a set of rules for the Starlight operation. I had left the ledger half exposed before I left the room earlier in the evening. The handwriting was my own. The rules were her quotes and my answers, transcribed in short lines. She took them in slowly. No killing with this tool. Avoid Homelander proximity if within 20 meters. Take nothing that cannot be replaced in a second run. If caught, breathe and lie with your body. If you doubt the room, leave. She read them twice, then pressed her lips together. She closed the ledger and moved it back by feel until it fit the dust line. She still believed she was unseen. She had kept her breath quiet and her movements light. She had left almost no sign. Her heartbeat had flattened into a work rhythm. For 12 minutes, she taught herself what I keep and how I behave when I am not speaking. When she reached for the decoy transport schedule again and made a small fist, she told me she had learned enough for one night. She turned and began to cross back to the door with the same careful steps she had used to come in, toes gripping the floor lightly on each step, body angled for balance. "Annie," I said quietly, using the name she lets Vought own because it keeps the room honest. She stopped as if she had been turned to ice. Visible clothes would have told her how to stand. Invisible skin gave her nothing to hide behind. Silence hung around her like a cloak. She did not move a muscle. "Close the door," I said, in the same calm tone I use when I tell a guard to put his weapon on the floor. She reached back for the door with fingers that did not shake. She closed it without a sound. "You did well," I said. "You found what you needed without being stupid. That is good." She did not answer. Her throat moved. She swallowed once, hard, and then again, slow. "You wanted to know if I was feeding you garbage," I continued. "You wanted to know if I would throw you into a story that kills you to buy me a headline. You wanted to know whether my line about zero civilian risk means anything. You opened the pages and read them yourself. That is good." Her voice came small and controlled from the empty air near the shelves. "I thought you were out." "I am never out for long," I said. "You should not count on it." She shifted. Air moved against my cheek. She exhaled slowly, trying to quiet her lungs. "You could have stopped me." "I did," I said mildly. "Right now." She let out a thin breath that could have been a huff if she were in clothing. "Do you always watch like that?" "Yes," I said. "I watch everything. That is why I am alive." She stood still for another count of 10, then moved closer to the table and the chair across from me. "Can you see me?" she asked. She tried to keep the curiosity out of her voice. It slipped in anyway. "Yes," I said. A small, raw sound left her throat before she could swallow it. She stood a fraction straighter. "How?" "I do not owe you that answer," I said. "But the short version is simple. Heat. Air. Field. Your body is always there. You removed the light. You cannot remove the rest." She went quiet. Her breathing steadied again. "Then this was a test," she said. "This was your test," I corrected. "You did not come here to obey. You came here to measure me. That is fine. Now I will measure you." I reached to the shelf and took the decoy transport page. I slid it across the table to the empty air where she stood. The paper stopped against the outline of her hand. She did not take it. "Do not memorize this," I said. "It is false. I left it for you to find." If you could not tell that this page was not written like the others, you would not be useful. You did not bite. Her voice tightened. You left bait. Yes, I said. You did not take it. That is why you are still here having a conversation. Her next breath came with a small tremor. She set her palms on the table and leaned in a fraction. The steel felt warm where her skin met it. If I had taken it, I would have replaced your bag with one that did not open again, I said calmly. And I would have returned you to your room and told you to stay out of mine. You would still be alive. You would no longer be in this operation. So that's your line, she said. One of them, I said. You do not need to know the rest yet. She stood quiet long enough for the air to settle. Then she spoke without pretense. I don't trust you, she said. I don't trust them either. I trust what I can touch. That's why I came. Good, I said. I do not require your trust. I require your accuracy. She let out a breath that felt like a laugh and not a laugh. That's very you. It is, I said. Dress, I added, voice flat. You may be invisible to most eyes. You are not invisible to mine. I am not interested in your discomfort. Solve it. The air shifted. She moved to the locker in the hall and returned with her bag. Fabric rasped softly as she pulled on underlayers in a long shirt. The outline of clothes reappeared when she released the quirk. She stood in the doorway and looked ashamed for a second, then angry at herself for feeling it. She pushed that down and came back into the room dressed. I won't apologize, she said, chin up. You do not need to, I said. You did what you needed. Now I will adjust. She frowned. Adjust how? You will not enter this room again without asking, I said. You want documents, you ask, and I give you a place to read them and a time to return them. If you break that, I cut you out of this part of the work, and you go back to media. You do not want that. She looked down and then up, jaw set. No, I don't. Good, I said. You will also carry this. I lifted a small strip from the drawer and set it on the table. Fingerprint dye. Invisible. It transfers when you take something without permission. It will tell me which page you chose in the dark. You will put it on yourself now so you become used to the feel. Then you will wash it off. It will not enter your bloodstream. It is simple. It keeps us honest. She stared at it and then at me. You're insane, she said, half disgust, half awe. I am precise, I said. She picked up the strip and rubbed it along her fingertips. She flexed her hands. She put them on the table. Nothing changed that she could see. That was the point. Now, I said. You came for something beyond curiosity. Ask. She straightened, steady now. Are you going to put civilians near anything today? No, I said. The next move is private. A donor meeting under a false name at a hotel. Hallway audio only. Starlight lifts an agenda if a folder is discarded. No pressure. No panic. The boys take logs. No one sees anything but men in suits walking to a room. She nodded slowly. And Homelander? Busy, I said. I will keep him busy. He still does not understand this story. He only understands his reflection. She looked away for a second and then back. And me? You will sleep, I said. Then you will shower and eat. Then you will come back here at 11. Dressed. We will go through the legal timeline and what you will lift if it appears. Then you will leave. You will not improvise again tonight. She held my eyes. I'm still not saying I trust you. Stop saying that, I said, voice even. You say it to make yourself feel like you are not giving something away. You are not. I have what I need from you. You will have what you need from me. That is the agreement. Do not insult it. Her shoulders dropped a fraction. She nodded once. Fine. Good, I said. Go. She picked up her bag. She looked around the room once, not as a thief, but as someone who now understood what she could not see before. Then she left, closing the door softly. Her steps moved down the hall, slower now but sure. I stood and filed the page she had studied back into its sleeve. I wiped the dust line on the panel so it would not betray future fingers. I returned the ledger to its mark and noted in my own book, Starlight entered at 12:12, read donors, ignored decoy, confronted at 12:24, accepted terms. I did not record her bare skin. It did not matter. It was a tactic, not a vow. I stepped into the hall. The night air had cooled. The Nomu at the end of the corridor turned its head when I passed and then stilled. I checked the door to the side room where the boys' copies sat in a safe and turned the dial to the second number. The tumblers spoke to me. I turned them again. I closed it. On the far side of the river, legal burned lights past one. The donor's representative had sent an email he believed was private from a phone that wasn't. The word courier appeared again and again. It rang like a bell. I made a note to pull it in the morning. In her own room, Starlight leaned against her door and closed her eyes for exactly 3 seconds. Then she pushed away, walked to the bathroom, and turned on the shower. She set the bag on the counter and took out the dye packet. She scrubbed her fingertips and watched water carry nothing away. She frowned and then laughed once at herself for expecting to see anything. She shut the water off and stood in silence for a while. I returned to my chair and turned the next page. The work did not stop because she had shown me she was human. It moved forward because now I knew her pace. Chapter 23, The Corner and the Exit. I began the morning by mapping Homelander's path inside the tower. He is a pattern until he is not. The handlers keep him on rails with appearances, trainings, camera hits, and staged rescues. He accepts the schedule when it flatters him. He wanders when attention moves elsewhere. At 9:15 a.m., his route showed a training block on 17, a camera drop on PR at 10, and a reading at a hospital at noon. He was already bored by 9:07. He left the gym early after lifting a weight he did not need to lift and staring at himself in the glass for 30 seconds without moving. The handlers logged it as ready to go. It meant nothing. It meant he would start walking. Starlight texted me once, heading to PR. Normal. She left her room and moved with the flow of the floor. Hair pulled back, neutral face, bag tight to her side. She wore a thin shirt under the suit and the roll bag strap across her chest. The invisibility quirk sat under her skin, ready. I watched him cut through 18 toward legal instead of toward PR. He paused at the corner where 2 cameras overlapped. He liked corners. They give him angles. He listened. He sniffed the air out of habit. He stepped forward. He saw her first because he was looking for any change. She kept her head at a steady height, eyes forward, mouth neutral. He smiled. It was the camera smile he uses in corridors for assistants who want a photo. He walked straight toward her and blocked the hall by standing slightly off-center. It forced her to small step into his shade instead of the open floor. Annie, he said, using the name he prefers because it is the one he believes he owns. His tone was light. His eyes were not. She stopped. Hey, she said. Calm. Normal. She kept her chin level. She did not lift it to him. She did not lower it. You keepin' busy? He asked. He tilted his head as if he were teasing. You've been walkin' a lot. I train, she said. Like you. He laughed softly. You always have the best answers. He stepped half a foot closer. You've been on Legal's floor twice this week. She did not look left, where Legal's hall began. She looked at his face. Yeah, she said. Compliance asked for a meet and greet about the charity piece. Uh-huh, he said. He let the syllable hang. About the survivors. He said the last word like it was a foreign word he had learned from a card. She held his eyes. Yes. He leaned in a fraction. You don't need to go there for that, he said, soft. They come to me with those. I wasn't aware, she said. Even. No edge. He smiled wider. Well, he said. Now you are. His eyes dropped to the strap of her bag and back to her face. You always carry that. Sometimes, she said. He nodded as if he had taught her something. He didn't move. He kept his body in the lane. People behind her slowed and stepped around them on the wall side like water flowing around a post. He liked the small discomfort that caused. He watched her reactions. She gave him none. I spoke in her ear through the near-field bud nested against her canal. My voice stayed low and even. Breathe slow. Count to 4 in. 6 out. Drop your shoulders by 1 centimeter. Do not lift your chin. Do not clench your jaw. She shifted that fraction. He saw none of it. He saw only what he wanted to see. He leaned in closer. We're a team, Annie, he said softly. You tell me things. I tell you things. That's how it works. Okay, she said. Okay, he echoed. He liked the echo. So. Tell me something. What did you see down there? Printer jam, she said. James was mad. He laughed, short. James is always mad. He tapped the wall behind her with 2 fingers as if to make a point about nothing. The sound made a handler at the far end of the hall look up. Homelander ignored him. You know, he said, voice lighter, we've got the hospital thing later. Be nice to do that one together. People like our faces in a frame. Sure, she said. If Ashley wants it. Ashley wants what I want, he said, smile fixed. Don't you worry about Ashley. Her pulse ticked up 2 counts. He heard it. He enjoyed it. He tilted his head. You nervous? No, she said. Good, he said. He stepped to the side as if to let her pass, then stepped back into the lane. Oh, one more thing, he said, as if he had remembered something small. If you need anything, you come to me. You don't go to Legal. Legal's boring. He leaned in close enough that his breath touched her cheek. Right. She did not flinch. Right. He stepped aside. He gave her a small flourish with his hand like a host welcoming a guest into a room. She walked past him, steady. He watched her go. He turned his head when she reached the corner to see if she would look back. She did not. He smiled again at no one and started walking behind her. Service corridor, I said. Left, 10 meters. Door with the faded no smoking sticker. She kept her pace normal. She turned at the service door as if she belonged there. She pushed it open without looking at the sign. She stepped inside. She let the door close. He kept walking and slowed at the door as if considering whether to follow. He did not. Not yet. He stood with his hand on the knob and looked at the camera above it. He waited. He took his hand away. He walked on as if he had only paused to stretch. He cut right at the next hall and took the stairs up 1 floor. I watched his route shift. He was circling. He wanted another angle. Jacket off, I said. Bag under. Invisibility on. Shoes stay for noise cover. Move. She slipped the jacket off in one motion and folded it against the bag, strap across her chest, profile reduced. She pushed the quirk over her skin. Her face, arms, neck, and hands vanished. The clothes remained. She tightened the strap and moved along the service corridor with small steps that made the same sound as a single person walking. She slid past an open maintenance closet where a man in overalls checked a list on a clipboard. He did not look up. Stairs at the end, I said. Up 1 to 19. Cross to the west service doors. Down 2 to 17. PR corridor will be crowded. Blend. Do not rush. If he appears, hold. Breathe. She reached the stairs. She took them 2 at a time and kept her breath slow. She hit 19 and pushed through the service door with her hip so the empty sleeve would not float into the camera frame. She crossed the hall. A guard walked by with a hand on his belt. He saw the bag strap and a shirt and a suit skirt and a blank space where arms should show. His mind filled the gaps. People see what they are trained to see. He kept walking. Homelander reached 19 from the other stairwell and walked the main hall. He stopped at the corner and listened. He tilted his head. He heard footfalls. He heard a bag strap rub fabric. He did not hear breath. He frowned. He turned his head and smiled at a secretary who peered out of an office and then kept moving. Right, I said. Door with the ladder pictogram. Quick. She slipped inside. She moved down the ladder to 18's service void and across the catwalk with a steady grip. She climbed down another ladder to 17 and pushed the door with her shoulder. She stepped into the PR floor's back hall. She reached up, pulled the strap tighter across her chest, and walked. Homelander turned down the main PR corridor at the same time. He walked past the open doors where social media staff worked on screens. Laughter leaked out of a glass conference room. He ignored it. He moved with a cheerful smile that did not reach his eyes and stopped at the intersection where the service corridor met the main hall. He listened again. He heard her shoes. He saw nothing. He smiled wider. He stepped into the service corridor. He looked at the closed doors. He put a hand on one as if he were considering opening it. He did not. He turned and walked the other way, then doubled back. He looked at a vent. He stared at it as if he could burn through it by willing it. I put a call into dispatch from a line they trusted, rooftop photo shoot malfunction. Light rig is sparking. No injuries. Request hero oversight for safety. It pinged the handlers and the building's internal channel. It read like a simple request he could solve quickly on camera. His head jerked. He looked thoughtful for a second and then superior. He lifted off the floor by an inch on instinct and sat back down to look like he was still walking when 2 assistants turned the corner. He smiled at them. They smiled back. He walked past them like a man with a mission. He went up in a blur toward the stairs to the roof. He moved too fast to pretend it was nothing. Hold, I said to Starlight. Count 5. Back to visible. Jacket on. Bag under. Walk to PR like you forgot a meeting. Smile once at no one. She stopped at the corner, pressed herself into the angle for 3 counts, and brought herself back into visibility. She put on the jacket, fast but clean. She exhaled once and kept moving. She stepped into PR at a steady pace and nodded at a junior who looked up from a screen. Ashley stood by the glass wall with 2 handlers and a board of words written in dry erase marker. She saw Starlight and smiled the way people in this building smile when they need a safe face. There you are, Ashley said. You okay? I'm fine, Starlight said. She kept her voice even. She kept her eyes calm. She looked like a person who had never been more bored. Great, Ashley said. She turned back to the board and wrote partner and circled it twice. We need your voice later. 3 minutes tops. Okay, Starlight said. I watched Homelander arrive on the roof. The light rig I had rigged with a sparker hissed and popped at a safe level. 2 crew members stood clear, holding their hands up. He smiled for them, flew to the rig, and pretended to hold a wire together while a camera took a picture. He enjoyed that more than the hunt. He spoke to the crew in a patient tone and pointed at nothing. He held a pose for a still. He shook a hand and took a selfie with a technician who looked pleased to be alive. He looked over the edge of the roof as if he were guarding the city. He did not look down through the floors to see the girl he thought he owned walking away from him. Sit, I said to Starlight. Drink water. Stay 15 minutes. Then leave by the main elevator. If he returns to PR, he will find a hallway with 24 people and a camera door. He will not press. She sat on the edge of a desk, crossed one leg over the other, and took a water from a tray. Her hands did not shake. She drank in small sips. She nodded once at a handler, looked at the board, and let her face go blank when someone tried to impress her with a line. She was steady. She stayed for 18 minutes. Homelander spent 7 on the roof and 3 floating above it for a set of photos. He went down a different stairwell to appear as if he had come from a different angle. He walked straight to PR. He smiled at everyone. He looked into the room for Starlight. He found her sitting with a water bottle, reading a cue card. He relaxed a fraction. He approached her with the same attention he always brings to a camera. You made it, he said, as if he had been waiting for her. I live here, she said. Her tone held the joke without affection and without edge. He laughed. We all do. He leaned a hip against a desk and lowered his voice. We still on for the hospital later? I told them we'd both be there. If Ashley wants it, she said. He shook his head slowly, smiling. Annie, he said, soft. Ashley wants what I want. She nodded once. Okay. He watched her face for a tell he could use to push farther. She gave him nothing. He straightened, patted the desk like he was signing a check, and walked away to a cluster of juniors who wanted a selfie. He put his arm around 2 at once and smiled with teeth. Out, I said. Elevator. Return to your room. Lock the door. Sit. She stood, walked to the elevator, took it down, and went to her floor. She opened her door, stepped inside, and leaned against it for 2 seconds. She moved to the couch and sat with her hands on her knees. She looked at the bag and then at the door. Good control, I said. Breath, posture, answer tempo. All correct. She blew out a breath. That was close, she said, quietly. Yes, I said. He sensed change. He is not a fool. He is also a child when attention pulls him in a direction he enjoys. She rubbed her palms on her thighs. You pulled him away. Yes, I said. I will not always do that. You will have to hold sometimes. I know, she said. She looked at her hands. I didn't panic. You did not, I said. You also did not lie with too many words. Good. She looked at the wall for a moment, then back at me. He knows I went to legal. He knows you walked a hallway, I said. He knows nothing else. Keep it that way. She nodded. What next? Hotel, I said. Evening. Donor representatives. Edgar. You will not enter the room. You will collect a page if it is discarded. You will carry yourself like a guest who lost the wrong conference room. She half smiled. I can do that. Yes, I said. Rest now. Eat. No heroics. Do not replay the hall. She laughed once without humor. Already did, she said. She stood, went to the kitchen, and pulled a meal from the fridge. She put it in the microwave, pressed the buttons without looking, and leaned on the counter while it turned. She put the food on a plate and ate without comment. She drank water. She wiped her mouth. She set the plate in the sink. I monitored Homelander as he dropped in on 2 more rooms without warning. He wanted the feeling of people being surprised to see him. He got it. He left PR for a press call he did not know how to do and did it anyway because he enjoys being on a set. He read words with a calm face. He said he loved the city. He said he loved his team. He smiled and gripped the host's shoulder a little too long. He left the set and stared at a wall for 15 seconds. He left the building through the roof. He went to the hospital early because the camera would be there. Maeve finished her training alone. She wrapped her hands by herself and tossed the tape in the bin. She looked at the roof and shook her head. She went to the locker room without speaking to anyone. I stayed with Starlight through the next hour. Her breathing settled. Her pulse flattened. She lay on the couch with her eyes closed and her hands on her stomach. She did not sleep. She rested. That was enough. At 3:40 p.m., I set the hotel booking in place under a false name. At 4:10, I pulled the parking logs. At 4:15, I watched Pike leave the tower with a folder under his arm. At 4:28, I watched a donor representative enter the hotel through the side door. At 4:33, I watched Edgar leave his office and get into a car. He did not check his phone until the door closed. At 5:10, I told Starlight to dress down, take the bag, and go. She stood, pulled on dark jeans and a plain jacket, put her hair under a cap, and left her room without looking back. She walked through the lobby with the step of someone going home from a long day. She exited the tower at the side entrance and took a car I provided that did not look like a car I would provide. I met her 2 blocks from the hotel and walked her through the floor plan. She nodded at each corner, memorized the door placement, and looked at my face like she had decided that last night would not decide tonight. She kept moving. I watched the roof. Homelander was busy. He smiled at a camera while a child held his hand. He was happy. He stayed. The rest would wait for evening. Chapter 24, The Hallway and the Page. I booked the room under the name of a mid-level events company that handled pharmaceutical lunches. The hotel sat 3 blocks off the river with a clean lobby, a new coat of paint on the mezzanine rail, and a staff trained to look helpful without asking questions. The 6th floor held 4 conference rooms, birch, elm, maple, and oak. I took maple. Edgar's assistant moved his meeting to birch under a different false name an hour later. I let him think he had outmaneuvered anyone who might be watching. I walked the floor at 5 in the afternoon. The hall carpet muffled footfalls. The ice machine hummed behind a door at the corner. 2 staffers set out water pitchers and glasses with coasters. A cart with coffee and tea waited near an outlet. I tipped the staffers well and asked for extra napkins. They didn't recognize me and didn't care to. That was correct. Butcher's team arrived in pieces. Frenchie crossed the lobby at 5:22 wearing a light jacket and a relaxed smile. He rode the elevator to 5, got out, and rode the stairs to 6. He walked the hall once and looked like a man who got lost. He hid 2 anchors with a slip of his hand, one inside the maintenance closet beside the elevators, one under the ledge of a fire extinguisher case. He tested the line by vanishing 6 feet sideways with a quick breath. He nodded to himself and relaxed his shoulders. Mother's Milk came at 5:30 with a rolling case that held 2 laptops, a document scanner, bag tags, and 3 forms already printed. He wore a collared shirt and a jacket that made him look like building management. He spoke with the front desk briefly and learned the printer code for the lobby business center. He did not smile. He did not chat. He moved to 6 and stood at the end of the hall facing the elevator with a clipboard in his hand and a pen tucked behind his ear. Huey came 5 minutes later with a small messenger bag and a nervous jaw. He nodded at and stood by the ice machine door, hands in his pockets. He breathed too shallow, then reset and breathed slower. I watched the small blue pulse under his skin flicker and settle. He stayed out of the way. I placed one Nomu above the drop ceiling in the corner near Birch and another above the service corridor. They did not move. They watched the hall. Their role tonight was simple: hold an outer ring if someone tried to push through an exit where Starlight would be. I did not plan to use them. I planned to have them. Starlight arrived at 5:44 in dark jeans, a plain jacket, hair tucked under a cap. She kept her posture neutral. She looked like a woman heading to a different floor. She checked her phone in the lobby, rode the elevator to 4, and walked the stairs to 6. She adjusted the roll bag strap as she stepped onto the carpet. She did not look left or right. She kept her face flat. When she reached the corner, she exhaled slowly and vanished. Her clothes remained. In the service corridor, she opened the bag and removed a tight layer and a scarf, then returned to the hall in only the bag cross-strap and a thin base garment under the jacket. She had learned to minimize visible cloth. The jacket floated around her with a real weight when she stepped. It would pass at a glance. I stood in the maintenance room with a hotel diagram open on my palm. 2 minutes, I said, voice low in her ear. Edgar is inbound. Pike is already on 6. The donor reps arrived by the side door. You will not enter Birch. You will hover near the door and time your entry into the service nook when the coffee tray blocks the line of sight. The discarded page will either be in the trash can by the credenza or under the water pitchers. You will not touch the folder. You will take a single sheet. You will not stop to read it. Her voice came quiet and steady. Copy. I stepped out of the maintenance room and crossed the hall. I gave a small nod. He tapped his watch and then his clipboard. At 5:58, James Pike came out of Birch to take a call. He held the phone against his ear, looked down the hall, and spoke in a calm, clipped tone. Yes, he said. We keep donors out of any hard language. We emphasize independence. I know. He listened. He's almost here. He ended the call, looked at the elevators, then at the water service, and went back inside. The first donor representative had arrived through the side stairs 5 minutes earlier. He wore a suit with a pocket square and expensive shoes that needed a wipe. He held a leather folder marked with a small debossed logo that belonged to a foundation. He did not speak to the hotel staff. He did not make eye contact with anyone. He waited for the others with an annoyed line in his mouth. The second representative arrived at 5:59. She wore black, her hair pulled tight, and a badge on a lanyard that said nothing real. She shook Pike's hand with 2 fingers and entered Birch without a glance at the hall. At 6:01, Edgar stepped off the elevator with a coat over his arm. He did not look rushed. He did not look pleased. He looked ready. He nodded to no one and went straight in. The door closed behind him with a soft catch. Positions, I said. Frenchie slipped into the maintenance closet and touched the anchor by the extinguisher case. He focused on the sound of the room next door through the thin wall. The anchor let him put his ear against the right spot without his body in the hall. His breathing slowed. His eyes half closed. He moved his head half an inch to the side and found the hollow area that carried voices through the dry wall. He tapped his earpiece twice. Rolled his case to the small table outside the elevators and opened it. The laptops came on. One handled a directed microphone placed at the base of the wall between Birch and the hallway, disguised as a hotel directional sign removed for cleaning. The other handled a small camera pointed at the conference room door that captured shoes and legs as people moved in and out. He started a list on his clipboard: time, door open, door close, shoe description, leg description, direction. He wrote each line in clean block letters. Huey stayed at the corner near the ice door and watched for hotel staff. He kept his hands open and visible. He smiled at anyone who looked his way. He looked harmless. He had learned how to look harmless from a lifetime of being harmless. It worked. Inside the room, chairs slid. Papers shuffled. A coffee cup clicked against a saucer. The directed microphone picked up Pike's voice first. "Thank you for coming," he said. "We'll be efficient. We have 3 items. 1. Language for public positioning. 2. Logistics support requests. 3. Donor concerns." Edgar's voice, flat, controlled. "Let's start with 3. The first donor rep, male, tested his tone. "We're concerned about the noise," he said. "The word courier is out of context. We want a line we can use with our board." Pike's tone went even flatter. "Use partner coordination. You'll say nothing about logistics. If asked, you say the foundation hires its own vendors with best practices." The second rep, female, did what her client paid her to do. "What about indemnity?" she asked. "Our client wants a fresh letter." "We have discussed that," Edgar said. "We do not change terms. We do not write new paper. You already have what you need." She did not push. She knew what rooms allow push. This was not one. I cut the hall camera's feed into my palm and kept a second angle on the housekeeping cart. It was moving. The houseman reached Birch and paused. He looked at the placard that said private and took a step. I blocked his step by sending a service text to his supervisor: "Hold floor 6, move to 8. His phone vibrated. He read it and turned around. He rolled away. "Starlight," I said. "Now." She moved from the far corner where she had stood invisible against the wall. The jacket floated with a real shape. She slipped into the 6-foot space between Birch's door and a low side table that carried the coffee and water. The service nook had a small trash can by the leg. Her fingers found paper. Her breath slowed. She pressed her toes into the carpet to remind her body to stand still. Inside, Pike continued. Item 2. Logistics requests. Dr. Sutter wants a longer after-hours window and a specific route cleared. We can't clear routes. We can only avoid interference. You will handle the route. A pause. Pages slid. The off-grid site requires entry upgrades. Security writes a vendor contract. We file it under property protection. No emails. The donor rep, male, said, "We need the window. We have an installation next Thursday." "Edgar, I will not schedule this around a blog post," he said evenly. "You will manage. Legal will write a sentence that says nothing if we need it." The female rep asked, "What about messaging for independence?" "Pike, we have language. We keep independent partners in survivor support. We avoid trial. We never say trial. You train your people on that." A pause. "Now, items for the room. I have printed an agenda for the boards. You will take it with you and you will burn it. If one sheet is left in this room, I will call you, and you will come back to eat it." Starlight's fingers touched paper edges under the table. Smooth cardstock. A single page folded in half. She pinched and lifted, slow and even. It slid up without a whisper. She moved it against her stomach under the jacket, pressed it flat with her palm, and held it there. Her other hand adjusted the water pitcher a 1/4 inch to hide the gap in the stack of napkins that weren't there before. She stepped back into the angle, jacket floating. Door, I said. It opened. A junior assistant stepped out with a folder under an elbow and a phone in her hand. She shouldered the door with a practiced push and turned left for the restroom. She did not look down. She did not notice the jacket that had no body under it cast a small shadow on the wall. She kept moving. wrote the time, 6:09. He noted assistant, navy slacks, white sneakers, phone in right hand, folder left. He clicked the pen, stopped clicking, and placed it behind his ear again. Inside, the donor mail said, "We need documents for transit." Pike, you do not. Board meets Friday. You tell them the line. You do not show them paper. If you show them paper, they will leak to an associate who will leak to a reporter who will call me. I will then stop taking your calls. Edgar, we are done. You have your notes. You have your line. Chairs scraped. The second rep pushed her chair back. The sound came soft through the dry wall. The assistant returned from the restroom. She stopped at the credenza, poured a cup of water, and set her folder down for half a second while she stirred a tea bag in a cup. She lifted the folder and left the cup. She walked back in. The door closed. Exit, I said. Service corridor. Starlight moved on the balls of her feet. The floating jacket passed the doorframe as the assistant spoke inside. She crossed the hall and slipped into the service door. She put her back against the wall and breathed once. She did not unfold the page. She held it hard against her. Frenchie, I said. Hall audio. Get me the names. He leaned closer to the seam in the dry wall. I have it, he murmured. He repeated quietly, Sutter, after hours, off-grid site, vendor contract, property protection, independent partners, survivor support. Took a photo of the conference room door with the camera in the laptop bezel. He checked the clock on the bottom corner of the screen. He wrote in his log, 6:13, door opens, rep female, black suit, leaves, 6:14, rep male, navy, leaves, 6:14, Pike leaves with folder, 6:15, Edgar leaves with nothing. He did not photograph faces. He stuck to legs and shoes. He knew what would hold. The door opened exactly in that order. The female rep exited first with a phone to her ear. She nodded once to herself and walked to the elevator. The male rep followed, speaking to no one. Pike came out behind them, head down, phone in hand, folder under arm. Edgar came last, face calm, coat over his arm, eyes on nothing. He did not see the floating jacket move into the service corridor on his left. He did not look. Extraction, I said. Frenchie took MM's wrist, blinked them into the maintenance room, then blinked to the stairwell landing. He returned to the hall in a heartbeat and looked like a man who had gone to check a fuse. He rolled the case away from the elevator table and down the corridor. Huey slipped into the service door and met Starlight. She placed the page into a clear bag. Her hand shook once. She steadied it. Huey held the bag open and sealed it clean. He looked up at her and kept his face neutral. Got it, he said softly, trying to keep pride out of his voice and failing. Good, she said. She looked frustrated with herself for the small tremor and then let it go. Exit 2, I said. Stairs down to 4, cross to the east elevators, out to the street. They moved. I walked the main hall as Edgar waited for the elevator. He checked his phone once and placed it back in his pocket. He adjusted his cufflink. He didn't glance left or right. He stepped into the car when it arrived. He descended to the lobby. He left through the main doors and got into a car. He never moved too fast. He never gave anyone a reason to call him anxious. And Frenchie met in the maintenance room by the corner. Opened the rolling case and placed the sealed page inside a hard folder. He put it under the scanner lid, took a quick pass, and closed it. He checked the file hash, wrote it down, and then locked the hard copy into a sleeve with a red seal. He initialed the chain form without looking at his hand. Frenchie held the case steady and watched the door. "Content?" I asked. He pulled the scanned image onto his laptop. He read the first line. Agenda, Foundation Partners Board Preparedness. Courier access window confirmation for Dr. Sutter's site. Off-grid site, address redacted, vendor security upgrade. Public positioning, independent partners, survivor support. Shred this page. Exhaled through his nose. "We got it," he said. "It says courier access window and off-grid site on the same page. It tells them to shred it. That's intent." "Good," I said. "Do not gloat. Move." He slid the sleeve into the case and closed the latch. He rolled the case toward the stairwell. Frenchie touched his shoulder and blinked them to the landing. They went down 2 flights and crossed to the side exit. Huey and Starlight entered the alley 2 minutes later through a different door. She was visible again, jacket on, bag across her chest. He looked at her for a half-second as if to ask whether she was all right. She nodded once and kept moving. We met 1 block away in a short-term lot behind a delivery bay. Butcher stood by a car with his hands in his pockets and a satisfied tilt to his mouth that he didn't bother to hide. "You got it?" he asked. Held up the sealed sleeve. "We got it," he said. His voice carried a thin line of satisfaction and caution. He looked at Butcher. "Chain stays clean." Butcher smirked. "You're a real poet," he said. He looked at Starlight. "Nice touch." She didn't smile. "It was there," she said. She sounded tired and steady. She looked at the sleeve, then at me. "It says shred this page." "Yes," I said. They failed to follow their own direction. That happens when people believe they are safe. Huey let out a breath. "So we can prove it," he said. "It actually says it." "Yes," I said. "And it names the off-grid site category. That will let us find the vendor contract." Butcher grinned wider. "We go hit the node tonight?" he asked, eager. "Not tonight," I said. "We lock this down. We leak only the top half with courier access and off-grid site visible. We hold the rest. We let them scramble. Then we go to the node." He grimaced playfully and shrugged. "Fine. You do love your slow cook." Shot him a look. "We don't say cook. We say careful." "Careful," Butcher echoed, amused. Frenchie looked at Starlight with a small nod that meant respect. "You moved clean," he said softly. "Thanks," she said. Her voice softened for a second, then returned to even. I stepped close enough for my voice to carry to only them. "You will go home," I said to Starlight. "You will sleep. You will answer no calls." "Understood," she said. I looked at 2 copies, I said. 1 digital, 1 physical. Separate locations. Your chain stays honest." He nodded. "Already planned," he said. "Huey," I said. "You go with Frenchie. If anyone follows, you are eyes only. No heat." He straightened. "Got it." Butcher looked at me, eyes gleaming. "When do we twist the knife?" he asked. "Tomorrow," I said. "We leak at 9. We trigger a donor response. We keep pressure on Edgar. Then we take the node. If we go tonight and they are already spooked, we get noise. We don't need noise. We need pages." He clicked his tongue against his teeth. "All right. They moved to their cars without rushing. Secured the case in a lockbox and set it behind a false panel. Frenchie gave Huey the sign to follow in another car. Butcher slid behind the wheel and lit a cigarette he did not smoke. He held it anyway because it felt like a habit that fit his hand. He did not take a drag. He tossed it and drove. I returned to the hotel and retrieved the 2 devices that had recorded the hallway legs. I wiped a small print that did not belong to any of us from the maintenance closet door. I left the floor as clean as it had been when we came. On the hotel's security monitors, the 6th floor looked like a line of calm hallways and closed doors. The night manager watched a baseball game on a small screen while checking in 2 guests. He did not notice anything unusual. That was correct. Back at the warehouse, set the sleeve on the table. He washed his hands and put on fresh gloves. He cut the seal and removed the page. He scanned it twice under different settings. He compared the hashes. He printed a copy with a watermark that said copy faintly on the bottom. He wrote the time on the chain form and signed it. He placed the original back in the sleeve with a new red seal. He locked it in a small safe that already held 2 earlier pieces of proof. He spun the dial. He wrote the code down on a card and put the card in his breast pocket. He patted his pocket once. Frenchie opened his laptop and scrubbed the hall audio. He removed a low hum and a brief cough. He left the voices as they were. He saved the cut and labeled it with time and source. He smiled at the neatness of it. Huey sat in a chair and stared at the page on the copy. He looked angry and relieved at the same time. They wrote shred this page, he said, shaking his head. People always write stupid things when they think no one will read them, said. Butcher leaned in the doorway and sipped coffee. He watched work. He did not touch the page. He did not touch the safe. He respected the process because he liked the outcomes it brought him. I placed a call to our reporter's dead inbox. I attached a cropped image of the top half of the page. I left the bottom where the hotel room name would be hidden. I wrote no words in the body. I hit send. Across the river, Edgar read 3 emails and 1 memo. He wrote 1 sentence to legal, review hotel security tonight for leaks. He did not ask them to call the hotel. He did not tell them to threaten the manager. He did not want to leave marks. He relied on quiet fear, not loud noise. He would get a report in the morning that said nothing. He would know that meant something. Ashley watched the evening news anchors read about donor independence and survivor support. She scrolled through a feed that had our page on it now, without full context, with 2 lines that mattered. Her hands tightened on her phone. She typed a request to legal, do we need to address courier access window? Legal wrote back, no, she did not believe that answer. She posted a photo of Starlight at a charity breakfast from last week and went home late. Starlight stood under the shower in her apartment. She turned the water off and stared at the tile for a moment. She dressed in clean clothes and sat on the edge of her bed. She turned off her phone. She lay down and stared at the ceiling. She turned on her side and closed her eyes. I sat at my steel table and read the page 5 more times. I wrote the names and the time and the hallway description in my ledger. I underlined nothing. I circled nothing. I closed the ledger and set it aside. The proof chain was clean. The night had moved as planned. The next step was obvious. Chapter 25, River Storage, Clean Pull. The address tied to courier access window lived behind a low fence on a slip road that peeled off the East River Greenway and ended at a cinder block warehouse with a fresh coat of paint over older scars. The sign on the chain link said Riverton Cold Storage. The sign on the door said tenants only. A small guard booth looked down the approach lane. Camera domes covered the corners. A white panel van idled by a bay door. A forklift beeped inside at long intervals that matched a worker who did not hurry because no one paid him to. On paper this place held frozen meats. In practice it staged off-grid shipments for a foundation that did not publish. The donor agenda page named a window. Tonight sat inside that window. I put the team in place by 9. Butcher arrived first in a city worker jacket with the collar up and a faded hard hat under his arm. He walked the sidewalk like he belonged on every sidewalk and studied the approach through breaths of cool air that looked like nothing from a distance. He paused at the corner, scratched his jaw with 2 fingers, and grinned without showing teeth. "Lovely little dump," he said into the throat mic, amused and ready. "Muzzle the charm," Mother's Milk said quietly. He stood by a transformer cabinet half a block away with a clipboard and a tool bag that matched municipal issue down to the faded barcode sticker. He watched the guard's posture and the cadence of car headlights on the avenue. He wrote times down without looking at his hand. Frenchie circled the block twice before he came in close, hands in his coat pockets, eyes tracking gutters and unlit door cuts. He carried a coil of thin line and a pouch that looked like it held screws. He did not hurry. He whistled once under his breath when he saw the roofline access ladder sit locked but old. He touched the side rail, judged its rust, and smiled to himself. Huey sat in the back of a courier sedan that had been stolen, sanitized, and returned to the curb as if it had been parked there all day. He wore a dark cap and fingerless gloves and stared at his palms when he needed to calm down. The blue heat under his skin sat at a quiet glow. He looked up every few seconds to check the booth and the bay. He kept looking, because looking gave his hands a place to rest. 2 Nomo hung in the dark under the concrete lip above the bays with their hands and feet set into small imperfections I had mapped earlier. A third crouched on the roof near the hatch. The fourth lay flat under a parked trailer with its chest against cold steel. They did not fidget. They watched. I set a low-power loop over the nearest 2 street cameras and turned the warehouse dome feeds into a 7-second delay with drift. I left the EMS bands free. I trimmed the guard's phone reception by 1 bar so he would think it was the river. I set a silent mask on the panic line that would add 6 seconds to any outbound call. 6 seconds is enough to make men ask one more question before they shout. The donor window had a shape baked into it. White van arrives alone. Dock door opens, 1 small pallet out, 2 small pallets in, signatures on a clipboard, no scans, 15 minutes, gone. The clipboard would feed into a file cabinet with 3 locks and a false bottom. The locks would not save it. "Listen," I said. 2 inside on the floor. 1 guard in the booth. 1 driver. A night manager watches basketball on a tablet in a back office and gets up every 17 minutes to look important. The manifests live inside a steel cabinet in a small room near the break table. There are 2 trackers I want disabled without alert. There is 1 camera inside the office that is real and 1 that is a shell. I will blind the real one when we enter. The shell can look at a wall. Shifted his weight. "What about the freezer base?" "Door switch monitors," I said. "No pressure mats. If you open the door and close it within 90 seconds, nothing pings. If you stand there and pose, they get an email in the morning. Do not pose." Butcher chuckled. "Heard the man." Frenchie stopped at the chain gate and looked at the small lock with a casual eye. He slid 2 fingers along the shackle. He didn't pick it. He altered its play by 1 micron with a twist from a thin tool, so when it relocked later, it would sit exactly as it had. He stepped back and rejoined the sidewalk traffic. "Van's 2 minutes out," I said. "We go on my call." "Butcher, you're the driver's problem. You're the office. Frenchie, you're the cabinets and the roof access. Huey, you're adhesive heat on trackers and seals. Nomu, perimeter only. No contact unless I say." "Copy," said, steady. Frenchie murmured. "Got it," Huey said, breath contained. The van turned off the avenue and bumped into the lane, light off for a beat too long, then flicked on under the booth's light. The guard stood and stretched his back in a bored way and waved it through. He did not check the clipboard yet. He would. In his time. This place taught him to save effort. The dock door rolled up. The beep of a forklift increased, then stopped. The driver put the van in park with a little shake in his elbow that told me he'd had too much coffee and not enough sleep. He opened the bay doors. He jumped down and yawned. "Now," I said. Frenchie put a hand on MM's shoulder and blinked them behind the pallet stacks inside the bay. He steadied with a breath and ignored the small ache in his lower back that told him the two-passenger stretch had a cost. He raised a hand to to wait. He listened. 2 voices in the bay. One in the back office. The driver by the van. Butcher crossed the lane with a walk that said he owned the asphalt. He rapped the guard booth glass with 2 knuckles and flashed a laminated card that read like a late inspection nobody wants. "Evenin'," he said, friendly without warmth. "Got a quick question about a permit. Won't take a tick." The guard blinked at the card, tried to focus, and failed. He opened the door half an inch. "We ain't got no violations," he said defensively. "Course you don't," Butcher said amiably. He angled his body to fill the doorway without looking like a threat. "That's why I'm here to tick a box and saw it off." The guard hesitated, looked at the van as if it held answers, then at the card again. Butcher's hand tipped toward the booth interior with an easy motion. The guard stepped back to block the view. Butcher stepped in with him, shoulder to shoulder, still friendly. The booth camera saw 2 coats and a laminated card. It did not see the small drift in air as a Nomu's arm slid under the booth window and set a device against the panic button relay to add that 6 seconds if someone mashed it. The guard's mouth kept moving. Butcher nodded and wrote nothing on a fake form with a dull pencil and asked about a transformer code the man had never heard of. The man felt useful. He calmed. Inside, Frenchie and moved. "Camera," I said. "On my count. 3, 2, blind." The office camera went to loop. The night manager looked up from his tablet because the light flickered in a way his brain filed as nothing. He heard the forklift turn and thought about a beer he did not have money for. He stood to look like he would look if someone walked in. Frenchie bumped the break room door with his hip and entered with a clipboard he did not own and a face that said delivery men are always in rooms like this. The manager looked at him with half a question. Frenchie smiled a little and moved to the water cooler, poured a cup he did not drink, and threw it away. He saw the cabinet with 3 locks. He saw the false bottom. He kept his eyes calm. He whistled softly at nothing and turned away like a worker who did not care. Peeled left toward the office with the printer and the file drawers. He entered without knocking. He closed the door behind him with his heel. He scanned the room in one sweep: desk, printer, a small safe under a counter, a metal cabinet labeled shipping manifests, a wall calendar with red blocks that matched donor windows if you looked too closely. He set the portable mirror drive on the printer's port. The indicator blinked. He pulled the cabinet key from the top of the door frame where every lazy manager hides a key. He opened the cabinet and photographed the first shelf without touching it. He put on fresh gloves. He lifted the top folder, photographed the inside cover with dates, and slid it back. He moved with hands that had learned how to keep a chain clean before he ever met me. Frenchie slipped around the manager as the man stood to stretch and stepped into the small corridor behind the bay where the electronics box lived. He put his ear against the panel and listened to the buzz, then slid the cover off 1 inch and inserted a sonic shim that would mute the click when he pulled the bay door sensor wire for 9 seconds. He counted under his breath. "Driver," I said. "Now." Huey stepped from the shadow of the loading door's inner wall with a messenger's stride and a clipboard. The driver blinked at him and reached for the bay manifest. Huey smiled, strained but polite. "Quick scan," he said. He set his palm flat over the corner of the tracker embedded in the plastic sleeve. Heat pulsed under his skin at a soft tick. The adhesive softened. He lifted the corner with his thumb and pressed it flat on a wax patch Frenchie had given him, the kind you peel for stickers when you need them to move. He pressed the sleeve back to the clipboard. It looked the same. The tracker felt the same. It stuck to the wrong thing. He pocketed the wax patch with the tracker like it was lint. "Thanks," he said, voice thin but steady. The driver nodded, checked a bolt for no reason, and yawned again. Pulled the second folder and found the donor code format we needed, 2 letters, 2 numbers, a dash, and a week. He photographed the first sheet and read the code that matched the page Starlight had lifted the night before. He pulled 3 sheets down the stack and found the off-grid site entry note with a street fragment. He took that photo too. He slid the sheets back into place and exhaled through his nose in a way that did not fog the cabinet glass. He closed the door. He relocked the latch. He put the key back on the frame. He wiped the frame with the back of his gloved wrist in one motion to smudge the tiny oil mark the old key had left, so no one would notice a fresh clean line. "Bay door," I said. 9 seconds. Frenchie's fingers counted down. He pulled the sensor wire for the door microswitch and let the bay door move 6 inches. The forklift beeped and then stopped. The floor worker cursed mildly and hit the button again. The door lifted. Frenchie slid the wire back into the clasp without a click. The log would show nothing. "Second tracker on the internal pallet," I said. "Under the stretch wrap. Right rear corner." Huey walked to the pallet the worker had set under the blue light and placed his hand on the plastic as if he were checking the wrap. He let a whisper of heat soften a circle the size of a quarter and pressed the tracker through the film into his palm. He pressed a fresh patch of wrap down with the back of his knuckles. The film looked continuous. He stepped back and swallowed. His hands were steady. His forehead was damp. He wiped it once with his sleeve. The manager finished his stand and sat. He looked at his tablet. He clicked the game back on. It showed a replay no one cared about. He stopped caring too. He scratched his nose and thought about the beer again. "Office safe," I said to "No time for a dance. Mirror the printer queue. Take 1 binder to scan later. Make the pull look like inventory." "Copy," he said. He ejected the mirror drive, slid it into his breast pocket, and leaned down to reach the safe. He didn't spin it. He felt the tumblers through the housing with a tool he kept under his sleeve for certain jobs and listened to clicks like he used to listen to a child breathe in another life. He turned it once, twice, caught the fall, and opened the door. He took a small binder that read bills of lading Q4. He closed the safe. He scuffed the dust line in front of it with his boot, so any guard who looked would think the scuff happened when the manager did his lazy checks. He walked out with the binder under his jacket like a man who carried a sandwich because his wife packed one. Butcher's voice came calm from the booth. "All square, mate," he told the guard, tapping his useless form against the top of the desk. He slid a piece of meaningless yellow tape across the edge of a clipboard in a way that made it look official and useless. "If your boss rings about a code, tell him a geezer with a card came through and sorted it." He smiled without kindness. The guard laughed because laughter felt safer than questions. Butcher left the booth and sauntered toward the lane like a man who wanted a smoke and a rest. "Exfil," I said, calm and even. "Phase 1. Frenchie first roof. With him. Huey, you follow on floor. Butcher, you float." Frenchie took MM's wrist and blinked them into the shadow of the roof hatch. He paused, listened for feet, heard none, popped the hatch 2 inches, slid through, and closed it. He breathed once into the cold and smiled because cold air in his lungs reminded him he was not dead. He checked the binder under MM's jacket and nodded. Huey walked past the driver like a man who had signed a thing he didn't understand and needed to pee. The driver didn't look at him. The floor worker didn't look either. He stepped into the corridor and turned toward the side door exit. He opened it and let it click shut. He exhaled and leaned on the wall for half a second before his hands remembered to keep moving. Butcher slowed by the van and scratched his neck. He looked at the warehouse like it had told him a joke. He felt the Nomua shift 2 centimeters under the trailer and nearly laughed because he liked the feeling of something too strange for anyone else to understand doing exactly what he wanted it to. The van left on schedule. The guard waved it through. He looked at his screen. It showed the dome feeds in a loop that would pass as real to a man who wanted to go home in 4 hours. He drank from a plastic cup. He looked at the tiny Christmas tree his girlfriend had put on the console. He smiled at it, then frowned at himself for smiling, and looked away. We regrouped 2 blocks away in a dead lot behind a shuttered repair shop. Frenchie lowered off the roof of the adjacent building the old way, rope around a pipe, careful step, hand on a shoulder at the end. They cut across to the lot. Huey arrived in the courier car and parked with 2 quick corrections that told me he still felt like a student driver when he was stressed. Butcher came along the sidewalk and flicked a cigarette into a puddle without having lit it. Set the binder on the hood of a car and opened it with clean hands. He flipped the first page, took a photo with the field camera, wrote the chain code, and pulled a slip of paper that had stuck to the back. He scanned it with his eyes and raised one brow. "What?" Butcher asked, trying not to sound excited and failing. "Off-grid site vendor contract reference number," said, controlled. "Matches the memo. Lists a window and a contact with 3 initials we've seen on Edgar's call log." Frenchie leaned in. "We have our pretty string," he said softly. Huey breathed out like he had been holding his breath for an hour. "So we can prove the trucks go from there to the site." "Yes," I said. "We cross-match tomorrow and push 1 line. Tonight we make copies and move the original to a second box. Do not carry this past dawn in one place." Nodded. "I'll do it now." He pulled a portable scanner from the case, set the binder on the bed, and fed pages through on slow mode. He checked each image twice and compared the hash to the camera shot of the first page. He signed the chain form. He wrote the time. He placed the original into a sleeve and sealed it with red. He put the copy into a second sleeve with a blue strip. He handed the blue to Frenchie. "Where do you want the blue?" Frenchie asked. "Practical." "Not your flat," said immediately. "Lock up 3. You know the one." Frenchie nodded. He did know. He put the blue under his jacket and zipped up. He pulled the line coil tight around his waist again like a man who ties his belt before he walks. Butcher clapped Huey on the shoulder. "Nice hands, sunshine," he said, approval bright in his eyes. Huey tried to hide the small smile and failed. "Didn't melt anything," he said, proud and a little shaky. "Don't get cocky," said, "without heat. Get quiet." Huey's smile faded into a determined nod. "Yes, sir." I stepped into the edge of their circle. Butcher tipped his head. "You like the haul?" he asked, eyes sharp. "I am satisfied," I said. My voice stayed level. "You moved clean. You did not trip anything we can't explain. You brought back the piece we needed and the number we wanted. Tomorrow we force them to look at their own words. Then we choose the next hit." Closed the case and snapped the latches. "We should move," he said. "This lot is dead, but dead lots wake up." "Go," I said. "Frenchie, Huey, take east. West. Butcher, float south, then double back. Nomu, scatter and return on separate roofs. Do not be seen." They moved. Frenchie took Huey's elbow for the first blink and left his hand there longer than he needed to, just enough to steady the boy's breathing. Huey closed his eyes during the hop and opened them with a small laugh he turned into a cough. They disappeared into side streets where cameras cover only what someone pays for. Carried the case like it was empty and heavy at the same time, with the balance of a man who knows how to move fragile things without looking like he is moving fragile things. He did not walk in the street light. He stayed in the shadow line and kept his shoulders even. Butcher lit another unlit cigarette, because the motion of hand to mouth calmed him after this kind of work. He walked like a man without plans and counted windows. I returned to the warehouse and set the scanner up on the steel table. Placed the original sleeve in my hand. I slid it into the safe that holds only pages that break men with suits. I closed the safe. I spun the dial. I noted the placement in my ledger. Frenchie arrived 20 minutes later with the blue copy and set it in a second safe in a separate room with different dust and different air. He whistled once and went to wash his hands for 3 minutes with a focus that said he was washing the night off his fingers one layer at a time. Huey sat on a crate and stared at his palms again. He flexed them, relieved, then looked around to see whether anyone had noticed him looking relieved. Butcher noticed and grinned and said nothing. Noticed and said, "Drink water," which sounded like an order and a kindness. I opened my palm display and matched the binder codes to Edgar's call log and the legal draft language. The lines matched. The truck routes matched the donor schedule blocks that had been written on a calendar for the manager who did not pay attention to what his own pencil wrote. The contact initials matched the law partner's assistant's initials. It was all neat. I like neat. "Tomorrow," I said into the room. 9 a.m. We send one cropped image. Courier access window and the vendor contract number. No names. No addresses. We let everyone ask themselves if they want their names next to that phrase. Edgar will say nothing useful. He will pick independent partners and push it until it dies. He will not like the contract number. It is a number that can be found. People will look. That is the point. Nodded. We stick to the one line, he said. We hold the rest. Yes, I said. Butcher. He leaned back and stretched his neck. And after we poke them in the eye, we go back with a hammer, he said, cheerful. After, I said. Not before. He made a face like a child told to wait for cake. Right. Huey laughed quietly, then sobered when looked at him. Sorry, he said. Don't be sorry, said. Be on time. Frenchie came back from the sink and dried his hands on a towel like he was preparing for surgery. He looked at the Nomu along the wall and gave one a small salute like you give a guard dog that did not bite you. The Nomu did not move. It blinked once. That was enough. Starlight texted me from her room, home. Quiet. I typed back, good work today. Sleep. She replied with a thumbs up and did not type again. She turned her phone off and lay down with her arm over her eyes and let the tension leak out of her shoulders 1 inch at a time. Across the river, Edgar read nothing into the night and placed the phone on the charging stand at the exact angle he places it every night. He thought about the page with courier access window on it for 4 seconds and measured who would have had a hand on it in the room. He did not settle on one person. He knew that meant he had a problem. He did not call anyone at this hour. He sleeps when he says he sleeps. Ashley set an alarm for 6 a.m. and wrote prep neutral language on a sticky note that she stuck to her bathroom mirror like a ward against the day. She brushed her teeth and stared at the words and tried to smile. It looked like someone trying to rent an expression. Homelander posted 2 photos from the hospital and watched his likes pile up. He did not care what the caption said. He smiled at the numbers. He closed his eyes and saw Starlight's face when she told him if Ashley wants it. He did not like that. He opened his eyes and scrolled until he found a post that made him laugh and then stopped laughing immediately because he did not like laughing alone. I filed our chain forms, locked the safe, and turned off one strip of light. I left another strip on so the room did not feel like a box. I sat and wrote the summary in a shorthand I have used for a long time: Riverton. Window. Van. 2 trackers lifted. Manifests mirrored. Contract ref captured. Chain clean. I closed the book. We had the next move set. We would push and watch them stumble. Then we would pull again, with the weight where it hurt.